Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Hello, Mr. Apps here from Dimp Digital, and welcome to another monthly edition of Idle Game Chat. This is for the month of February 2025. And we've got another jam-packed episode for you to consume over the course of February. A bit of a shorter month and a bit more of a shorter episode from January, because that was a little bit too long for my liking, clocking almost 7 hours, but we've still got a multi-hour session here for you. So we're looking forward to bringing you that. Quick rundown of what we've got. Adkins is going to go through another big old list of games that he's been playing through and completing, carving up that backlog and getting some gradings out to you. I will sit down with Mr. Logan and talk about Metaphor, ReFantazio, one of the big games from 2024. Logan will then return the favour and talk about Spyro, Reignited Trilogy. And then Adkins and I will close out the session looking at the games of February. Are they on the sniff list? Are they on the sniffometer? Are they bollard ticklers? Where do we find them? We'll be going through the major games that are due to come out in the month of February. And to close it out, of course, the Switch 2 was officially revealed, so we'll talk a little bit about that too. Anyway, I won't take up too much of your time. I did want to check in with the Fantasy Gaming League, though, because that's now off and running. If we look at the championship game between Mr. Paper and Hall, First Blood to Paper, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD scoring a 77, so not great, not a disaster, but as we've discussed many times in the past, sometimes getting off to a fast start can put your opponent under pressure and put them in areas where they don't want to be. So if Hall, who has got Monster Hunter Wilds coming in February, if he decides that comes out and scores in like 90s, you know, there's a potential 13-point gap after one game, and that can change the dynamic of how transfers are looked at, if they are looked at all. So not a great start. It's Biff's pick, so there's been some needle back and forth in the groups. Mr. Biff seemingly not being a team player at all and claiming that he can't wait for Hall to win. So there's clearly some bad blood on Paper's side. He needs to get that dressing room in order if he's going to stand a chance of winning this. In terms of the Grand Prix, Adkins is currently in the lead with an 81, Biff on a 77, Adcock on a 74, and Salmon on a 70. Parky and Logan yet to score. So that's how it looks at the end of January. But as I said, it's time to get into the meat of the episode. If you're watching the video version, you would have noticed that my eyes look a little bit wide. I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast, and I've put the I think it's called stare or camera glare. So I'm not even looking at the camera here. The AI has moved and changed my eyes to make it look like I'm looking directly at the lens. So I just thought I'd leave that on for an interesting effect for those that are on the video. If you're on the audio side, you've missed out, I'm afraid. But check it in YouTube, youtube.com/dimpdigital, patreon.com/dimpdigital if you want to support the show and any other endeavours that we do. Or at the moment, this is the only thing we do, a monthly gaming podcast. Anyway, nothing more for me to say other than we'll see you on the other side. Here we are then, another, what's the word they call when there's a shitload of stuff?
An amalgamation of crap.
A conglomeration.
Agglomeration. Blizzard of fuck.
Yeah. There's a fuckload of games for, we'll get through them all. We always say we will, we never do.
Give it a whirl.
Sidetracked, but number of games for Adkins to report back on. Mr. Adkins, I'll be asking the questions as Mr. Apps. Let's not scramble and waste more time because people get frustrated. The first January podcast went up, it was over 6 hours long. So
6 hours. Even Colin Moriarty went, fuck me, that's a long one.
They do that every week, those bastards.
They do.
3.5, 4 hours. So
4 hours I've watched on. Yeah, I was like, cool.
I said to people, just listen to it when you just let it take a month.
What does Colin do? Does he do that once? Is that once a week?
Does
secrets? No, not. Is it secret symbols?
Sacred Symbols.
Sacred symbols. That's it.
That's like once a week, and then I think it's also there's like a extra episode called Sacred Symbols Plus is once a week. Also,
yeah. What's the one with Brad? What does Brad do? He does
a summon sign.
Summon sign. That's it.
Yeah.
Does Colin do?
Week.
Is that Colin on that as well?
He like rotates in and out.
Oh,
so some weeks he's there, some weeks he's not. So if you're sick of Colin,
that's
like probably a good one to dive into.
I was wondering what kind of funny had their 10-year anniversary the other day. They did mention Colin, but there was everyone was like, "Oh, I wonder if they're going to get him back for it." He fucking won't go back there. He's making an absolute killing at fucking CLS.
Not a chance. But unfortunately, they are all striving to catch us up in this space. So
yeah, with those 6 minimum,
we're leading the way in terms of content and quality. What I've got here is Metal Gear Solid. No, Metal Gear Rising
Metal Gear
plus
Rising.
DLC. Now, is this some sort of special edition, or is it
It's just a PC. I don't think it's not like a definitive one. It does include the DLC.
Yeah.
What's it called? I don't think it is. It's on. Oh, I'll turn my Steam off.
Is it Rising Revengeance?
Rising Revengeance. Yeah, that's what it was called on the old 360 when I bought it and played it. Hold on, let me see on my Steam thing. Metal Gear Rising. Yeah, no, it's just called Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. No definitive edition. No. Although it probably is the definitive way to play it because you've got them unlocked frame rates, 4K glory boat.
Yep. And
all DLC. Well, it's just that. What's his name?
What is the DLC? Because I've only ever played. I think I've played it on PC. I think I've
actually
got this
no.
version,
There's a couple actually. There's you play as the dog as well, the wolf. There's a few. Hold on, let me see if it's.
Are they like VR missions or are they?
No, they're little tiny campaigns. They're only like an hour or two long. I think there's 3.
Oh,
fucking hell, I only played it a couple of months ago and I've forgotten it already. Oh, there we go. The PC version includes all 3 DLCs. Yeah, Blade Wolf, Jetstream, and VR missions. So there are VR missions. Yeah. I didn't really. I did play because there's some of the VR missions in the actual game. Have you played the game?
Yeah, I've only gone through it once, but I have done it.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
9.5 hours. It says here I've played.
Yeah, it was short. What did I play it for? It's on my stems.
I feel like you play it every year almost.
No, this is the first time I played it on PC. 11.6. Right, okay. I had it on 360. I used to play it quite a bit on that. Because I bought some pre-order version where you could dress up as Grey Fox. I was like, ooh.
Steam Deck verified as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I did play a bit on the Steam Deck. But then I've got the 4K glory boat because it's like an old game. So this powerhouse absolutely blitzed it. I was loving life. Then tried another game and it fucking couldn't even... broke 30 FPS. I was like, oh. But the oldies...
It's 2014 it came out, or at least on Steam anyway, so it's over
11 years old. So the 2 DLC. I played the, what did I say? Blade Wolf and Jetstream Sam DLC. So it's just like a bit of added story. Did
it take place during the main game? Was it afterwards, or was it before?
Yes, it does. It's sort of interwoven.
Okay.
It's so like, one of the characters will go off in the story and then it will show you what they were doing. They're pretty cool actually. The VR mission, like I say, I had played a couple during the game, but I've got to be honest, they bored me after a while, so I didn't play the DLC VR missions.
Yeah. Because
I don't think there's nothing you get out of it. You just play them and if it's a new skin or something, then maybe I might be sniffing.
So this was the first time on PC. How many times previously have you gone through it?
Probably once or twice, I think. I played it on 360 when it first came out.
Yeah.
So I played it, when it first came out and completed it. I think I've played it again once because I really enjoy playing it. It's such a fun game. But having said that, it probably has been about, when did it 14? So I probably played it 2014, probably played it again 2016 or something. And then, so it's been nearly a decade since I played it.
Yeah.
And I would have been playing it at 30 FPS on that 360. So it was nice to get the definitive edition.
Yeah, Platinum Games. Obviously, it's not a
Platinum-
Kojima title. It's just
No,
the Metal Gear name.
it's a very fucking Kojima game though. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he was a producer or something. But yeah, there's no there is lore. There's some bit of lore. It doesn't ever mention Snake or anything, but it does talk about the world, and there's some.
It's set after Metal Gear Solid 4, isn't it? If you look at the canon and the chronology of like Metal Gear, this is set after that. So it's kind of like it's interesting to see what Raiden is getting himself up to.
Yeah,
in a post sort of Solid Snake world.
Pretty crazy with the story. I won't go into spoilers, but yeah.
You spoiled it.
I think there's DLC. Oh no, was that this game or a different game? No, it is this game. I think there's a DLC boss. It might be in one of those VR missions where the boss is the president of Platinum Games. And you fight him. I was like, bloody hell.
How funny.
I guess it's got like a hard mode or something. They get pretty crazy with it. But yeah. I love this game. It's fucking wicked. It's it is just literally like hacking. It is just the quintessential Platinum game. So after this came out after Bayonetta, I think. So you had like the Bayonetta, which was the creators of Devil May Cry, making their own crazy ass hack and slash game, and then this is them with probably about 30% of the Metal Gear Solid franchise rights. This is them trying to make a game but not have it out of Kojima's realm. It certainly
need
isn't
to pay him fucking millions.
No Metal Gear Survive. This is quite fun. I've seen Kojima like tweeting about this and stuff and reposting when it was like the anniversary and stuff. So I think he does. It's not something he sort of declines to know. I've never seen him do that with Metal Gear Survive.
No. It says here, game was originally developed by Kojima Productions, which announced the game in 2009 under the title Metal Gear Solid Rising. However, the team faced difficulties in developing a game based on swordplay, and the supervising director, Hideo Kojima, subsequently halted development until a solution could be found. The project resurfaced in late 2011 under its finalised title with Platinum Games, the new developer. And the game underwent significant changes in the gameplay mechanics and storyline with Platinum Games' involvement, although Kojima Productions retained responsibility for the overall plot and Raiden's design. So, obviously, they had an idea to try and do it, and they couldn't execute. And at this time, this is sort of, I don't know if it's peak Platinum, but it's certainly they've got a few. They've got their notoriety for these sort of action games, and they probably peak maybe in the next game or the one after that. But this is still a better state than what they're in current day. And
I wonder time-wise, when did Metal Gear 5 come out? When was that? 16?
Yeah, I want to say 2016.
I wonder if this was anything to do with the sort of falling out of Kojima and Konami. And that's why they're like, right, let's get fucking Platinum in. They're a big Japanese company. I love their games.
2015.
2015. Oh, so it's only the year after.
Yeah, well, actually, this came out originally in 2014.
Oh, well, is that the PC?
Yeah, the PC release was the year later. So it was on PS3 and Xbox. And
that's right. So, yeah, so I wonder if that played a hand in it. But, yeah.
How many of these Platinum games have you played now?
Pretty much most of them. There's a few Japanese ones that I haven't, like Beautiful Joe or someone, or Joe 101.
Right.
If you get that list up, I've played the majority of them.
Got Mad World, which is on Wii. We forget about
that's on the Wii. I did. It's like a Gears of War rip-off, wasn't it? It was like black and white. I've never played it, but
wasn't the original Gears of War trailer? Wasn't the song titled Mad World?
Oh yeah.
I wonder if it's them trying that.
Yeah,
and then, that was in 2009. Then Bayonetta pops out.
Bayonetta, I played that.
Vanquish is 2010.
Vanquish I haven't ever played. I've got that wish list on my Steam though.
That's got to be about £1. And
it was £1 on that. I don't know why I've never bought. I think I've. Do I own it? No, I don't think I do own it. I think I still need that. So yeah, it's about £1.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be quite good. Vanquish. What was after Vanquish?
2012. We got Anarchy Reigns.
Played that on the 360.
Okay.
That was weird. That was a bit Japanesey.
Then we got Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance and the wonderful 101 in 2013.
Wonderful. Yeah. So I've never played that. Never played that.
Bayonetta 2 was 2014, and
Yeah,
The Legend
bought
of
that.
Korra was 2014 also.
Legend of Korra. I don't know
About
that one. I think that's a
Transformers
Japanese.
Devastation,
Got that. I haven't
2015.
played it yet.
I've played that.
Oh, have you?
It's
Oh,
somewhere
that's
on the
good.
channel, I think. I did a review of it many years
Oh,
ago.
nice. God, that was platinum.
8-bit Bayonetta 2015. Then 2016, we had that Star Fox Zero disaster.
Oh, yeah, that was on the Wii U, didn't it?
And
Yeah,
Star
never played
Fox
that.
Guard, no. Then we got Mutant Turtles, Mutants in Manhattan in 2016.
Oh,
then
yeah,
Nier Automata, sort of back on
Oh,
form
that's
there.
where the thing.
Astral Chain 2019.
Oh,
so
I played that.
a
Yeah.
couple of years between Nier and that. One for 101 remastered in 2020. World of Demons in 2021, which is it looks like it's a iOS game.
Wow.
Babylon's Fall, the absolute stinker in 2022.
That was a stinker, wasn't
Soul
it?
Cresta, and then Bayonetta 3 in 2022
Oh.
also. And then the
Did they
last game, Bayonetta Origins.
Oh, did
Don't know
they
if
do
you've
that?
played that.
Did they? That's like a weird little game. What didn't they not do? The remake of Near Replicant.
Don't think they did. Let's have a look.
That's someone else.
Let's dig it out whilst
They
we're
fucked it off because yeah. So I've played most of them. It's basically the Japanese ones. I mean, they're all fucking Japanese. It's a Japanese company, but the ones I think Wonderful 101 is like a big Japanese thing. I haven't played that.
Yeah.
Babylon's Fall, obviously, I never played. I think I must have seen the reviews and gone, cool.
Crap.
What was that Xbox game they were going to make? Was it them that was going to make Scalebound, or was that someone else?
Who was that? That
I think that
was.
was
I
someone,
think it
that
was. I think it was.
Was it Platinum?
I think it was. You know.
Yeah, it looked really good, didn't it? And they're like, no, fuck that.
Yeah. Well.
We'll give
Phil pulls the
you...
plug and everything, didn't it? It was good.
Yeah. So I have quite a bit of history with Platinum, and I do really enjoy their games because they're never sort of, probably Nier was their biggest success in terms of like commercially and critically. They never sort of games where you're like, 10 out of 10 masterpiece.
I feel like Bayonetta 2 got close to that.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Bayonetta 2. That did get some high scores actually. Yeah, it was like 9 and 10.
It came out in 2014 though, which I feel like was a really weird. That's
it was a
weird
Wii U
year.
exclusive as well, and then it came to Switch.
Oh, no, it was Wii U, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Wii U.
It got ported to Switch, but that's one of the reasons why no one fucking played it. It's because only about 18 people bought the Wii U.
Yeah, that is true. So yeah, they got pretty close with that actually, and then Nier come out, and that was a big success.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, they're not normally typically game of the year contenders. But having said that, they're always solid games aside from Babylon's Fall.
Yeah.
And they're always enjoyably fun to play. It's not sort of the stories sort of go because it's a Japanese company. The stories are there, but pretty crazy and in depth.
Aris is hanging out on Bayonetta.
Yeah, exactly. You've got bloody witches doing splits and going.
Stellar Blade, eat your heart out. That's the
exactly. Yeah. You've got absolute
OG slapper.
OG slapper splitting all over the screen. Now there's so much porn made of that, it's unbelievable. You got Near DLC coming to it as well, the ultimate combination. But yeah, they're always enjoyable games, and they're just such fun to play. I don't mind, like they're quite real. I think I've played Bayonetta about 3 times. I played it on 360, PC, and Switch. So yeah, they're very easy games because it's just hack and slash, and
they're not very long either. Well, at least I remember Rising being about 9.5 hours.
About 9.5 hours. I think Bayonetta's about 10 to 12. Yeah, stuff like that. They're all pretty easy. Free? Did they not do free? They must have done free. Bayonetta free.
Yeah, that was
their last one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the last one I played. I enjoyed that, but there was something a bit
dirty Switch, wasn't it? It's starting to show.
It was. Yeah, it did. It really hindered.
And for like an action combat game, which is like you want silky smooth,
exactly
frame rates.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a
that was a blower.
at times.
And they sort of introduced a new character that really sit well, but nonetheless, it was still a fun experience. And I like them games because they sort of. It's not the same game. It's not just a hack and slash from point A to point B. I don't remember in Nier they used to. You had so many different varieties. You got like all of a sudden it turned into like a freaking
isotropic, is that what they call it? Isometric flipping flight shooter and stuff, or like a
2D thing. It'd be crazy.
So that always fun. You get like chase scenes and stuff, and this lends over into Metal Gear Rising. So it's just an enjoyable cutscene. I remember when this first came out, and there was a lot of backlash. And do you remember when there was like a time in gaming where everyone hated, and they still sort of do to this day, quick time events.
Yeah.
and I just remember this coming out, and they're like, "Oh, it's not even Metal Gear. You've got quick time events."
Yeah.
I was thinking in my head, like, I get what you mean. Like, it is a bit of a cop out, but at the same time,
it works.
It works.
It does just work.
Like, you're still playing a game. You're still pressing a button like you're doing normally.
As long as the whole game's not like it.
No, exactly. It fits well when it's like a big action set piece. And
I always think it works well for those, those supermassive Until Dawn horror games. Like,
exactly.
You're under pressure and struggling.
Almost the decisions in some of those Telltales were almost like a quick time event, because you've got to fucking sit and go, So
isotropic. Something that is isotropic has the same size or physical properties when it is measured in different directions. Paper, like metal, is isotropic.
Oh, that's interesting. So got me.
I never even heard that word.
No, I was just thinking that isotropic.
This is the Cambridge University or dictionary. It says here on Cambridge.org. Word of the day: rubber duck. 2 words, really. That's a phrase.
Rubber duck. Is that called isotropic then? Is it when you got like a fucking strategy game where it's got that top-down view essentially from the side?
I've always got that isometric in my head.
Yeah, I always think that.
From a certain, it's not quite flat top down. It's sort of
that's it.
Like XCOM or
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of like Rising,
yes.
Where does this rank, do you think, in terms of like the other Platinum games? Because there's a couple of franchises in there. You've got Astral Chain that's sort of out there on its own, because you've played a fair few of them.
Yeah, played a fair few of them.
And it has the Kojima characters in there, which
it does have the Kojima characters, and it's quite a Kojima story as well. This is one thing I sort of was more I always think this as well. The older I get, the more knowledge I have in my little brain. So playing a game that's like 10 years old, you know more stuff and you can relate to more story beats. Because like 10 years ago, there's probably shit and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, I don't know. It just goes over your head. But as you get older and wiser, you start to learn stuff. And then
they're talking about environmentalism.
Yeah, the part of the story in this is it links it to 9/11. I was like, fucking hell, I don't remember this. It's really weird. So it like goes into like government. That's not a spoiler, by the way. That's just part of the story.
Into the game.
You're actually it turns out Ryden did it. He was the one that took over the plane. But yeah, anyway, so I don't know, the story seemed a lot more Kojima-like. It's almost as if you can sort of feel his presence in the story and the way it goes, and certainly the way it's shot as well. I forgot how many times, how many cutscenes as well there are. I'd be interested to have a little look on YouTube and see how long the movie is, because there's some.
Is my 9.5 hours actually 3 hours of cutscenes?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, but it's just so fun to play. Like, I remember when playing. I've only played Metal Gear Solid 4 once, I think, because it was such a long game. Wasn't there like a fucking cutscene in that? It was like an hour long.
I think like towards the end, there's a 90-minute stretch, uninterrupted. I think that's like some of the last bits you did. And I remember playing it, and I was like, I need to make sure I've got half a day here to see this through.
You must have been borrowing that recently, didn't you?
Well, that bloody PlayStation has the PS3 has synced some of the trophies and not all of them. And there's no way the saves are up in the cloud because they weren't doing it then. So I've got like a trophy for like finishing like Act 2, but not Act 1. There's another weird one. The Last of Us is another one. I've got a trophy for crafting all the items in it, but no story-related stuff. And it's like, well, that's impossible.
You've never finished it.
So I just want to go back through and just do one run of it and just sort of correct that.
I think on Last of Us 1. I think I've only got a trophy on the PS3 for completing it on easy. So remember, I got to spoilers. I got to the end of the game. We're in the hospital.
So hard.
And I couldn't get through it. And I really wanted to know the end of the game. And I was like, it's just getting on my fucking nerves, and put it on easy. And then got to the end bit, and I didn't realise it was the end of the game. I was like, oh fuck! Oh, I played the whole game in like normal, and then just did that once. And it's like, give me a trophy for completing on easy. I was like, oh fuck's sake!
Interesting. Biff's done that on Grounded.
Oh no, I did start one. I used to love playing that. I've always wanted to, so it's like a Bloodborne thing. I've always wanted to go through it and play it, but I end up doing it. I just find it so tough. I'm like, I can't take this pressure. Yeah. One day I'll sit and do it. But yeah, so yeah, back to your original question. Because of the story and that, and how much I enjoy it, because it's such a shortish experience, and it is Metal Gear Solid. It feels Metal Gear Solid. I remember playing 4, and that's when Raiden comes in, and he's this new cyborg ninja type thing, and he just comes in, and you're stealth Snake sneaking about the place, hardly any fucking movement. You're like going prone, that's it. And you got this ninja doing flips with a fucking samurai sword or whatever.
Because in Metal Gear Solid 2, he's a bit of a wet wipe. A lot of people didn't like him. And then clearly Kojima took it to heart. He's like, right, when he comes into 4,
I'm going to animate the fuck out of him.
We're going to animate the fuck out of him and make him like an absolute badass. And
then they were I remember they being like, oh, switch to him. I want to play as him. And so this game is that. It's just you switching to him.
It's probably the closest we get as well to being like cyborg ninja throughout a whole game, because you get like little like Easter egg type VR missions, and there's I can't remember the exact. I think you get to play a little bit as dressed up as him or whatever during the series, but this is like a full game based around not exactly him, like Grey Fox for example, but a version of a cyborg, and all the slicing and dicing. And
that's the thing as well. I forgot how fun the mechanics of the game is. The actual sword play. You've got your face buttons where you're literally, just doing combos with the sword, and it's all very automated. But also you can use the right stick, because I don't know if you remember, there's like a slicing mechanic in the game where you could cut people in half.
Yep.
And then you had to like get their
heart or something,
chips or something. It was
you like cut around them, don't you? And you can get like a boost or something if you do it.
It's like basically like a spine or like a memory or something, and you rip it out of them, and that becomes your sort of juice for doing like special moves or whatever it was. But yeah, so you have this mechanic where on the right stick you can literally cut anything in the fucking world. There's like tables, like watermelons randomly. You can flash. It's really the combat is so good in this game and so responsive. It really is quite fun, because I think sword games are quite hard to get right. Like Ghost of Tsushima was really good. Sekiro was really good, but there has been some games that are pretty one-dimensional in the sword play, and this one, it gives you the variety. So the gameplay is just so fun, and like I say, it's not like a proper platinum game where you 1 minute you're like a fucking helicopter, and then it's quite forward hack and slash, but there is a couple of little bits. But what it does have is those sort of big Uncharted-esque set pieces. So you have like story beats where you have like bosses, or there'd be like a sort of a big action sequence in one of the levels, and you've got to do these quick time events. And I forgot how sort of epic and some anime fuck like big set pieces where at the end of it you're like, oh, this is cool, isn't it? It's like a big sort of like action. It would work well as like a fucking anime or something. I could quite imagine this as.
I always said that about Metal Gear Solid. That should be the adaptation. Should be like Castlevania for me is like one of the gold standards for like an adaptation of a game.
They made. Remember the comic book on the PSP when they released 2 games on there? There was Metal Gear Portable, and then they did what was the other one?
Wasn't there one called Acid or something?
There was Acid. There were 2 card games. What was the other one that Kojima actually did? Peace Walker, wasn't it? That was it. But in there, they had like graphic-y novel type cutscenes. And then I think they did actually release like the whole game as a graphic novel, like a moving graphic novel. So it was like almost there with the anime aspect, but not to the gold standard of Castlevania. But Yeah, but no, I just I thoroughly enjoy this game. I think its story is better than people give it credit for, because it definitely does have that sort
The
of
same
vibe.
with any Kojima game, they'll just crap on it saying it's. I mean, they are mental, but
Yeah, they are fucking. And this is balls to the wall weirdness and the character, but it also has Metal Gear Solid 4 vibes, and it's bosses. There's like this group of enemies, and do you remember the bosses in Metal Gear 4? They were all like a group of were they like animals? I think they were, weren't they? Was there like a beast and a woman with wings?
oh yeah,
Thing like that, and they're very similar in this. They all have like a they're like a big
the
group
theme
of things
behind each of them.
That's it, yeah. So I
archetype.
definitely got big Kojima vibes from it, and like I say, with that fast pace, after playing Metal Gear Solid, where you're sneaking around, and they're brilliant for their own right, but they are not action-packed fast games. They are slow, stealthy goodness. This is like balls to the wall, hack and slash, fast as you can, get through these levels, chopping and jumping around the place. And the music to boot as well. It's like fucking Japanese heavy metal. It really does go well with the sort of the cyborg ninja futuristic setting. I really fucking dig this game. I love it to pieces. I'd recommend it to anyone, and I think it does have that added touch if you are Metal Gear, because like I say, it's not really like a huge connection to Snake, but they definitely talk about stuff in the world and Metal Gears and things, and it's
anything that you wasn't so fond of. Anything get up your nose? Any difficult bits? Any like weird stealth?
There is a couple of different. I don't remember. There's no stealthy bit. There's bits where you'll be like walking through a tunnel, and then you'll get the intercom. What's it called?
Codec.
Yeah, the intercom. Oh, codec. That was it. Well done. You get that, and there'll be bits where you're forced. You can't skip, or you're listening to the thing. But if you're reading it quicker than you think, you can't skip, and you're just stuck in this walking along. That got on my nerves a little bit, because you're in that so fast-paced business that once you get stopped and you're like, I assume it's probably back in the day they were using that to cover up the loading screens. Yeah. So you're doing this little slow walk while everything's loading in. But in today, I suppose I'm probably spoiled by today's standards, and that got up my nose. No, but other than that, it's hard. I do find it hard to find anything bad with this game. Like I say, it's relatively short, but I couldn't imagine a 20, 30 hour version of this. I think that would get a little tedious just because of how fast paced it is. Yeah. And limited in, like I say, it's not as varied as something like Nier. But it doesn't need to be because of its length. No. And it's got some interesting characters and cool characters, and then the DLC lends itself really well. Like I say, they're just essentially added story beats, to be honest, because it's the same, exactly the same formula. And the characters play slightly different, but just like a very similar thing. And it's just sort of showing this character's story of what he was doing during the main campaign. Yeah. There is no extra stuff in it. This is literally a sole single player game. Yeah. There's no multiplayer or anything like that. But just balls to the wall, fun Japanese. I'll tell you what this is: the perfect palate cleanser. Just a nice quick 15 hours, job done, run through it, and an enjoyable experience.
Lovely jubbly. What we can do with Metal Gear Rising Revengeance then, in terms of gaming galleries? Does it get us spot in?
It certainly does get in the
self-storage quickly.
I tell you what, the brain is saying silver. Yeah. I think it's an 8 out of 10 game.
But the art.
But personally for me, I love this game so much that I'd give it a gold.
There we go.
So there it goes.
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That's the way to play it. Because trying to play it on modern stuff now, and you've got backwards compatibility via Xbox Series, maybe. I don't know if it was one of the games. I assume it was, but really PC. And like you said, it doesn't need an up-to-date set of, kit to play it. You can play this on an old potato and still...
You can, and still get liquid results. Yeah. Oh, talking of liquid results, did you say to me you installed...
I was talking about my diarrhea.
Yakuza.
I've installed Kiwami.
Kiwami. I think Kiwami runs at 60 on console. Kiwami 2 and 6 don't. They only run at 30 on console.
What?
Yeah, unbelievable. Because they started a new engine, didn't they? So that might weigh the way you play these games. Because I did that. I bought them all on fucking PS5 or 4. And then
where's
found
that
out
Steam wish list to get them added quick.
So I was going to say they're really cheap. They're only like £4 each on Steam.
Kiwami 1, and the reason I've got that is I think it's a freebie.
Was it? Yeah, so Zero and Kiwami were definitely 60 FPS. I played them on PS4 and they were 60. But then Kiwami 2 and 6 is 30. They're definitely locked. I think 3, 4, and 5 are 60 because they remastered them. I think they're 60 because they're not on that new engine. But when they released the new Yakuza engine or Dragon, was it Dragon engine? That's it.
Engine.
Yeah, they could only get 30 FPS out of them, and surely these consoles now they've just never got a 60 FPS boost. To my knowledge, they could have changed because
I have to keep an eye on that then.
Yeah, but I did thought I'd mention it because I knew you installed them. And that wavered mine, and now I bought them all on PC now. So
bought them again, did you?
Yeah, bought them again. I thought, fuck. Eventually, they were in a sale. I think you can get like all of it, like literally 1 to 6, and that's including 0 for about 20 something quid.
Yeah.
Like, cool. Now there's another fucking 3 to contend with.
Well, keep releasing them every fucking year. These spin-offs and stuff.
Got fucking pirates to deal with next.
They need to just do a real shitter and fail, so they get a rocket up their arse and say stop releasing stuff.
Do like a Creed and have a year off.
Yeah, settle down, you bastards.
No.
Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons is up next.
Brothers. Is this, I need this checked for me, is this done by Joseph? It wasn't, was it?
Yeah, well, he was the director, but it was a different developer. So Starbreeze were the developers.
Oh, this is before he owned Haze?
Hazelight, yeah.
Hazelight.
So he was the director of this, and then then Hazelight popped up with a Way Out, I believe, is the first one.
Yes.
But it's got his DNA. Well, that sounds a bit filthy, doesn't it? It's got his fingerprints.
He's smeared his DNA all over it.
Yeah, again, another small experience. I think, what's my playtime on this? A whopping, I reckon it's probably under 5. Cool, we're going to have to go down the bottom of the barrel here. It's bottom of the barrel. It's Brothers coming in at a whopping 4.1 hours.
Oh. This is proper palate cleanser tech.
This is palate cleanser. I think this is where I was going through a little phase of like walking simulator. Any games that I owned that were under 5 hours on how long to beat, I was like, yep, let's play them. I think I played that Planet of Lana. What was that other game that we played? The puzzle platformer thing with the little like moths.
Oh, Cocoon,
well done, yeah. It was a bit like that. So anyway, this is a little, it's a puzzle. I wouldn't say a platformer because you're not really, there's a bit of platforming in it, but it's sort of more just the objectives getting from one side to the next. Like you're going on an adventure with your brother, obviously. Brothers. But what I did quite like about this, I've never played A Way Out because I didn't buy it. I think I've had it in something and tried to play it, but you can't play that game with a random. You can only play
with friends only. Yeah,
with friends only, over the internet or if they're around your house. You could not go on and play it with a random, which
get Albert involved.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to. Well, he's probably too young, but we've got GTA 6 to play.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get
game installed now. So I haven't played that, and I've still not finished. It Takes Two. I'm on like the last level of that. Yeah. So this is the first Joseph game that I've actually completed. But what I did like about to play this on Steam Deck.
Okay.
So what I did like about this is you control both characters. You can play this single player and control.
And you can play it 2 players as well if you want.
Yes,
not?
you can. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. You can play
right.
co-op, but one player you control both characters on the same Joy-Con. So the left controller analog controls one, and the right plays the other. And you'd think that wouldn't work too well because you're like, well, I'll be looking at one, but I don't know how it's they really did do a good job with the controls of this game, and they are very simplistic. Like I say, it's not a puzzle platform; it's a puzzle game, but it's just a puzzle adventure. You're going from one side of the map, working out a way, and then you'll come across a puzzle, and you have to work it out to progress the story.
Is it 2D or like isometric?
Yeah, it's it's like a 3D.
It's isotropic.
Yes, isotropic. It's linear. You can't sort of go off the beaten path and stuff. But it's certainly not 2D. It does have like a sort of 3D vibe to it. And it goes through some interesting sort of areas and stuff, and the story is quite good. But it is quite bland itself. Like I say, it's not. Certainly nothing like It Takes Two, where you're going for the adventure and you've got these different mini games and it's really sort of fun, brilliant adventure. This is quite a different, certainly in its tone as well. It's a very miserable, dark, dingy. It doesn't have the sort of cuteness and la-di-da-ness of It Takes Two. This is quite a sort of serious and
talking book or whatever it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyone that comes in any film now that has like some sort of like Mexican or Spanish thing, it always just reminds me of that book from It Takes Two. Hey,
it doesn't shut up
either. It's so funny. But this is quite a different take. It's thing, but I've got to say, the biggest thing from this game was its control scheme and how adaptable it was. I really did think this is going to be a bag of shit and I'm just going to get frustrated with not being able to do this. Or you're just going to control one character
and then do a bit on the next one.
Yeah, the other one will be like a computer generator. It'll be like the Ellie where it just sorts itself out.
Sure.
Invisible, but it doesn't. It really does lend itself. And the puzzles, they implement that into the puzzles, so you'll be having to control. You'll have to get like one holding a door open while the other one goes through, and then the other one holds the other door so you can get through. It's little things like that. It sort of does vary the puzzles. It makes them a bit more interesting. They're not hard ones. I don't think I got stuck on a single one. Not with a brain like this, mate. but they're pretty simplistic. But I think the control scheme, that was a real gem. It was.
So why did you not play the remaster?
That's a good question. It's because I think I paid £1.20 for this on Steam.
Fair enough.
So it's one of these ones I've had it for years and always thought about playing it and never did. And then by the time I came around to it, that had just come out. When did I? Oh no, and I played this in August. When did that remake come out? It was this last year, wasn't it?
I think the remake was last year,
yeah. So I think, I don't know why I didn't just cut for that. Well, I'll tell you what, it's my brain. It's this powerful brain, you see. It does this. What I feel, I get FOMO.
Remake, they called it. 28th of February, 2024 it was out.
What was the other game I played? Oh, I think it was, what's it called as well? I don't know why I didn't do that. I think Mafia was the first one where I didn't play the original and went straight to the remake. And probably that's the way to go because you're getting a better version of it. Quote unquote. But there's a bit of FOMO in me where I like to know what the old shitter was like so I can then see the changes. So in my head, I thought, it's only 5 hours. Yeah. So if I play this and then I'll buy the new one and then play that and I can go, that looks much better. They've done that differently. Yeah. So that's why I think I stuck with that one.
Fair enough.
February last year it came out.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean to play this, to be honest, for years. But then I was spoiled on like a massive story moment, and I was like, knowing that, do I go through it? And I think I will. I might even use it as a palate cleanser if it's like 4 or 5 hours and just crap through it. But
I think it's shorter than that. I think I spent.
Well, this brain doesn't get things done, so that might take double the time getting stuck on this.
True. I went back and platinumed it.
I need God of War and older me telling me the answer before I've even had a chance to look at it myself.
That's true, yeah.
Kratos is too thick.
He can't do it. He's got too many muscles, bless him.
What's just been? I was listening to a podcast today, and they're talking about. Because I think the Horizon was supposed to be a TV series. It's just been turned into a film.
Yeah.
Apparently, they want that to do with God of War. God of War's an Amazon series, and they reckon that's going to turn to a film as well. What would you rather, film or series?
If it's good, a series. If it's going to be shit, a film, because it's over and done with in a couple of hours.
Yeah, that's true.
You chuck 9 episodes out an hour and I have to sit through that toilet, I'll be more annoyed. So safer to do the film, I say, because it's less.
Give it to Judge or Batista? For Kratos, obviously.
Can Judge move? In my fear of Judge is that he's too. But then Batista's probably can still go, can't he? I know he's old as well. That'll be my only. I'd say Judge, but if he can't do the action or there's no way of working around that, that might be a coster. But
yeah,
I'd go give it to Chrissy J.
Have the voice, wouldn't he? Have the voice.
Yeah, have the voice. And then
he was he in Stargate,
when he wins his Oscar for it, he can be up on stage for 20 minutes again, waffling away. They won't know what hit him.
Yeah, we digress.
Brothers. What are we doing with this then?
So, I mean, it's going to go in the diary. It's gone in the diary. I'll tell you about it later. Like I say, it's a nice little planet cleanser. It didn't blow me away because it's like I say, it's not Hazelight. It's not. Joseph upped his game with A Way Out, and certainly did with its Take Two. I've got very high expectations of Split Fiction. I'd probably put Brothers at a bronze, I'd say.
Gets its way in. And
it's an enjoyable 4 hour. Yeah, nice short.
It's too short to be offensive, isn't it? Really,
exactly that. And if I paid 17, 19 quid for it, I might go, Yeah. But I mean, I paid less than a cup of coffee for this, so for that experience, it's an old game as well. When did I say it come out?
20.
I forgot already.
What did you say? 20...
I've lost it in me saying 2013, was it? What's going on there, Ref?
I've got it here, but I've lost my mouse. Wine's taken effect.
It's kicking in already.
It's 2013, yes.
2013, right. Cool, the year of Last of Us. No wonder it got no play. But yeah, it's a nice little palate cleanser.
5.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah, it was, wasn't it? God, no chance for pure Joseph. No wonder he went on a fucking rant when he won. Yeah, nice little palate cleanser. 7 out of 10. Giving it bronze. Worth a playthrough, but probably I want to try that remake, although I've just seen it's been slandered on the Steam.
I did see that there was some issues with it potentially. I don't know how you fuck something like this up.
It does look pretty good graphically though. It was quite a big graphics upgrade, so whether it's a fucking pig to run
or bugs maybe, I don't know.
It could be, mixed reviews. Let's read one bad review and I'll tell you why. One bad review. Play other Joseph Ferris games. This is okay. Trash. I do not recommend the game. Something in Russian.
I do wonder if people have played the other Ferris games and then gone back to this and been like, what's this? Do you know what I mean? 'Cause it's like this is clearly the first step of his like co-op and...
Well, here we go. Someone's played it for 3.1 hours. Pointless remake with worse visuals. Cool. More glitches. Right. Added skippable cutscenes that add absolutely nothing to the game. A few small puzzles are worse. Just play the original. Don't bother with this remake. Cool. And that's Crufts.
That's them shitting on it. So that's a little warning for people. Play the OG.
I mean, if OG's getting a bronze and they're saying it's worse,
it could be in the fucking skip.
It could be in the skip. But it got played, it got done, it got platinumed, unbelievable. Or if you can, that's why I think it's probably about a 3-hour experience, and then I had to go back through a few chapters to get some clear ups. No collectible. Well, they're not collectibles, but there's I say you can't go off the beaten track. There are little areas you can go off. Do you remember like on Hellblade where you'd go off and then there'd be come to like a dead end and there'd be something? It's like that. You get bits of that in it.
A little bit of bits and pieces for people to go back on, but earns itself a bronze, so Ferris will be happy with that. He's on to bigger and better things. Next one, Astro Bot. Now, my understanding is you steamrolled through this in 3 days.
Steamrolled it because of
Master Albert was going to spoil it for you.
He's now played it for 130 hours.
Has he?
Yeah, I don't
Does he
know
keep just
how
resetting the game and then...
he loves resetting. He does it. Gets every single bot, resets it, and starts again. Or
Dan's kid does that.
They just play... Oh, do they?
Yeah, with Odyssey, he's reset that
do they?
about 15 times, and he's done it with Pokemon Scarlet or whatever he's done. I'm like, I don't remember doing that as a kid.
I know, I don't remember doing that.
Metal Gear Solid I used to play over and over again, but I'd continue the save, so you got the stealth camouflage and then the bandana.
Albert does it with Animal Crossing, so he'll like play it for like a month or two, build this thing, and then he'll get bored and then go, right, reset it and then start from scratch. But with that game, you can only do so much because then you have to wait for the next day.
Yeah, you can only do a certain amount each day. He won't let you just steamroll through it.
But yeah, so I've steamed up, but I feel like I've played it more because I've had to help him with stuff, especially those challenge maps.
Oh, mate.
So I've played those a lot more times than I care to remember.
Has he done any of those? Because
he did do them. He couldn't do... There was a couple he couldn't do.
The later ones are really tough.
Yeah.
There's a couple, like the lava, I think it's the lava
one, and the last master one, or whatever it was. That was really tough.
Bastard, that is.
But he has done quite a few of them. Yeah, the challenge ones where there's like the... Was it like the symbols when it X, circle, square?
Has he got his own profile? Was he using yours?
He does. No, he's got his own profile.
So he's got a platinum on it.
He's not actually got the platinum.
Albert! His first platinum.
Could have been. I think there's a couple of trophies missing, like the God of War one where you have to get all the ravens, and the Uncharted one where you have to get the golden eggs. Is it?
Yeah.
It's stuff like that. Yeah. But like I say, he's played it for about 130 hours. Even Charlotte, she's playing it now. It's like the kids absolutely love it. Logan has got no chance of ever borrowing it. He's gonna have to buy it himself.
He's got it now. I think he's bought it.
Is he?
Yeah, it was at like 50 quid or something. I think he's played the Spyro trilogy, which I'm going to talk to him about, and I think it's left a sour taste in his mouth.
Oh, right.
Because of the archaic oldness of it, and he was like, no, he wants to play something modern. I was like, yeah, you'll be all right with Astro Bot. Astro Bot will look after you. Yeah,
it really will. So, yeah, to your original question, I did have to blast through this. So I think I power through in about 3 days. And it took me about...
affect you in any way in terms of like those I can imagine those challenge missions when you just want to get through it.
Yeah, just trying to get. I don't think I did. There's a couple that took me a good fucking. I remember wanting to go to bed and going, I can't do it. Can't go to bed until I've done it, and staying up till about 1 a.m. playing it. Mm-hmm. It never sort of frustrated me because they're so fun to play, but yeah, it probably weren't the best way to play it, but it's still. Which is a detriment to how good the game is. I still feel like it didn't take... Because we played completely different, didn't you? You sort of played it over like a month or something, didn't you?
Yeah, I was playing it for 20 minutes at a time sometimes, just doing one level and coming off it. And then I was playing it for 3 hours at a time. Like it has that ability where you can just do either or. So I think I was playing at that time either Persona... Yeah, Reload I was finishing off maybe, and then obviously we got what's this called? Metaphor came at some point.
Of course, yes, yeah.
It was clogging up live, so that's how I did it.
I played it, yes, but no, I did. I blasted through it in like you say, about 3 days because when I bought Mario Wonder, that was it. Yeah. He was just playing it non-stop, and then like I say, he'd get to a bit he couldn't do, and he'd ask me to do it. And I was sort of playing it thinking, I'm just spoiling this for myself. And then I did start it on my own profile, but sort of got a bit bored and haven't gone back to it. So I didn't want that to happen with this. So, like, he'll get home from school and it'll be the first thing he wanted to do was play it. So he'll be playing it over there in the corner. And I'll sort of be sitting like, oh, he's got past where I am, bollocks. So then that night when he'd gone to bed, I was like, right, I need to get ahead of him by quite a bit. So then the next day he won't do what I can't see. So I ended up just ploughing through it. But like I say, I think it's such a good game, and in its detriment, that didn't take away from the feeling of the game. I still enjoyed it, and like I say, I've played it. I feel like I've played it 2 or 3 times by now because I'm constantly going through helping them
finish little bits they can't get, or if they can't remember where a last bot was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played this through to
Tell them to get that fucking bird. Spend their 200 coins on the little birdie.
I was going to see where they're at. Where are they?
Because that little birdie's... I think that's a great addition.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Because you can I was trying to go through each level and get as much as I could on the first run, so I was exploring quite heavily, and then inevitably you miss a couple of things, like you can't get 100% all the time. Yeah. But then you have to return and then just spend 200 coins on the bird, and then it notifies you when you're near something. Yeah. That's such a player-friendly addition, because at that point, what's the point of me going to a fucking video or a guide and just put it in the game, and then it's if you want to go and get it, you can go get it, and it's like, okay,
is cool. He's on 91% over. He's got 90%. He's 100% in both the DLCs, which again they were like, what game does that normally?
Yeah, the DLC support after has been pretty good. They had the little speedrun levels, and then over Christmas they added like a Winter Wonderland level.
That was brilliant.
It's good. So, all free.
That was it. Yeah, exactly. All free. No microtransactions. So he needs a founder of defeat the 8 ravens, the 3 eggs, and he needs to trip over 7 enemies playing as Aloy.
Okay, I know what he means by that. Yeah.
It's just a couple of ones that he wouldn't normally do. He doesn't really know.
So why doesn't check YouTube though? What's he called?
I know he does.
Skills, tactics.
The pair of them. I think it might be his favourite game ever now. Like, he absolutely adores it. And they literally, like I say, he's played it for 130 hours. It's a great game, but I don't know if I could play 130 hours of it. I'd get bored of it.
I think I did like 15 or something.
Exactly. I think we're both on 20 at the minute.
That's it, yeah. I'm well done now. I'm happy to never play this again. But it's great.
It was fantastic. But so I haven't played any of the VR games, but obviously we played and was very high praise of Astro's Playroom, which was a freebie for the PS5.
It's a packing game,
Packing game for PS5.
A proof of concept, what was to come.
Yeah, it was a good. I was a bit scared once because that was so good and such a fun experience.
Yeah,
I was sitting there thinking, well, how are they going to do this on a big stage? Having a full game of what that was. It was such a fun little experience, very sort of nostalgic in its history of PlayStation. How are they going to do this in a full feature game, and not just do what they did before? And fuck me, it comes out and it pisses over anything that you thought they could do. It was absolutely outstanding, and it's just a joy to play. It's fun to collect the different varieties, and one of the best looking. It's not going for realism by any stretch, but just graphically and how well it runs. Who is it? I think Yellow Boots or someone. No, was it Web? It might have even been Webby or something. Someone come around my house whilst they were playing it, and he was sort of watching it, and he couldn't believe, he doesn't play games, but he couldn't believe the graphical power of it. He was like, "Oh, is that what games look like today?"
It definitely adds something to, because normally, where do we get the platforms normally? Nintendo, usually. So they're on the Switch. They look fine.
Yeah,
but they don't look like top of the class. And what they did here with all the artifacts. And
I was going to say, it's all the artifacts.
When it pours all balls on top of you, and they've all got physics attached to me.
There's a tree level where there's loads acorns.
Yeah,
and I was like, bloody hell! And the physics of it, if you're on one that's a bit you're on a trampoline, and they all jump up, exactly bouncing how they would.
Yep.
It is crazy the amount of detail in this game, and then the bots themselves. So you're going through these. They're pretty Metroid, fucking Mario-esque levels, just box standard, getting from one end to the other, and some fun little puzzles on the way or whatever.
Little boss maybe lurking.
That's it. Yes, that's it. Yeah, bosses lurking. But then these little bots that are then based off of not just PlayStation, but all sort of mostly PlayStation. But there are
some third-party stuff in there.
Third-party, some Resident Evil, and just fun like that. Then you collect these bots, take it back to your sort of home world, building that up. And you're just building up this PlayStation 5. They really should have, because it did come out. What did it come out? as the PS5 Pro came out just before?
Just before, yeah, it was September.
They really should have had this game as the announcement, and that was like the end of the game. That would have been so good.
Cool, yeah. There was speculation that might happen, like when you complete doing what you need to do, is that it will reveal PS5 Pro. But
that would be fucking wicked.
Cool.
But yeah, just that was just so fun, and it's just fun going back into that world, running around and interacting with the little bots and getting them to follow you. Then you could go into like a grab machine and buy each of them a little prop.
The gacha machine.
Yeah, gacha, that's it. It's just so fun.
Yeah. What did you think of the decision to... So the little bots that you go around and collect, they're not, most of them, I think they're called VIP bots, they call them, but they're the ones that are noted as that are like... They're characters from other video game franchises, but they don't specifically use their names. Like they hint at them and give you a little funny quip. Some people don't like that because they want it to be like they want to be explicitly told it's from this game, it's this character,
so they don't have to pay the companies the rights.
Well, the thing is there are admissions. Well, I'll say it. Final Fantasy's not in this, and I was reading an interview and they said no, he's not. Like even like Final Fantasy VII.
I think the Buster Sword was in.
It was in Playroom.
Is it? Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Shit.
So they're not in it. There's a lot of Square Enix stuff in there, and apparently they have to do something because they said in the interview that they respect the choice of each publisher and whether to be included or not. So it's close enough where they have to get their permission. But a lot of people, not a lot of people. Some people's criticism was, it's not. You're not saying it's so and so. You're not giving any history. I quite like that it's vague because the ones that you get, you're like, oh yeah, I know who that is. It sort of feels like you're part of this little club. The ones that you don't get, you're like, okay, I don't know every game.
No, that's right. There was going to say there was quite a few that I didn't get. A lot of like the animals running around, some of the sort of spaceships and stuff. I was like, I don't know what this is from. But yeah, some of the ones in sort of, and it took me a little while. I think sort of some of the, I think there's a Demon Souls one. But it just looks like a sort of generic knight, and I was like, of course, it's a fucking, of course it is.
Yeah.
But I think I'm with you. I did like the sort of mystery and what it was, and they're quite fun little sort of synopsis of who they are. It's sort of like you say, it'll say something. So it'll bring up like fucking Wesker from Resident Evil, saying like, "Oh, he loves wearing an umbrella."
That's it. Yeah.
We're like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, I quite like that they sort of sit around in the little hub area, in their sort of genres, in their little groups. But yeah, I just thought that was a fun thing. Like, it's a great sort of collection thing, and having them hidden in the map, and then like you say, having that little birdie once you complete the episode to get you out of danger if you've got a missed puzzle piece or some of those. Well, that was one thing I didn't like about it. It was annoying. I fucking hated it. It was a piece of crap. They what was it called? Like the weird.
He's muted himself, fiddling around with that bloody microphone. For the audio viewers, he holds his microphone these days.
I do. I don't know why I'm doing that. Like John Motson.
Is he still alive?
I don't know. I think we did this before.
I think we have. I think he's dead, is he?
He is dead, yeah. What he's dead, I think. That's what he did. It's got to be.
He's got to be.
He's got to be dead, surely. I've just
it's definitely come up more than once. So.
Yes, it's because of the way I hold it. There's Motty. Oh, why has it brought up an elephant? There's an elephant, a famous elephant.
2023, so a couple of years.
Oh, a couple of years, poor 77, the old boy. Oh, Motty. What was I saying?
Don't like something, and then Motty come up. Oh, because you muted yourself, didn't you?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I didn't like.
You don't like John Motson? God, I don't speak of the dead. Christ.
He was a racist. No, he wasn't. He was a lovely man.
You can't. Well, can you say that though? If you can. Yeah, I think once someone's dead, you can actually say what you want.
Yeah, everyone says stuff about Jimmy Savile when he's dead.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They say a lot about Jimmy Savile.
He can't defend himself.
No.
And what's his name?
And Chris Benoit.
All
sorts of accusations.
Yeah, what I didn't like is
Hulk Hogan. Oh, he's not dead. No,
he's not dead, but he needs to be. Oh, bless him. So he's trying to get a beer.
I could barely walk.
He did look old as fuck, didn't he? I didn't like. What was the other thing? Like the off-world map. It was just like another level, wasn't it? It took you off.
Oh, the little warping
warp island.
Yeah.
I wish you could find it and then go back to it at a different pace. Because remember,
it stops your whole progress at level.
Yeah. And then you have to fuck off and come back to the original level.
That's it, and redo that
again.
first. Yeah, I agree.
thought that was a bit of an odd choice, but it was fine because it sort of broke it up and you went to a new realm, which was another new interesting level.
Yeah.
I just wish I could have found it, registered that, and gone, I'll go back to that once I finish. But
walk
no.
there, maybe walk back.
Yeah, that's it.
It saves the planet on your Galaxy screen, then you can go and visit it whenever you want.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Would you have liked to have seen more or less PlayStation levels where it was like a thing where you had the God of War, Uncharted, and Horizon? Was it just 3? Was it? I think
there's a couple more. One of them I can't remember, but there's
there was an Ape Escape.
Yeah,
that's right.
I think,
more or less, or enough. Was that enough?
I think that's enough because I don't know what else they'd have. But what I think would be good if they do a next game, they commit to like having the bots being, characters from other video games.
Right.
Would be to have a mixture of two franchises on one level.
Right. Yeah. That.
Do you know what I mean? Then you can combine the powers or something like something we wouldn't see actually in any of the games, but in Astro Bot it happens. It's like a little Avengers type thing.
Good.
Like that would be cool. But I think 5 or whatever it was is a decent number.
Yeah.
And they are the highlight, but the highlight because they're not the norm. So I think if you kept doing it, if it was every other level, it'd lose its charm a little bit.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that each of the games borrow or play like the game at a simplistic level. Like God of War, you throw the axe and you can bring it back. Like there's even a bit where you have to like shimmy through a gap. You know how everyone complains about you doing that? There's actually the only time in the whole game you do this, but there's a little cave on that level and you go and shimmy through. So even like the awareness just sort of take the piss out of that.
That was really good. Brilliant. It felt weird just being able to shoot. I remember you could shoot. There was like a shooting bit in Playroom, wasn't there, where you had like a fucking minigun. But having the Uncharted one where you could shoot and the bow and arrow as well in the thing. But just it's hard to find negative things about this game. It is almost perfect. It's a very enjoyable. And I understand Adkins wasn't that sold on it.
No, he was. No, but he didn't like Mario Odyssey either.
Oh, did he not? Right.
I think these 3D platforms are too much for him in his old age. Bless him. I think he's grew up with 2D. The 3D offers too much. It requires a bit of brain power. You don't like to.
Don't be doing
I don't know if
that.
he's still got the brain power to switch on anymore. So I think he struggles. But he was playing it like he would steamroll through it really quickly, then go back and use the bird to find things. I was like, to me, that's backwards, but he was efficiently using his time. I was like, play how you want to play, but that's fucking mental, mate. If I'm being honest. But he put it in the silver category, so he still liked it.
He still enjoyed it, yeah. So I think it's hard to not like this because it is just so whimsical, fun. The music is brilliant.
And those fucking children can play it and have as much fun.
And them children can play it, and there's stuff for. What if you're sitting there playing? Oh, it's a kids' game. It's a kids' game. Play those fucking challenge levels. Beat your mates at speed
Biff
runs.
keeps fucking beating mine. I don't know if it's him or his kid, but one of them keeps getting on and keep getting a notification going, do you want to beat him? I'm like, well, I kind of do,
It is. Oh yeah, he bought it off of that Vinted, didn't he? But I fucking loved it. I've loved it. Like I say, I hope it doesn't become because they're playing it so much but to be honest, they're playing it so much that they're enjoying it and they're getting better at it. So they're asking me less and less to do it. So I'm not, because I don't want it to become a chore and be like, it's this fucking game again.
Got this fucking challenge level again.
No, like the Christmas thing, I didn't play that till after Christmas because they were playing it so much and I didn't get around to it. But then I had a day, I was like, fuck it, I'm going to play it. And that little slice of DLC, probably an hour long or whatever to get everything 100%. But just a nice little. They didn't need to do that. They'd already done the challenge map. They just done that, and you could just tell that the developers are like, it's like a passion project. It's just fun brilliant little game, and yeah, I love it. I think it's innovative.
Yeah,
The other downside I will say is it absolutely fucking melts your controller because it's
what the haptics?
the haptics are so good, and it's one of the best. It's probably the best. I'll say hands down, it's the best game for showing off that haptics feedback and all the DualSense features. But having said that, they'll play it like 2-3 days, and then they've depleted their battery, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
So what you need to do is get them one of these charging docks.
Yes, I do. I do really need to do that.
It's a fucking lifesaver. You just chuck it on there after they're done, teach them that, and then they'll never have to.
No, I really should. Again. I don't know why I haven't. It's a stupid thing. That is a brain. Because I'm lacking on USB-C cables here, so I've got one for my PC controller. I have to disconnect that and put it in their PS5, so it gets on my tits. But that is a great purchase that should be done. But yeah, that's the only other downside. But, you know, it's a trade-off. I'm nitpicking. Yeah. I'm nitpicking.
It's hard to find much wrong with it, really. I mean, I don't...
Yeah.
I just was really just in love with it. Like, it was fucking great. So we're going to put it in self-storage then. Just chuck it in there to be forgotten about.
In it goes.
Or it can go in the skip.
It's going in the skip outside, in the bin, because of those maps. Nah, fuck it, go for it. I give Vampire Survivors it. It's getting the platinum, baby.
Astro Bot lands the platinum. That's what I gave it. So.
Yeah, I'll give it. Like I say, there's the grievance with that thing, but that's not enough to knock a whole point off and give it a gold.
No, it's good length as well. Like it's not
great length. Yeah, it's challenging. It's replayable. It's fun. It's windy. If you're feeling depressed, play it. Keeps you chirpy.
I was say it's like they should just put this on the fucking NHS as an antidepressant and say just play Astro Bot for a few hours.
Play Astro Bot. It'd be fucking lovely.
It's just joyful just to put on and play. Like,
when there's that level where you go like fucking underground and then there's like mushrooms dancing and there's like a funky little beat in the background, like trying to play that and not bob your head or it's just it's just a.
Then you add in like the nostalgia of like the franchises of the games that you pop in, like that's another layer of it. Yeah, but I agree. Like platinum, that's good. For another entry, because now the bar's well high, and it's not just us. This was one of the highest rated games of 2024. Yeah. Game of the year at the Keeleys.
Is it third now in OpenCritic all time?
All time. I think it's up there, isn't it? I don't know because there's a few 96s and 7s.
All platinums, all time. It is. Oh no, it's to be seen. It's 9th. Christ.
Down the
but that's still good. It's sitting on a 95.
I mean, what's it below?
What is this Caves of Quad? I hate it when they do this.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, we've got something in here with 5 reviews.
Email them and say, this is fucking toilet, you stupid cooks.
What's above them that should be there? It's got Mario Odyssey number 1, Breath of the Wild number 2, Baldur's Gate 3 number 3, Tears of the Kingdom number 4. You need to borrow that as well. Are you waiting for Switch 2 on that?
Yeah. And even then, it won't run at 60, so I've wasted 2 years, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just done with this Switch. I need to just... I want to take a hammer to it. Like,
that's what it deserves.
That's what it deserves. A stinky old Switch that it gets.
Red Dead coming at number 5. GTA 4 coming in at number 6. I'd probably put it above GTA 4.
Yeah, so would I. And I think a lot of people would as well. That's interesting because that's
sitting on a 95.
That's only got 6 reviews.
What? That's what?
GTA, because OpenCritic didn't exist in 2008. I don't know what they've done. Email them again. Go, what are you doing?
Right, take that and them 2 out then Elden Ring and then so
it's on the same as Elden Ring as well. It's the same like rating. So what's the difference? Is it different like recommended?
12 is Persona 5 Royale. Number 13, Persona 5.
Oh yeah, yep. I'll tell you what sickens me is Metroid Prime sitting that high up, but that's, that's a personal issue I've got with that. It's always going to be the way. But no, I mean it goes into like as one of the greats, really. Like
it really is
reception. I've seen a lot of bitter bugs out there that haven't got the PlayStation. Like really don't like the fact this is it's reviewer bait. They're just pandering to them. Like no, it is really good.
It is that damn good.
It is that damn good. So if you get a PS5, if you've got a PS5, you have to just get this. Like, just get it. Don't get a PS5 for it. I'm never going to say that. No. Like, GTA is the sort of games you buy platforms for, potentially. But if you've got one, you haven't got this, go out and fucking find it.
Go and get the bastard. Yeah, absolute stellar.
From one great PlayStation franchise, well, it is a franchise now, I guess Astro Bot, it wasn't, but it is now, to another, God of War Ragnarok, Valhalla, the free DLC from 2023, was it come out?
Yeah,
it was late 2023. The roguelike version of this, I played for it when it came out.
You did before me, didn't you? I was a bit late to this. When did it come out?
I think it was 2023.
2023.
Let me have a look. I'll look in a second.
Have a little ganders. And I played it quite a quick.
Not long, is it?
No.
Well, it can be if you get really.
Yeah, I was going to say
caught out.
It took me a little while to get back into the swing of God of War.
December 2023.
When was that?
December 2023.
December. I think I played it. When did I play it? There's my fucking trophies. There they are. I played it. God of War. I played it in September. So almost a full year. And
so I said, I think I even said this to you. I said, you will love this because, not because it's a roguelike, not because it's Kratos, but because it focuses a lot on the original trilogy. I was like, he's going to fucking adore this when he plays it. I was trying to need you to play it earlier. But
he was. I don't know why I held off on it. It did seem a bit silly. But
now you report back and go, oh shit, crap's all over the originals.
I've got to say, aside from Vampire Survivors, this is my second favourite roguelike. Because it was, I don't know, the story sort of lent into it as well.
Yeah.
It was sort of, the reoccurring themes, and it progressed, and it didn't feel a chore to keep going through it. It felt different each run. It's
because the fucking combat in that game's so good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why. Here's one question, because it'd been a while since I played Ragnarok. Because it was late coming out. Like, this was like I'll look up the times in a minute. But it was even longer for you since you'd played Ragnarok. How rusty were you trying to get back in there? Because I remember when I first picked it up, I was a bit like, so November 2022 it came out. The following December we got the DLC. I played it the following December, so a year and change out of the game. And I was like, oh my goodness, I've forgotten everything, all my little tricks. Because at one point I don't know if you got this with the game where you're just so efficient at that game. You know how to block, what to parry, what to dodge, what to... You just know.
And we're going for those Valkyries. They were in Ragnarok, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, going for them. And
they had those fucking big fuckers, those people in the kings of whatever it were. They were the bastards.
They were fuckers, weren't they? Yeah. So, you had to be for that. And
you had to be perfect.
Yeah, you really did. And without having that knowledge and that sort of muscle memory, I was dog shit going into this. I really was. And I think I don't pay enough attention to the loot. I was just sort of, that'll do.
Those people's on the left.
That's it, exactly, yeah. Yeah, essentially was that. I wasn't really... Oh, it's broken him.
Whoa! I don't know if it's supposed to be that
What
noise.
is it? One of those secret labs, is it?
No, this isn't. This is actually a Herman Miller.
Oh,
but one of the cheap ones, not like the expensive.
It
was fucking expensive for a chair, but not the top end. Like, it wasn't four figures.
Oh, was
like some of those fuckers are. But I had I don't know how I got it now. Like a massive gift card for like John Lewis. It covered.
Did Mark ever paid for stuff like that?
At one point they would have done. But that was like peak. Now it's like no chance. Like, get in the office, you lazy bastard. Like, fair cop.
Fair cop. Wow.
Fair cop. So what were we talking about? God of War Ragnarok, Valhalla.
Yes.
The combat. Trying to get back in the swing of it.
Yeah, trying to get back in. But it's one of those things. The more you play it, the better you get, and the more you remember, and then you start to learn, like you say, those patterns. And the end of the bosses get difficult. You get styled up. Then the way that run as well, when you go through the areas and you get to that last area and and they fucking chuck a timer in there and you're like, oh, what's this up my arse?
Yeah. The thing about that is like there's a timer to do it, but the more you do, you can make yourself really like good and powerful for like the next battle. Because I remember the first few times I was sort of skimming through doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, that's why I was going in as well, going into that area, and then you've got to go and beat so many, haven't you, within the time limit? And I was going to the easiest ones, getting them done, and leaving the hardest ones to the end, where I was like, oh fuck, and then snarling myself up. But then by the end of it, I was going in and getting the big ones first, and going, right, let's put you cunts down first. But yeah, just a brilliant. I just like the way that it integrates the story, like you say, the way it connects to the old games. That's something that I've always had with this new franchise. Is like, it's brilliant for what it is, but I didn't like that they sort of just brushed over the old games. Although they didn't, there are story beats and they do link it, but there's no focus on it. This DLC is the biggest focus on it, and it's like it has the brilliant conversations with Mimir and
I like what they do with Mimir and like the character that replaces him in this. It's such a cool callback to the trilogy. Like, it's
so good.
They've been fucking goading you throughout it. It's like
it's brilliant. It really is,
and it's free.
And free, that is the biggest thing. That's what's even more baffling why I didn't play it straight away. It's like, well, it's there. But yeah, like I say, it never felt like a typical roguelike, because although you are going through a run, the runs are very short as well. You could sort of go through 10 minutes, if that. But because it was sort of adding a story beat to it as well and changing it up a little bit, it sort of didn't feel like... I remember like watching people play Returnal. I was like, oh, this is brilliant, but I can imagine getting to that point where you're getting close to the end of that run and then dying and having to start right from the beginning again.
Yeah.
You'll be like, oh, for fuck's sake. I don't think I ever got that, only when I like died or something right there. I was like, but that's basically a user error anyway.
I died at one point, one sliver away from like beating. I was like... Really? I was fucking fuming. But I'll tell you what, the next time I went in, I fucking wiped the floor of the cunt. And I was like, well.
There you go. And that's the damage you could be doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking brilliant. Absolute brilliant. Music.
Totally unexpected. Like I said, it's over a year after the game come out. I don't know if it was shadow dropped, but it was like announced and released very quickly.
I think it was. It was on like a state of play, I think. It was just chucked in. Yeah, it was really good.
And I was like, how am I going to fit this in? And unfortunately, I did. Yeah, 8th of December is when the trailer dropped, and it was out 3 days later, or 4 days later, 5 days later, whatever that fucking
absolute tile. Is it on PS4 or is it a PS5 exclusive? Because Ragnarok was on PS4, wasn't it?
That's a good question.
No Horizon DLC. I still haven't played it yet.
I think you can get it on PS4. Yeah, it's got PS4 listed here.
Nice. I was just thinking that the other day. I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima DLC. I haven't played Horizon DLC, either Horizon DLC, Frozen Wastelands, or
Burning Shores. Well, imagine how apropos that is now. Those fucking fires going on.
Oh, cool. Yeah, fucking that's a point.
I think it's set in that.
Oh yeah, isn't it? LA, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was like,
oh,
the real Kojima predicting things.
Cyberpunk. I haven't played Cyberpunk DLC. Or I haven't completed Blood and Wine. Witcher.
Oh, mate.
I know. I started it. I just don't finish it. I am shit with DLC.
The thing is, I get a bit annoyed with DLC. Like I said, this was free. I got through it, blah, blah. But going back to it, I remember getting a little bit pissed off because I was like, I fucking can't remember to play the game. The worst examples I've had of this was Burning Shores.
Right, yeah. Because that's another one.
That's another one. It's like it's actually quite complex.
And
like when
does it
just chucks you in?
It's not a standalone, is it? You can't. You have to.
Frozen. I think it's level gates. All the enemies are like a high level when you go there. And again, that's another game that isn't. Once you get used to it, like you master it, you that's the word. You master it, and it feels like it's easy. But you jump back in, and that was like nearly 18 months after it come out. And I was like, I've got no idea how to use this. All the enemies are super powerful and it was kicking my ass. That was the the real pig of society doing that. And then the other one I had a bit of trouble with, but was actually easier, was the final transmission of Callisto Protocol. But that actually came out a few months afterwards. I just waited ages, and that was a bit more easy. But I say all that to say that the DLC coming out so late, I'm finding tricky. One, because I sort of don't always want to go back to the game. Even if I loved it, I'm like, we're sort of done with that chapter. Yeah. And then two, when you pick it up, there's no tutorial usually. It doesn't like ease you in. It's like, oh, you remember how to play this because you've played 100 hours of it. It's like, no, I don't.
No, I don't. Help me.
Help. I need some fodder. I need to learn everything. And like, especially with like RPGs and things like that, have all these abilities that you unlock because you...
I think I've done the first 3 runs without realising I could change my weapons. With a spear and the fucking Blades of Chaos. I remember just having the axe. And I think I was sitting there thinking, what are these fucking unlocks? I thought, oh, fuck yeah, you can change your weapon. That really changes everything.
Yeah. Yes.
And then like there was like moves that I'd forgotten how to do, like holding L1 and doing the sort of power bangs.
And the parries and all that shit.
Yeah, they really should have stuck like a small tutorial in there, just
optional.
But...
you skip it if you don't want to, but so I like the DLCs, but I think they're getting to the stage where they're taking too long to come out.
Yeah.
But then, do you know what used to happen? The game would come out and there'd be a DLC a month later, and people were like, "You cut that out of the main game and charged us for it." And it's like, probably, but at least I knew how to play the fucking game when I sat down to play it, rather than spending the first 3 hours going, "I don't know what I'm doing, Jeff."
Spider-Man ones, did they drip feed them?
They drip feed, every like 8 weeks or something. There was an episode that come out, and
so that was quite a good idea. And I mean, that can be a bit of a bastard as well. But again, there's a sort of relying on parry and stuff. You can go back into
dodging and
some of that shit. But no, Ragnarok, brilliant little DLC. Adds to still adds to the story and tickles those bollards of long time franchise lovers.
Yeah.
And looked great, ran great as usual. And it was enough there for the roguelite lovers. And it was challenging, but not fucking hard as bolt challenging to put you off. What was that? Could you remember they had that little weird section? Was that in? No, that was in original God of War.
Oh, the mist level.
Yeah, the mist level where that had sort of like that had like a Bloodborne type. You fucking had like souls you had to get, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like that though because it changed. The layout would change each time.
That's right. Yeah, and then you
I think one of those Valkyries is hidden in there as well. So you have to, and you need a certain time because the mist would start gassing you out. So you have to find the Valkyrie and kill it and get back.
And then get back. That's right. Yeah, that was quite good. I fucking loved it. Brilliant DLC. Wish I played it sooner, but I'm glad I got there in the end.
Got there in the end. What are we doing with Valhalla then?
Valhalla, I'm going to give Valhalla a solid gold.
Yeah. Good DLC. Just all the Doctor Order and like the callbacks to the original trilogy.
Brilliant. That did hit home because I am a big fan.
Particular. So there's rumours flying around that they might be remastering this trilogy or all the games.
Yeah.
Would you? When you've played you go back and just play them again on the new.
Yeah, I think I would. I've got 1, 2, and 3, and the PSP.
You gave me 3 on PS4.
Yeah, but I've got on PS3.
Yeah,
on PS3 I've got God of War 3, 1 and 2 remastered, the 2 PSPs remastered, and then they brought Ascension out, and then I bought God of War 3 again because I think God of War was like my second favourite game at the time. I think it went Metal Gear, then God of War. Would have been 3. Yeah, God of War 3 I fucking loved.
Yeah.
Then it would have gone Last of Us when that came out, and so 3 was up there as my.
You lent that to me, that remaster of the PS4.
Yeah, and then it came out on PS4 and they remastered. So bought it for that and played through it again, and then lent it to you. Yeah. So I played 3 like a good few times. I tried to platinum it as well. One of those ones though you have to go through it again on hard or thing, and that is quite challenging. Those ones.
Yeah. Have you seen? I think his name's Adam McDermott. He does something called Platinum Journey.
Oh, right, possibly. I might come across him.
And there's one for God of War 3 that he does. It's actually quite a good video.
Oh, is it? I'll have to have a look at that.
It's that long. It's only like... I think he's done all of them.
Oh, was it?
All the
I
originals.
think I might. Yeah, I think I did use the phone because he had everything. He had all the PS3 ones as well.
That's it.
And I did try and do them myself, but I remember playing Ascension on hard, and it was fucking difficult. I was like, oh, because it didn't have like a parry system back then. It was just fucking hack and slash.
He does one of the not Zelda games, one of the Metal Gear games.
Oh,
I mean, I've just done Death Stranding. As
yeah, that was fucking hard.
And that's 100 of that. The Metal Gear Solid, I think it might have been 2.
5 was quite difficult. I think that you had to get every
5 was filth.
S rank.
Yeah.
S rank on everything. Maxing out them fucking that mother base.
Oh yeah,
He's
a dirty bastard when it comes to his platinum.
There's no easy ones. I was quite glad with because the original Last of Us that had fucking didn't have that factions mode.
Oh, the online
and that was like that.
Yeah.
You couldn't rely like you had to rely on other people to.
It was like 10 hours to get through. You had to do both campaigns and not die before the campaign ended. And it's like it takes like 10 hours. And it's like. Yeah.
And then they shut the servers off, so you can never get the platinum on that original now. Nope. And then when they made the PS5 remake, they
took them
they changed the list. Thank fuck. And
they don't have the online mode, do they? It's not there.
No. Oh, of course, yeah, they completely eradicated, didn't they?
I thought. Well, I guess at the time they thought they were going to have The Last of Us online.
Yeah, that's true.
But in hindsight, maybe they should have done like a new. I don't know. I don't know. But we know we've got our goals for God of War Ragnarok, Valhalla. Controversial, well, not controversial, but I remember the score being given out for Far Cry 5 being controversial.
Oh, yeah.
Got boosted for one moment in the game.
Boosted.
But we've got Far Cry 6 here.
Far Cry 6.
Matey boy from Breaking Bad running the show. He's
Gino Esposito. No, I don't know what his name is, something like that.
He was in an old B movie that I saw on Channel 5 years ago called Phoenix.
Oh really?
And Ray Liotta's in it.
Oh,
and who's that fucker who? What's that guy of Rust? Where they killed that poor woman. What's his name?
I know.
Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. So one of his brothers is in this Phoenix film.
Oh,
like
is he?
The most least known one. Yeah. It looks like Ash Long's dad, but Anthony. But why am I talking about that? Oh, because Matey Boy was in it.
Yes.
And then when I saw him in Breaking Bad, I was like, oh, wow, he's actually got out of like the B-movie circuit. And, he's got a prominent role in like one of the best TV shows of all time. And then now he's scraping around the bottom of the barrel with Far Cry 6. So
he's fucking there.
First question. What did you play it on?
I played this on, and it was the last game I played on.
Switch.
The Xbox, the Switch. It was running at 720p at 13 FPS. It was the Xbox Series X.
Oh, dusted it off.
Dusted it off for the first. Well, I played Diablo a lot this year on it, 50 odd hours.
Was it on Game Pass? Is this why you played it?
No, it is on Game Pass, but I bought this. It was I see it in Asda's for 15 quid. I was like, cool. I think it was Black Friday. I think it was last year. So I bought it last year, and then it was sat in my little collection for almost a year. And then when did I play this? Let's have a little look. Oh, again, got this back in our thing. I think I saw it in Asda's and picked it up for 15 quid. And I was like, wow. And then about 2 weeks later, I went on Game Pass. I was like, for fuck's sake.
Well, you got the physical collectors now.
Well, that's sort of true. I've played the only Far Cry game I haven't played is. No, I've played that. I played that and completed it. I don't think I completed 2. 2 was quite hard. That was in Africa. But I know the
malaria or something, can you have to keep injecting yourself with? Like
that's it. Yeah. It was the Primal game. I never played that, but everything else, including Blood Dragon, I played that, and I played this and completed this in September. So a long old time. When did this come out? This was released 2021. Cool, and I played it last September.
Well, given how you were fond of Far Cry 5, but not New Dawn.
3 was brilliant. 3
was the go.
3 was up in my. I think that was in my top 5. I think for a while.
Yeah.
That
was the one. That was the breakthrough one for sure.
That was. And
I got on the bandwagon late. Jumped into 4 which might be the most boring.
Yeah, 4 was weird. I mean, it had a cool protagonist in Pagan Min, which was Troy Baker. Yeah, but it was a weird setting. So we've gone from like this Caribbean fucking island, tropical island, full of fucking mad, to now we're in snowy caps of the Himalayas. You're like, Christ, that's change. Loved. I enjoyed 4. I did play quite a lot. Played that on PC. That was just as my old Master Race when I built my old PC.
I remember you showing me Far Cry 3 on that first Master Race.
Oh really? Oh yeah.
Look at the water effects, and I was like, yeah.
Because that would have been we'd have been playing that on 360 back then. Oh, back in those days. I got the collector's edition, which come with a bobblehead vase. And then for one, 5? Yeah, 5. The That's great America. Controversial 5, which that was a fucking brilliant. I still do really love that game. And then the debacle of New Dawn.
I remember you didn't like that because didn't it level gate?
No, it's a level gated me. Yeah, I tried to rush
Which
through
isn't the game normally, is it? Like
no, it's not at all. No.
It was a different.
It was a different set. I don't know why they've done that. They did that in 5. No, I don't think they did levels in 5.
I think it's harder if you don't level up your like equipment and stuff. But the games that like that, the way you described New Dawn to me is like the leveling makes difference to your damage output and the damage you receive. So it's like an old an RPG almost. Like it's going to be just almost impossible unless you're the correct level or got the correct items or whatever it was. But I suppose it shook up the formula a little bit because a lot of the criticism that comes Far Cry's way is like, it's a reskin of the last one.
Yeah, see, this one...
Where's this set? Not Cuba, but a fictional Cuba, isn't it?
Yeah, fictional Cuba this is, yeah. And the setting's really good.
I'm a political refugee from Cuba. Yeah,
it's a very...
Where'd you get that scar, eating pussy?
It's a very political game, this is.
Cool. Pro-Donald,
I'd say this is a bit of the downside to this game. It is that they add features that have never been in a Far Cry game before, such as
a good story,
third person.
Oh, what?
So you go into. It's weird though. So you go into like you have like a base where you sort of go to, and it's like your hub area.
Yeah.
Where you that's where you can like craft stuff and do stuff. But when you go into that's when you turn into third person. But the second you leave that base, it goes in.
Do you create your character at all? Is it like you just choose male or female?
No, you can only change. I think you can change the outfits of what they wear and stuff. But you can change, female. There's 2 versions, female or a bit like Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Yeah.
So they had that. You both like the character's called Danny, so whatever gender you'd pick, there's no gender. They them. So take the points away from that. Looking out the they thems.
Get us banned talking like that. Go on Rumble with Joe Rogan. Still rinsing it in with Spotify. So
it's true. So they added that, and I was like, oh, that's quite fun. It would be cool to play third person. And there's like a weapon that you get in this game. I forget what it's called now, but it's basically like a jetpack on your back, but shoots like rockets and stuff. But when you use that in the world, it goes to third person. And also, I think no climbing actually, no. But so that's the only bit you see third person. Even if you get in the cars and stuff, it's all first person. But when you're playing first person, then it's just more Far Cry. So you're not actually. It's not really adding much to it. And I've got to say, the formula is starting to get a bit stale now. Where it literally is the same sort of thing. You know, you've got your strongholds that you go to. I'm just thinking about it now. There is a bit of level gating in this, not in a sense that you've got enemies with different levels, like what's it called. But there are areas, if you go into certain areas of the map, there'll be higher levels. So it'd be tougher to take them areas out. But you can then... So basically there's like a route that you should go. So you purposely go through. But if you... Because I think
might be in a bit of Tears of the King, Breath of the Wild. So I think you could possibly just go straight for the boss. And kill him.
Oh, in this as well, you could maybe.
Yeah. But you can't get. Maybe they don't make it because they might block that off in the story. But that area where the boss is
open.
Is open, and I believe it's just so hard that you can't do it. So there is, I mean, people did do that. There's fucking runs of people going straight to Ganon.
And look, I don't know if this happens in 6, but I think one of the what I get irritated about level gating is when you do the main quest line. And let's say you do a handful of side stuff, but the side stuff's boring. You don't want to do it. But the game wants you to do more of the side stuff.
Yeah.
If you're going to do some sort of gating, then the minimum requirement should be the critical path.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Like, and once you've earned the right story wise to get to the boss or whatever it is to get to the final level, you should be appropriately equipped to be able to do that. Sure, you can make it easy to do the side stuff, but I feel like some games. I remember I had this in Odyssey. It felt like it was I'd done everything, and it was like, right, now you need to do this, that, and that, and I was like 5 levels off the next story mission.
Right,
and I'd done everything, but I had to then go off and find random assassinations and like waste time leveling up. And I was like, I don't like that. I like just, if you're going to offer a game, I should be able to be critical pathing it if I want to. Because most of your side to it is garbage.
Yeah. The whole time you were just telling me that story, I had Mario Odyssey in my head. I was thinking, I'm going to go level gating in Mario Odyssey. Yeah, but I do remember that now, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Assassin's Creed.
That was quite egregious in that Assassin's Creed. Especially when there were like some mythical bosses at the end, and they were fucking like their level game was ridiculous as well.
And I don't mind if you want to do like end game stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, end game's fine.
But I should be able to go from story mission to story mission to story mission and nothing else.
That's what I didn't like about New Dawn is because it did restrict me from doing that. I had to go off and fucking do it, and I think I ended up chucking it on an easier setting just to try and get through it.
We've all done it.
And now it spoils the fucking ending of things.
Of 5,
But yeah, no. So this, like I say, they've added some new features there that try and shake up the mould. The first time you can pick your protagonist, male or female, even though it's essentially the same.
Can you not do that in 5?
No, you're just. I'm pretty sure you are, aren't you? Can't remember what your name is in 5. Because like even with free, you're like the most generic man ever, Jason, wasn't it? But it was like the most generic dude.
He's just
ever.
going for a piss up though, and he gets snarled up on this nonsense.
And then he gets roped in, and that was what I think I quite liked about it. It was quite a sort of like fun story. And you sort of when he first kills someone, he's like, "Oh, I can't believe it," and then like this, you're like just a random dude and like taking over fucking governments. Very power hungry, but it was good. They added some new cool, but at the core of it, this is a quintessential typical Far Cry. You're going through the missions, building up your campment and stuff, crafting
you have companions
in this. Got a little doggy with wheels for legs.
No Hamburger the bear or whatever he was.
It was Hamburger. It was something like that. Yeah, it was burger or some sort of food, wasn't it? Hot dog. No, might have been burger. There you got an alligator this time. He's fucking devastating. Just running around chomping up things. A horse, I think, was one. But so you got your companions, you got your stronghold. You go in there. There's like areas as well. They've done it the same with 5. So like there's areas in the map, and those areas have a little sub boss that feel like a commander for you to take out. It's typical. This is the first time they've had a celebrity in the game. They had Troy Baker, but he wasn't as big as what he was. How he is now. But what is his name? Gino? I forget.
Matey boy
from what's it called? Story's fine. I wanted it to go away in my head, and it didn't, so that left a sour taste in my head. But that I can't have that. I can't really take that away from them. But that was just
Giancarlo Esposito.
Oh, it is Esposito.
Sorry, matey boy.
But
his full name. Let's get the real shit here.
Cool. Get the full.
Giancarlo Giuseppe Alessandro Esposito.
Oh,
he's
the
an American
quintessential
actor.
Cuban. Is that class
Born
as
in
American?
Denmark.
Right. What's he doing here then?
What's he doing over there?
What's he doing over in Denmark? So yeah,
Italian stage. Hang on, who's that? Son of Giovanni John C. Esposito, an Italian stagehand and carpenter from Nepal, and Elizabeth Lisa Foster, an African-American opera and nightclub singer from Alabama.
oh, a real rich history
Real
for the young
cauldron
boy.
there.
Yeah, but yeah, he stand out very good in this game. A
I
very
always
good.
wonder how like actors will do in video games.
Well, he
they've-
works
They facial caption him and everything. So it's not like they've changed
Yes.
his appearance, but
exactly. Yeah,
I
this
wonder if
is
they're going to put the
very
effort
good.
in. Like,
Yeah,
they come along like, "Oh, do you want to do in our video game?" They're like, "How much?" And they're like,
Yeah.
"All right, what? A few days in the fucking recording
yeah,
booth."
it'd be
and on
interesting
stage.
because he is in this quite a bit, but it is just literally like, well, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Cutscenes. He's just
Yeah.
cutscenes, but yeah, he's got quite a few, and you can tell it's like motion capture stuff. It's him doing the stuff. You know, he's a general, so he's not fucking. You know, he's not diving around shooting guns and
No.
stuff. So it definitely was the actor and stuff. But yeah, and he plays a villain very good. He was also a villain in Star Wars, The Mandalorian, isn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah. Is he? And without trying to like spoil it for myself, I'll probably never play it. But is he just an out and out villain?
Yes.
Or there's no grey matter to him, or
No,
not
there's-
reasonable anyway. It's like his
No,
view
it's
is
not.
unreasonable. It's not like you're like, oh, he's got a point there. You're like, no, you're just
Yeah.
killing people and causing havoc.
No,
mate.
they try, but no, it's
He's a
more.
bad bastard.
Yeah, he's a bad bastard. He tries to give reason between his methods, but yeah, it's like they're saying, no, I was doing it for the greater good.
Not buying that one, Adolf.
Yeah. Yeah, so this, like he'll say this. The reason he's doing this cleansing is like for the
Christ.
country,
He really is
for the
Adolf.
country. He's a Cuban Adolf. But yeah, so no, he's a bit like, I suppose thing was, it was just Vars. He wasn't reasonable, but he was just like a likable villain, wasn't he? He reminded me, and I said this quote to Yellow Boots, remembers God of Far Cry 3. Because
He remembers Far Cry 3.
He remembers. He's never played it, but he
Okay.
remembers Adkins' quote saying the villain of Far Cry 3 was the second best villain to the Joker.
Oh,
So I claimed Vars to be the second best villain to
do
the
you stand
Joker.
by that in 2025?
2025, we've had a lot of good villains now, I suppose. Have we? Who's a good villain? Thanos? Because he weren't knocking about. Probably better than Vars or Thanos.
I'll choose Vars, I think.
Yeah.
Thanos' fat head.
I've cut out fucking Darth Vader as well. God.
Was he a villain, though?
Well, that's true.
Like,
Yeah.
he killed enough people for him to... You don't get to atone for that, I'm sorry.
No,
Mr.
but
Vader.
I loved Vars just with how mental he was.
Is
and
Jaws a villain in Jaws, the shark?
Well,
Or was it just,
yeah, I
or was it just
suppose.
an animal eating?
eating, and they're fucking chasing him
They're
around.
endangered and they're fucking blowing him up.
Strapping barrels to the poor cunt.
Cruel animal cruelty going on. Dragging him to the surface.
Petter in there. What are they doing? Fucking hell.
Speaking of Petter, do you skin animals in this for pelts and like
Yes,
armour
you
and
do,
stuff? So you still
yes.
slaughter
You still
animals.
slaughter the fucks. You get bitten by sharks. You got fucking alligators biting your arsehole. You got birds of prey. I'm fucking walking along somewhere and a fucking eagle come at me. I was like, what is this? Got boars that shit the life out of you in the fucking jungle.
I'll tell you one thing. I played Far Cry 4. It's the only one I've played from start to finish. I remember, I think I even had a video of it somewhere. There was like an eagle or something that flew down and picked up a boar. And I was like, and I wasn't part of the, I was just like walking
That's just
through
like
and just random stuff happened. I was like, that's actually really cool. Just like
Yeah, it's
witnessing
quite cool. I
stuff
think
like
that does still happen in this. There's tigers as well in this.
Because like if the animals interact with the humans, they'll just start fighting, won't they? So if you
That's
come
right,
across...
yeah, 'cause you do get a few in like this in the strongholds. You get like fucking caged lions and stuff. You can shoot the cage. I'd always tend to play these games pretty stealthy up until the second I can unlock a silencer or a bow and arrow, and then
Yeah.
that's my way. I'll go around stealthing. But then by the time you get towards the end game, you're fucking so power. You've got every unlockable, all the perks and skill trees that you just fucking go in and blast the shit out of everyone. And as long as you kill that fucker that's about to set the alarm off and call for backup.
Oh yeah.
Try and put him down. But I played this for about just shy of 40 hours. I think I played this for, and that was
meaty. Did you do much side content, or
I did, to be honest. Yeah, I sort of went through. I think I tried to go through and complete all of the. Clear down all the like strongholds and stuff.
Yeah.
Just trying to see if I can bring up
do
my
they
trophies.
do any like? Are there any like side story arcs that have?
There are, yeah. So that the companions, they each have their own little story each to unlock them. So you go through them, and then there's characters you meet throughout the world who are just like NPCs, and they give you missions. And these little encampments, you have like the big encampment that you that's where you go to like set off your next missions, and that's where you do your crafting, and there's some side stuff in there. Cockfighting, that's in there.
Wasn't that in Sleeping Dogs?
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But this time you actually, I did do that. But this you actually play as the cock, and it's like a Tekkan. It's like fucking fighting
play as the
game.
cock every day.
Yeah,
that's back.
Exactly that. So this is fun. But yeah, so you have those section, but then so you can like try fast travel around the world. There's little mini encampments that you unlock, and in them they tend to have 2 or 3 NPCs that have little side stories and cutscenes and stuff. I believe you can play this whole game in co-op as well.
Oh,
I never did, but I believe you can.
Interesting.
And
so you could 4, you could play certain missions in co-op.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
like certain strongholds, I think they were. You could, or maybe it was strongholds. You could like invite someone in and get away from it. But
I'm sure you could play this. Yeah, drop in, drop out.
When you play a big open world game, because this is an open world game at the end of the day, do you ever not fast travel? Like, has there ever been a game where the world where you're like, I want to see what might happen? I like your
idea. I think you said it. Like, was it with like, was it Red Dead 2 you played where you didn't do a single thing?
No, I didn't. And because it was harder. It wasn't like easily accessible. If I remember, you had to go to the camp. You had to go open up a book. You could only go to certain places, and it wasn't. There wasn't loads of it. So it wasn't like it was. Most games, every checkpoint you can fucking fast travel within an inch of. But
I try not to. But then
if the game's not offering,
I was going to say exactly, and I'm tending to try and to like platinum it at least. So by the end, once the story's done and I'm doing side stuff, I'm like, right, I've got to go to the other side of the fucking map. I'm like, no, I'll just fucking travel. It's easier. Yeah. But I do understand it does feel like cheating because certainly with stuff like, especially with a Far Cry game as well, not to the extent of Fallout where you'll get to that destination and get sidetracked by something else, but something dynamic like a fucking tiger attacking you or stumbling across a little encampment and then taking them all out. That does always tend to happen when you're not fast traveling. So it does cut that out. To a detriment, really. So you should do the apps way and not fast travel. But
adds 20 hours to every single game.
Well, this is this is the only trouble.
Although in this you can get in vehicles, can't you, and drive around?
Yeah, you got horses in this. You can fucking gallop up the thing. I did use that quite a lot. And then I fucking did that. Went up to the top of this mountain. Fucking horse died. And had to walk home. And then you are slow. You've got the old glider still. But
it's quite. Is that?
Yeah, wingsuit. Sorry, that's it. Yeah. But you haven't got.
There's like a little helicopter, wasn't there, in 4?
Yeah, they've got
like
in this.
Light aircraft.
There's like a boat car thing. There's like a dynamic. It's there is some cool stuff in this game.
Any cool weapons? I mean, you mentioned the jetpack and
the jetpack. I forget what it's called now. The Devastator or something. It's like a jetpack that you can change what it does. So you can make it like shoot out EMPs to destroy, like disable their tanks and stuff. You can literally have a rocket launcher that just fucking, you can walk into a stronghold and fucking obliterate the cunts. That's quite satisfying to do, but no good for the stealth run.
No, that'll make a bit of noise, that.
Yeah. The vehicles are crazy. You get planes, helicopters, boats, cars, quad bikes. There's
Yeah.
races throughout the things. So you can race around the map.
No, we've got races in Death Stranding now. Time trial.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you have. It don't be needing it.
To build the fucking track yourself, though.
Yeah,
Fucking
cool,
3,000 worth of materials. Like, I thought he was going to build it for me. I was like, nope. And I was like, you bastard.
Is there stuff? Can you stumble on like user created ones?
No. So the racetrack is a set course.
Oh, is it? Right.
But you have to give him like 4,000 ceramics and metals, and like it's quite a lot. And then it's like a set course, but there's no like user created courses,
Right.
which is maybe they'll put that in Death Stranding too.
How less of a painful experience does it make having those bots? The new bot,
Yeah, Buddy Bot. I'll get
Less
into this
or-
more later on in this particular edition. I think Loading's going to sit down and do the full review with me.
Yeah.
But and this will be before that. It does, but where it's useful, it's transporting large materials to a road auto paver, which is my favourite thing to do, is to build a road. Because you can load up your carrier and drag it behind you, load up your back, and then load up Buddy Bot, so you can actually get a shitload of stuff.
Shit, right.
But anything else, and you can do it in any delivery. So if you haven't got enough capacity to, I don't know, get from A to B in one trip, Buddy Bot you can bring, but you've got to wait for him. Right. Because by this time you might have found a quicker way. You might be on the zip lines. You might be driving. Like, he's quite slow in comparison to you, so you have to wait at the other end for him.
Right.
But you know the lost cargo that is everywhere. There's lost cargo everywhere.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
It was almost not worth picking up because it's so few likes and it was just a waste of time. But you bring Buddy Bot with you, you load him up with all that shit, then you press deliver mode, and he goes and delivers it to all the different outposts. And then the next time you're there, you just return it like on the menu, and you cash in on it. So that was quite good, just to sort of get a few extras for like leveling up some of the facilities at 5 stars.
Yeah,
that sort of
that's quite
because it would just like add an extra sort of few hundred likes, which isn't a lot, but over time, it makes a difference. So
yeah.
Buddy Bot can be improved though. I've got a lot of ideas for Buddy Bot. Buddy Bot should be able to, you should be able to set him on a mode to go and collect specific materials. He should be able to get on the back of a car with you or a bike, so you can take him with you.
That'd be handy.
I mean, you can sit on the Buddy Bot and just let it deliver you to the next delivery point, but you won't get the S rank if you sit on Buddy Bot.
Of course, yeah.
And you'll be there an hour as well because he's so fucking slow. And if you walk through a mule camp, you're fucking dead before you know, and there's void outs happening.
Oh, interesting. I look forward to the Death Stranding director's cut coming soon.
There's some cool additions to it, but the racetrack highly unnecessary.
Highly necessary. Well, there's
no
race
that.
Track. Yeah, that is random, isn't it? It's actually a thing going right. We've still
one of the worst controlling things about the game, other than the gunplay, is the vehicles.
Yeah.
And they go,
I remember fucking taking
bomb around a racetrack.
What's
with
that
those
fucking
shitters.
that like the fucking truck thing? It's like
the truck.
Trying to get that through that fucking black crater stuff. I remember getting that stuck.
It gets stuck. Yeah, it wouldn't move, and then it fold out because those BTs were lurking.
Fucking disaster. But yeah, there's racing in Far Cry, but it's additional bollocks.
Is it against other drivers or is it time trials?
Time trials.
Okay.
Yeah, time trials again. Yeah, but yeah, down to this thing. So yeah, they had some new stuff, but it still had that same old Far Cry feel to it.
What I will say though is this like a little bit of junk food, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to play a game like this. Where...
Yeah, I've got to say I did enjoy my time. Like, I didn't think it was a bad game. The story was serviceable. Like, it wasn't, weren't Far Cry 3 levels of fun to play. Like,
no.
I came away from that. Like, the characters were brilliant. The story was fun. There were some brilliant set pieces and fun levels, like memorable stuff.
Yeah.
Like setting fire to all that weed field and fucking the fucking mushroom trip. Like, there's some memorable bits like this. There's not a lot of that in this game, but it still does. Like, they've sort of perfected the Far Cry formula now.
Yeah.
But the trouble is that this is now on the 6th iteration. That's enough, really. I don't know what they're going to do next. Like, It needs a reboot if they're going to do something.
There's no story elements from the old ones, is there? These are all standalone entries.
All just completely. No, this. How do I word this? Has links. That's all I'll say.
Some bonus. I think I know what you're talking about.
There's DLC. Yeah, there is DLC on this that I didn't play actually. I haven't played any DLC. It links, but there is also other links.
Okay.
Very small. That's what I'll say. Other game.
I won't pry. Okay.
But yes,
quite heavy, or just if you didn't know.
No,
you wouldn't
they're
know,
not heavy. No, it's just minimal.
But if you know, you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know. That's it. But yeah, to the story side of things, I wanted it to go a certain way, and it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go.
You wanted fucking time travel multiverse. You wanted
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But I didn't get that, so yeah.
Cramps on it. Far Cry 6. Where are we putting this? Does it get in? I assume
it does get in. Yeah, it gets in. I'll give Far Cry 6 the bronze.
Down there with the bronze.
Yeah, bronze. Just because I didn't get that lovable feeling.
What can they do?
That's what I was thinking.
Let's assume the formula's going to stay the same because it is what it is. But is there a location that you're thinking in your head?
5.
Yep.
3, 5, 4, 1, 2. New Dawn last. 6. Yeah, I'd put 6. 6 is sort of level on 4, I'd say.
Middle, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say they're much for much.
So 3 and 5 take the lead, and then after that is like a second tier, and then there's a third bottom tier of toilet.
Yeah.
Like,
but what do they do? Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a specific?
Well, what have we had? I mean, Far Cry to me is like a jungle aesthetic. Cause like 1 was set in a jungle, 3 was a jungle.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever played 1?
Yes, yeah.
It's nothing like Far Cry. It's like fucking mutants running around and shit, isn't there?
Played more like Crisis. It was like fucking that.
Yeah.
It was like those sort of FPS games. Yeah, it's weird. You're like superhuman.
Yeah. Chris Hock can tell me about that because that was a PC biggie back in the day.
Oh, was it? Cool, yeah. I played it on 360 randomly. Very strange. Yeah, then played 2, and like I say, I struggled with 2 for some reason. I think it was
developed by Crytek, wasn't it, originally?
Oh, was it?
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
And then 3, yeah, like you say, 3 was changing point.
Who did 2? Was that Crytek? No, Ubisoft got their hands on it. And then 3 was like here's the formula we've created.
Yeah.
That's the first one, so it had that advantage. Like, yeah, is there like an environment or a part of the world?
Yeah, I don't know. So when's this one? So that's the thing. This came out in 2021.
Do you want just balls to the wall like Supernet? Like, imagine Far Cry with like Predator running around or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, you had what was fucking that DLC? That was quite enjoyable.
Blood Dragon.
Blood Dragon. It was basically like the Terminator. It was like 80s. Fucking, you didn't have superpowers. But yeah, I don't know really where they go from this because, like I say, the thing is with this is they've tried to add this new sort of this isn't Far Cry. The fucking tower. They've got rid of the towers things where you climb in them towers to unlock the map and all that. But now you've got third-person encampments, which has never been in there, but that didn't really add a great deal. It's fun seeing it in there. You've got crafting, co-op. I don't know what they do. They've added a celebrity in and trying to make the story a more cinematic thing. That didn't really work for me. I've got to say, like it was fine, but it's not like it's not going to be remembered for having this incredible story. No. So yeah, I really don't know what they do. Personally, I don't think they need to really, unless it's a big reboot or like a fucking Far Cry 3.5 and continue that story. That's possibly, but then you go back to its roots and you're boiling it down again and again, and then again it's still just more Far Cry. But I don't know. We say this every year with Assassin's Creed, and I buy them and enjoy them. So maybe Far Cry 7.
Is there a particular celebrity we can court to get you involved? Like, is there a charismatic celebrity actor that you want as a villain that you think, I wouldn't mind seeing them?
Ryan Reynolds.
Right. Mads Mikkelsen, someone like that.
Mad. Yeah, see, someone like that. I'm trying to think if it would work in like a sort of concrete jungle. No, not concrete jungle, but like a fucking English setting or something. Don't know if it would. It'd be a bit weird. Yeah.
Sort of Wakering.
Watch Dogs, didn't they? That sort of did work in London, but
yeah.
I don't know if
you can't have a built up city though. Well, maybe you could. Maybe
well,
you
there's
could.
an area in this that's like the city, and you are in a city, but I don't know. The fun of this is being in the jungle.
Like a big built up city, isn't it? Like that works well in first person. Like you can do it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it could potentially. So maybe that's what it just needs: a good setting and a good story and more likable characters.
Like the alligator then.
The alligator was brilliant, to be fair, but they're just little companions. They don't have. Yeah, they need more story. There's a dog as well. Boomer, he was back.
Oh, Boomer.
Boomer the dog. That's quite good. Yeah, I really don't know what they do. I'm interested to see what they do next. Yeah, interesting.
It's a good selling franchise. It's not like it shits the bed every time. I mean, critically it gets a bit crapped on, but people just buy Far Cry because
this is sitting on a 76 on Open Critic.
About right for you.
So yeah, what did I give it, a bronze? So yeah, but I can't believe this is 21. This is fucking 4 years old. 3.5. October 21.
It sold over 10 million copies.
That's madness, isn't it?
It's more than The Last of Us Part 2, I think.
Cool. So yeah,
certainly more than Astro Bot.
I'm sure they will make a 7, and probably going to see it in the next 2 years. I reckon. If this is 21, it's been 4 years. These games they tend to churn out sort of 4 or 5 years. So there's a potential we could see a Far Cry 7 this year, or an announcement at least. But yeah, I really don't know what I want from the next Far Cry. But to be honest, I'm not after another Far Cry this year or the next. I've had a Far Cry, so then same with Creed. We've had a Creed Mirage and that, and I'm fucking can't wait for the Shadows now. All of a sudden, so who knows?
This is the real Creed, I've been told.
This is the daddy. I've got a feeling it might not even be the same voice actor that was the one in Valhalla.
Oh, for what? For Basim, whatever his name is.
Basim.
What's his name?
Basim.
Is it?
I might be pulling out of my ass, to be fair.
Does it sound the back? Nope.
He was in Sonic. I think the geezer that was in Sonic, the film. I think he voiced
the receipt here.
Cool. When did Asda's?
40 quid paid for this.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
On the 6th of October 2023.
When did it come out?
Asda.
Mirage.
No, but you paid for it on credit card, so didn't have the money at the time.
Get that. It's fucking $2,000 on mine now. It's fucking crazy. Came out October the 5th.
Okay.
2023. When did I buy it?
You got it on the 6th.
Oh, the day. I let
two.
it come out for a day 2. I think I did. I think I was like, shall I buy it? And then the next day.
It was cheaper, wasn't it? That was one of the things.
It was. Yeah, I'm surprised I paid 40 for it. Fucking hell. I thought it was like 30. Cool. Chucking money away.
Can't be helped, can it?
Nah. So yeah, what did I say? Yes. Oh, Far Cry, wasn't it? Yeah. Bronze. Yeah, bronze for Far Cry.
And a few more years we need to before we get our next one.
Yeah. Yeah, give it a rest now. Come on. Get some Assassin's Creed out. Get that fucking Ubisoft. Get that. What was that game they've been working on for years?
Oh, Beyond Good and Evil 2. Yeah.
Yeah, get that. I still need to play the original, but yeah, get that sorted. Or another Watch Dogs.
Ubisoft playing it.
Did you play Legion?
Yeah. A long time after it come out, though.
Yeah. I think I borrowed it off
Biff. Yeah.
Did we both borrow off Biff?
Oh, we might have done, actually. Have you not got it then?
No, I've not got it. No,
I definitely didn't buy it. No, I definitely borrowed it.
And then I lent it to you from Biff.
Yeah. Weird that was. That was a strange game.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know if I want another one of them either.
Want a good one.
Yeah. Got London. Don't know where we're going to go next. We had Chicago, San Francisco.
Cuba, I reckon.
Go to Cuba.
Get some technology
all chopping and changing.
Yeah.
Just want everything in feudal Japan. That's what I want.
It's nice playing Ghost of Tsushima, like just roaring around.
Are you playing it again?
Island. Yeah, just started it.
Nice.
And
lovely. I want to play that again. I want to play Legends. You see the Legends anime's been announced. 2027 though.
Wow.
They done. Did
you even play the Legends mode at all?
I did. I haven't finished it. That's why I've reinstalled it.
When you go to some of the settlements, there's a Legends person there, and you can go.
Yeah,
he's like a storyteller, quote unquote.
That's it. Yeah,
I'm afraid to go in there
pick
in case
up on that. No, so they tell the story, didn't they? And then what you play in Legends is based on what they're talking about. So I'd be keen to play that again. Yeah, and you are right. Yeah, the voice changing there in that director's cut.
They got the lip sync,
lip sync, and that is a big thing. Playing that Kurosawa mode.
I did switch the filter on. I was like, I can't see who's who.
Yeah, that's true.
I want my blood as well. Seeing Jin just covered in blood. And also, when you get in those springs, I don't want a black and white, nude, tight arse. I want a full flesh arse. I mean, that might be one of the best arses in all of gaming.
It does. It really does get you out, doesn't it, as well? Wiggles it about. If they cut that from...
There's no wiggling. It's so tight.
If they cut that out from Utah, I'm going to be livid. Gender equality is what I want.
True. Yeah, is she going to get in the spring with her arse out?
She needs to get in there with her fucking Aries hanging out.
I mean, Jin does turn round, but it cuts away just before you see any dong.
Oh, he does, I remember
Get quite close, though. I've paused it. It's like, yeah, you can... if that was another second, you'd be flapping around.
I wonder if you could do fucking photo mode and pan the camera.
Tell you what, I died really early because I forgot how easy it was to die in the game. And then it offered up like a photo mode as you die. So I got it. I'll send you the picture later. It's this bloke just slitting my throat. I was like, that's fucking quality.
That's wicked. Oh, it is really good. I really want to play it. Actually, now that that's been delayed for another month, there's potential I could get it done and then...
It is on that
then not feel burned out. Yeah,
I don't know if you've got that
route. I've got the essential at the minute, but it's only like you can upgrade for like £1 or something.
Yeah,
I could just do that for a month, but I'm too concerned with playing that and then going straight into Creed
and then Yotai later this month.
Oh fucking hell! Yeah, that's true.
It'll be 3 of them. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, true. But give it a go. It's such a fun game.
If you want to see Jin's nice arse, there's no better way to experience it than chucking it on the PS5 director's cut.
And I don't want to go into that Yotai without the rich lore of Icky Island, even though it's like 200 years after or whatever.
What do you think of that?
What's that?
That this is not a... Well, we don't know, but it's not a direct sequel.
Is it prequel or after? Is it 200 years after?
I think it's 200 years after.
Oh, yeah.
Because the assumption was that you'll be playing as Jin in the second one, and there'll be... I don't know if there's
they made a big thing of like Jin being this PlayStation staple, so it just seems weird to be one game and done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just assume the way that Ghost of Tsushima is that you could get a second game out of that, go to a new
definitely
island with Jin and... you're the ghost, so you start to... But they're like, no, we're doing... I sort of quite like it, because it means...
Yeah, it's freshly... I don't need to play that to thing, so that's quite handy. But yeah, I quite like Jin. Jin was quite a likeable character. His redemption story. So yeah, an interesting take, but yeah, I have high hopes for that. It's weird that we've not seen any gameplay. When it is this year, isn't it? That's true.
Who knows?
It'd
be good to see it this year.
Yeah.
But if not, Kojima will delay Death Stranding 2 and I'll be left.
I was going to say that. Do you think that'll come? Right? It all depends. I mean, everyone's holding off for fucking GTA 6. Going, right, what are you doing? Because I don't want to be coming out the same week as what you're doing. Get that info out.
It'd be interesting to see with GTA 6, if it is this year or even if it's next year, when it's announced and the date is, because other people would have likely have committed, and whether they move, like whether everyone gives it like a birth, or if some people are just like, or game companies like that, we ain't scared of GTA 6. Because
what will you buy it on PS5?
Well, if it's this year, I think we're only going to get a choice of Xbox or PS5. I don't think there's going to be a PC port day one.
Won't be a PS5. No, it won't be a
because
PC
they seem
port,
to
which
wait
is annoying because I'll have my brand new PC and I'll be like,
maybe they'll buck the trend with this, but the pattern is a year later you get the PC.
Yeah.
And normally it's a really good port. So that it's not shit.
Same with Final Fantasy. That's quicker now. They've just announced Rebirth today, aren't they?
Yep. So I'll get it on the Pro because I think it would just minimum look a bit better.
Yeah.
The only thing that I think about is if it does get delayed, say it's to 2026, like GTA 6. There's rumours circulating that Xbox might do their next console earlier, so 2026.
So the new one next year.
If they can somehow tie up the launch of the Xbox near GTA 6 and say this is the best place to play it.
Yeah, cool. That could be a swell.
Objectively, you fast track your launch, but I don't know whether that ever fall into their lap. It's going to take a few bit of luck.
I need something to play on this fucking Xbox. Last year, let's put this in the Dimp group. Last year was the first year since 2005, I think, or 2006, that I didn't buy a single game on Xbox.
Well, you got Game Pass, don't need to.
Well, that's it, yeah.
Unless you want
Is
the
that
DLC.
different to it? Yeah.
Unless you want the whole game, then you have to buy the DLC.
Then you have to do the lot.
Or if you want to play it on launch, you have to buy the premium pack, but not for them.
Not for them.
What do we do? Far Cry... bronze. Far Cry 6 bronze. Xbox Series X. There we go. You bought that year before.
Series X. Oh, yeah, it was on Xbox Series. Yes, bought that year before, sat there, and then just
12 months,
randomly, and that was the last game I played on... Thing. When was that? September, did I say? September, and it's not, that console has not been touched since.
Nope. Makes a good mini fridge, the little...
Yeah, I know, I saw one. There's one the other day for 30 quid. I was going to buy that. I want to play that Indiana Jones, though, so that might be the next one.
I probably will wait for that to come to PS5 and just buy it, because they're doing DLC for it as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, forget that. It's only a 6-month thing, isn't it?
Well, they said spring, so
probably
will be about 6 months when it's all said. And if the DLC is ready to go then it's just like, that's the package. But anyway, Monster Hunter Rise.
Ooh, Monster Hunter Rise.
Now, you've played this before.
Yeah, I'm sure I've reviewed this before as well on Switch. Yeah,
but you've got it on PC.
But I didn't complete the game.
Okay, so this is the Switch version.
I now have. So no, this isn't the Switch game.
So you started from scratch. I
carried on. I left from where I left off on Switch. So I think I played about 50 hours on Switch, and then got into. I thought it must have been after the announcement of Wilds, and I was like, I'm in the mood for a bit of Monster Hunter, so booted it back up and then played it for about another 15 to 20 hours on Switch, just sort of building my level and trying to get to it.
I bet they added a load of free stuff since you'd lost.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I added a few free stuff and started playing it. Was almost bought the DLC, the Sunbreak DLC on Switch, but then realised for the same price as buying the DLC on Switch, I could buy the PC version or PS5. I did decide I was going to go on for that. For the original game and the DLC together. I think it was like £15 on Switch for the DLC, £12 for the original game and the DLC. So I underdog
60 FPS.
Oh right, exactly. That's a 720p 30 slopper, or I can have a 4K Dreamboat even on this thing.
That's on Steam, is it?
Runs on Steam, yeah.
Any Steam Deck action?
Steam Deck full compatibility. Ooh. So I played it most of my holiday. I went on holiday in October and I was playing it on the plane, and some Asian girl was sat beside me watching me play it. I felt like I was under pressure. I was like, is she good at this game?
Well, don't generalise, but every time you put the SOS
it
comes in with the different characters.
Asian characters. Yeah, you know that you got to
would dominate.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Lift a finger, so
no, that is true.
It's sort of a positive bit of racism. The way we're saying they're very good at this particular game.
That's the first time I've played a console on a plane. It was quite an enjoyable experience.
What about the Switch?
No, I never played it on a plane.
Really?
Randomly. Yeah,
I played it on the plane. I played through Sonic 1 or 2 on Nintendo Online, and then I finished Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Oh, did you?
And if you remember how that gets really sweaty towards the back end, that campaign,
Yeah.
like where it's hard.
Oh, yeah.
At one point, I nearly threw the thing down the fucking aisle, but I got through
I'm trying
it.
to think. Yeah, no.
I get neck ache. I've told you it's about any handheld. I get neck ache.
that's true.
I can't do it.
Yeah,
I'll tell
it was
you
only
what.
a short flight. It was only like 2-hour flight, the one I went on.
At the end,
And-
we'll do a little section at the end. I've got a story
Right.
to tell you. I'll
Okay.
write it down.
But yeah, bought this. So I decided to go on PC based on.
And this is Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak.
This is
which
both.
is like-
this is OG and Sunbreak together. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
haven't completed Sunbreak.
Okay, right.
So I've
You've
basically
replayed what you've played before.
yeah.
at 60
Basically, there's
FPS.
3 endings in
Oh, God.
Rise Original. So you've got a small campaign.
That's what
Then-
you scrubbed off.
That's what I scrubbed off. Then there's a middle. Then there's another like a
Credits roll off that first one.
credits roll on that.
I'll
then you
walk
get
away.
a second bit, which is beating high rank and going into master rank, and then then there's a third one for finishing master rank. And I never got
It's
the
not the
third
same
one on
content.
Switch.
It's its own. It's a new story. Is it? Or is it the same content but harder?
No, Seiko just carries on the story.
So the story continues.
The story continues, but then it's just harder
It's not
monsters.
replaying
and-
old crap. I mean, you do replay stuff in Monster Hunter because you do the same
Yeah,
ones,
yeah.
but the narrative does have its own second and third arc.
That's it. Yeah. So I did that. So I never did the third one, but that's classed as endgame. But there's an ending cutscene, so technically you should do it. So anyway, so I bought this on PC. On the reason why was because of the free playing with friends. You don't have to pay PS Plus to play it.
All Nintendo.
So I've done that, and then I was like, right, and that means there's no cross progression. Yes.
Question. You mentioned about playing online,
Yep.
and you have to have a PlayStation Plus or Nintendo Switch online account
Yes.
to play. Does that mean that if you don't have that, you can't call an SOS in for
Yes.
your next door neighbour?
Correct.
Ah.
You are fucked. But you have 2
Interesting.
companions. You have that cat, and you
Yeah.
also have a woofer as well.
That woofing.
And in Sunbreak, you have a third companion, an actual human,
Oh.
but AI.
But
So
you only
you can
unlock that if you've bought Sunbreak, or if you get to a certain point.
yeah,
in the
but
story,
that's
or...
only in Sunbreak. You can't bring that into Rise.
Right.
I don't think. No, I'm sure you can't. No, it's
So
just
next
Rise.
question:
Yep.
how do you not play Sunbreak? Is Sunbreak not integrated into the main game?
Yeah. Sunbreak's a complete separate. You go to a completely different island and then.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Well, did you do that in Ice?
Ice, but he did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Yeah, it's exactly that's how that. Yeah, it's the same as that. It's completely different.
Last question:
Yep.
do they now you've bought this Sunbreak edition, but you're playing the vanilla game again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you get the special armor that?
Oh
Take
yes, and that's the
photos.
only reason I restarted it. Because that was what I was thinking. Well, I've played 50 hours. I don't want to have to play through 50 hours of it again just to get to the point of where I want to. But I managed to get to that third credit, which took me. Well, I spent 50 hours, and I reckon it probably would have took me another 30 if I did it on Switch.
Yeah.
But I managed to get to the end game bit, end cutscene in
Third
25 hours.
Nice.
Because of the Defender gear, which is there for people who
want to
want
go
to
Sunbreak.
just go straight Sunbreak and don't want to have to.
Do you have to work through that campaign to get to Sunbreak? Or
Yes, you can't.
Oh, okay, so you
There
can't-
is a. You have to be master rank. So you can't because you have to go through. So you have to do all the low rank, then high rank, and then master rank.
And
so
what
you
have
have
you
to
done?
be.
You've done low and high.
Yeah, I've done low and high, and now I'm into master
You're
rank.
into
I'm probably about halfway through.
Can you get through Master Rank with just this gear, or have you got to start doing the whole crafting?
No, you can start off, but by like the second or third
start
hunt,
getting
you're
slaughtered.
fucked. Yeah, it's like so you have to start properly playing it. But it's brilliant because it absolutely wipes the floor with everyone in. I was just going through, going, this is brilliant. I wish all the game was like this. It's like easy mode. It's brilliant.
I remember playing Iceborne and thinking, this is how the game's supposed to be. And I was like, fuck
Yeah. Well, this is good
hard.
because it's this like I didn't do a single SOS in any of it. I was just like literally just going through solo and wiping everyone in like 5 minutes. That's why it's quite good. I was just playing 5-minute chunks everywhere, just like, oh, let's kill a couple of bosses, done. But the only thing is, you're like, it just made the actual, the fucking purpose of the game of hunting pointless, because you're killing these animals, like these bosses that monsters, and then the stuff's fucking redundant because your defender gear's too good anyway. So weren't until I finally got there.
As well, do they?
Yeah, your defender weapons, so you upgrade your weapons,
but
they're still
shit. Did you change or did you keep the same?
I went with this time. What did I go with? Long sword. Yeah, long sword. I went with
that
this time.
insect glaive world.
I did, didn't I? Yeah, it was like darting around. I remember you could like mount animals, couldn't you? Jump on their heads and then fucking. This you got things called wire bugs where you fucking can chuck them, but you can like trap the monster and then ram it into walls. But you can mount on this, but not to the extent of on world.
Right.
And I did prefer sword and shield as well. I played quite a bit of this. I sort of chop and change between those two. I did start going through everything just to test it. I had a little gun lancer, some of the big guns. The bows I haven't had a go of yet. I find the greatsword, the big fucker, just too sluggish. You fucking wind it up, and especially against some of the faster fucking monsters, they just wipe you. And you're like, oh.
I was like a light bow or light gun, wasn't it? There's two guns.
That was it. Quite a good combination, because you were sort of, fucking blasting the shit out of them.
I could just like.
Oh, that was it. You kept putting like grenades on them and then shooting the thing, and then fucking I'd come in with the insect glaive. So it worked really well. But played through. Got to that end game and then went in. But so the review for Rise it's hard to think because I steamrolled through it again. I'm sure I have everything, but it is good. It's more Monster Hunter, but this time you've got this other thing as well called the Rampage mode, which is like a tower defense mode, which I think I've explained before. But it's basically, it literally is a tower defense. You just have waves of these monsters coming in with smaller life. Like, they're not as hard as killing normal when they have a smaller life. But then you can like set up traps to trap them. Then you can like mount guns and stuff to shoot them. It's a bit like, do you remember the arena battles you had in World? Yeah. Where you'd go in and there'd be like a fucking. Do you remember that dragon fucking spike and the ballista missiles and stuff?
Oh yeah, you could like drop the traps on them. Yeah,
that's it. So you can do all this and that, and it's just waves and waves of fucking the Rampage, which is loads of monsters coming, and then ends on a big boss as well. But that's quite fun. So good. But it's typical Monster Hunter. Same grinding missions to increase your. You can carve them up and make weapons and armor out of them. Upgrade that. Move to the next harder one. That allows you to get to the next one. Rinse and repeat. So it's got that formula. You're added with this wire bug now, so you can fucking traverse the map. You've got a dog, which makes incredible. I'd be interested to go back to World now, where you've got no fucking nothing. You just got your feet. You got to run after these cunts. I bet that's a fucking killer. Wild, you've got a little fucking gremlin that you can climb on and run around on. But so it'd be difficult now to go back on foot.
Well,
and
we'll see what they're going to do with it. I think in World, it's like tame the animals, didn't you? And then you could use them.
Yeah, that's
I remember that being a whole thing, like trying to like work through so I could use them. But then they only went to certain areas on a direct path. Like you couldn't.
Oh, that's right.
You couldn't like free roam them. They would like go up on a track almost. I think. Maybe I'm making it up. It's been a long time. But...
Been a long time. We played about 100 hours of that, didn't we, as well?
Yeah.
110. But no, Rise is good. It just. I mean, playing it. The difficult thing is because I blitzed through this. My memory is more of the sort of. The Nintendo Switch version, but it's not a huge like graphical enhancement, because it's not the graphical fidelity of the World. It's more of a sort of.
It's built for Switch to start with, wasn't it?
So it is. It's built for the Switch. So this is just sort of 4K, a bit of a resolution bump, and the 60 FPS was definitely the biggest drawback, because this is sort of quite a difficult game to play, like to master the combat. Because the movement's quite one-dimensional. It's like it's very, very hard to parry in this game. It's very hard to block, and when you get hit, you go fucking flying, and it takes a little while to recover. So yeah, the combat is quite a difficult thing to master, and it is quite challenging. But it is certainly handy when you've got that fucking armor on and you're chipping their life away, and then after 5 minutes they're fucking puffing out their ass, and you're like, yes, let's fucking bomb this, tranquilize this, fucking get out of here.
Take that, you prat.
I remember you used to be able to trank them, and then that gives you more.
Capture them,
and that gives you more fucking loot, but useless loot because fucking it don't do anything.
Yeah, didn't need it really.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter Rise, where are we putting it?
I'll put Monster Hunter Rise. I mean, the story is good. It's quite serviceable. I'll put it as a silver, I think.
Yeah, did you learn much more doing the extra? No.
No, not really. It's just more of the same, but fucking harder. They just, you know, they start bringing out these alpha monsters, different variants of the monster. What they do in the DLC, which I've not completed, so I won't review it, but they start splicing animals together, and you get different variants of monster as well. So you'll have like, what was that little fucking electric dragony thing? He used to fucking spit dragon feathers, like electric feathers at you. I can't remember his fucking name now. But now there's like a fire version of that. So it's just different variants and elements and stuff. And yeah, it just makes you sort of have to change up. That's one thing it does do now, is it makes you feel like you need to change up. You can't just go in with the same setup each time.
Right.
You got to change up and have like a fire weapon or a fucking ice weapon. And the elements do play quite a bit of role. Yeah, it's good. There's no tower defense mode in the DLC. It's just standard, just going through a new area, new maps, new bosses, new monsters, and double the fucking hardness, because it really does. Master rank is that's the true end game, basically. Yeah. So I'm playing true end game. But yeah, Monster Hunter Rise is enjoyable. It does feel like a sort of lesser experience compared to World, because it is that sort of thing. But yeah, I'd say it's perfectly playable, and yeah, I'd give it a silver, I'd say.
Are you planning to play through Sunbreak, or is it too close to
I do. I think I will. Yeah, I need to get back to it because I was playing it on my Switch. But yeah, Wilds is vastly looming. But I was making some good progress with things, so I need to get back on it quick and try and get that done.
Sunbreak on Switch or Sunbreak on PC? You do it
on PC. That'll be yes. I'm halfway through it, so I just need to get. But I do sort of get where now it's getting tough. I do rely on people coming in, them SOSs.
Yeah.
And you can just jump into other people's now. I quite like doing that.
Yeah.
You can actually go into the board now and see like, there's two people playing that level, and I'll jump in and bosh.
Take the profits.
I've done that before. That is the fucking title. Right. Although unless you get put in and then they fucking kill it and you've got to run to their fucking...
Oh yeah, the timer, isn't it? You've got to get there before
you get 60 seconds. You're like, quick!
It's like carve it. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so there's times that if they haven't captured it, you're fucked. You're like, bloody hell.
Fucking hell, lads.
But it does tick that off your list then.
Yeah. Lovely jubbly. Silver for Monster Hunter Rise.
Yeah.
Suicide Squad, kill the Justice League.
Kill the fucking game. That's right.
What's this been played on?
This has been played on a PC that can't handle it.
Oh, okay. Right. So, and why and how did you get hold of it?
So, I did intend to play this because my intention was to buy it on PS5, which I have.
It's one of those monthly games.
It's one of their monthly games now, but I wish I fucking waited and played it on PS5, because this game, aside of spoilers, it's a terrible game. Aside this terribleness, the fucking graphics of this game in its cutscenes are fucking phenomenal. I remember Digital Foundry did like a fucking piece on this, and even then old Lineman was like, check the fucking character facial features and stuff. It is a fucking look at this game, really is. But yeah, so this came up on a Steam sale, I think it was around Black Friday for £2.99, and I was like, "Fuck me, that is." And I see a video that it could be played on the Steam Deck, like low on like the lowest settings, but it can be played.
Came out in January 2024.
It's mad,
and by November it was
£2.99. And this is a live service game where they've now announced that they've quit and they're not making any more, but they are still. They've just recently released their last DLC pack, and it's £2.99. And I love the fucking Rocksteady games. Like, as much as Arkham Knight was a bit frowned upon, Origins got a bit of a backlash in, but I played them all and fucking loved them. I even played that Blackgate, even though that weren't them. But
Origins weren't them.
No, that's right. No, that was Montreal, was it? No.
Yeah, they done Asylum City Night.
That was it.
And I think they done the PlayStation VR thing that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, what Biff had.
Yeah, which actually has a really interesting story element to it, but I don't know if it's
canon. The new Batman VR is really good on that MetaQuest.
Yep.
But yeah, so this, so I was like, fuck it.
So hang on, as an Arkham, let's just say the Rocksteady Arkham trilogy.
Yeah.
Asylum City Night. Is it Night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arkham Knight.
Are you rewarded in any way for playing those 3 games, or is it quite general that if you just know who Batman is, that's enough? Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's his own arc of stories there. It
is, but they do reward you because it's set it's set later on.
Yeah,
and
this is the
it's not in Gotham; it's in Thing. But there is there's a cool feature in it, and it's integrated into the story, and it sort of goes through the history of the Arkham franchise. So there are beats in there, and there are callbacks.
Interesting.
And it's pretty cool. It's a shame this game is crap because the story's really good, like, and the way they implement it, it's a fun, like, it should be good because it plays like a fuck, like this. This is nothing to do with gameplay. This is like the way the story's set and stuff. It's almost like a bit of a Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like R-rated, so there's like blood and thing. There's swearing in every cutscene.
Fucking these people up badly.
Exactly, and it is like Suicide Squad. It is really good, but then you play the actual gameplay and you're like, what the fuck is this? It's like Crackdown, basically. It's like Crackdown as a live service game. It's fucking weird, but
it's interesting. I never thought it was making that connection, but now you say it, I can always see it.
Well, you're just like flying around. So you're like, every superhero's got like a weird, like Harley Quinn. She's not got superhero powers, but she's got like the fucking grappling gun that has this drone that follows her everywhere, so you can just zip around like Spider-Man, basically. That's a cool thing, is that you can switch between the 4 characters as much as you want. Just like GTA, you just literally press on the D-pad and swap out. You got King Shark, voiced by our boy Mr. Samoa Joe. But he's got some superpower. He can just fucking launch himself up into the air. Yeah. Can you do that in Crackdown, where you just sort of like jump up and you do that basically?
You get those orbs and you can jump.
That's it. Well, basically, that's what a lot of these missions are. Is just basically like go around, kill enemies, drop their orbs, collect the orbs. And that's what it is. It's just small chunks of these little missions, and you do enough of those to clear down the map. And then that unlocks the next story mission. And then you do a story mission. Right, now go do these 4 things. Get to that one. Kill this group of monsters.
Are the story missions any more interesting?
Nah, there's a couple, like I say, that lean back. There's a few interesting ones, but they start soon getting very, very repetitive. And this has got to be the most repetitive mission structure in any of gaming, I think. Like, it's
worse than Far Cry.
Yes, probably is. Yeah, I'd say that.
Monster Hunter.
I'd say
you're just killing animals.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's no variety in there. Although they've got tower defense. This is just mindless killing.
and you go to another mission. Oh, let's go to this area. Right, kill this bunch. Right, charge that plug. Yep, done. Drop them orbs. Get them orbs. Charge it up. Done. Next mission. Same again. Done. It is fucking tedious. How long did I play it for? That's what the crowd want to know. I played this for a whopping, and it was too long, 21 and a half hours, and that was too long.
And was that completely just like breaknecking it, or did you dabble in some toilet?
I dabbled in some toilet as well. There was a bit of side content. That was completing theirs. You have different villains that you have missions for. So you go around, there's like, what's his name? Who's that cunt in our Batman? Riddler.
Joker.
So you have Riddler missions. So you have Riddler missions, you go around.
Yeah.
Lex Luthor missions, you go around. So it's a bit like that. So there's like stories. So you get like achievements for completing all their story missions. So I did that for every character that was available. So I'd done pretty much most of the pretty much all of the side content. What I haven't done is the end game, which is just more of the same shit, grinding and getting these.
Is there any story to that, or is it just missions?
Nah, I don't think so. It's just the same missions basically, and then you start unlocking the battle pass stuff, and then you can unlock the new DLC characters. But I've not looked on any of them because they're all like under not paywalls, but you have to play it loads to do like a battle pass system, and then at the end you get the character, which is annoying because there's characters I like. There's like Joker. They've just released Deathstroke, who's a cool character.
The other singer is they gave this away on the Epic Games Store.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? I don't
checked. I've now got it on PlayStation, and now
is it on Epic Games Store? Have I got it? I think I might have missed it. Let me have a look. But yeah, so I played it. But yeah, that was the biggest thing. So then I played it on the Steam Deck. It doesn't run great on the Steam Deck. No. I think basically they've gone 30
Did it run better
FPS.
or worse on your PC or the Steam Deck?
Well, it ran better on the PC.
Okay, so it wasn't...
it didn't run well, and by the end I ended up fucking putting it down to 30 and putting VSync on 30, locking it to 30, just because it would go from like I'd get 60 for a little bit, and then I'd go into the open world and it would tank down to fucking 37 or something, and I'd be like, it's too much like up and down, so I just locked it to 30.
So you'd advise a console version of this?
Yeah, unless you've got an absolute beefy rig.
Unless you've bought the new 5080.
Alright. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I reckon yours will probably be alright.
I've got fucking 6,000 Fire Pro parts slowing the PC down.
That's true. But yeah,
takes
so I think
fucking 15 minutes to load that game up.
Cool. That's the other thing. My fucking old beast it's only got a tiny SSD in there. Now they're saying like you can't even fucking install
can't wipe
the
your
game.
arse when less than 2 terabytes.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I must have missed it on that Steam Pass.
Epic.
Epic, sorry. Yeah, I've not got it on here. It's weird.
It's hard to keep up with that Christmas rush.
I know, that's the thing. I managed to get every one of them. It's pretty shit this year, I'd say, but a couple of good ones.
I missed one of them, but I don't think it's anything that I was...
There's some good ones.
Like I said, I saved myself £3, so I'm well happy.
Vampire Survivors Dredge was a good one, but I've already played that.
Yeah, I was sickened by that.
And Ghost Runner 2, that was another one that was quite good, but yeah.
Turmoil.
Yeah. Turmoil's the next one.
So, have you got Amazon Prime?
No, I haven't. That's one thing.
Low key, that has some of like.
That does have some good ones. I keep seeing it on Twitch. No, I don't know why I got rid of it.
Suddenly it just goes.
I don't know why I got rid of that, really, but yeah,
I only got rid of it. Amazon delivery because literally.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They always do little free monthly trials, and me and Elba tend to take it in turns to do that. But yeah, I do need it for like the boys and stuff, for like watching that and the Lord of the Rings thing.
Oh,
Rings of Power.
And it's got you that interest. You're going back to playing Shadow of Mordor.
Exactly, yeah. Unbelievable.
What? Just quick, why? You finished that?
Oh, I did finish it. Yeah, I wanted to go
Shadow
through.
Of War?
I do. Yeah, I played that. I don't think I
did. You get
got
to
that end game. I don't think I did. So no.
They've changed it now.
Yeah, that's why I think I wanted to play through it. That's why I started again, because I started going Biff and loading when I saw the new Lord of the Rings anime film, and then from then I got into a bit of a Lord of the Rings hype, and then I started watching the films again, and then was like, oh, I forgot about the games. And it's been so long playing Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah.
I forgot that I had all the DLC, and there's a couple of bits that I've not played. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to boot up and start playing it again. So restarted it. But it is bare bones compared to Shadow of War. I forgot.
Yeah. I
Nemesis
a couple of years
system.
ago, I went through Shadow of War again.
Oh, that's right. You did that last year, didn't you?
I think it might have been the year before last.
Oh, was the year before that, was it?
It
23.
was... Because I got to the end game, and essentially, I think originally you had to go through like 30 of those those fortress defences.
Wasn't there like a cutscene at the end of it as well?
Yeah,
That was like the ending of the game.
It was. And like, if you're a fan of the franchise, you'll be like, but I was like, I ain't going through that, so I quit it. And then you gave me a load of shit. Right. You're like, you haven't completed the game. And I was like, oh. And we've got fucking Monster Hunter here. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But it annoyed me because I hadn't finished it. So I went back and they patched it all up. And basically, now you've only got to do 5 fortress defences. And I was like, okay, that's more manageable.
That's good.
And I was defending one time and I was getting a real state. It come down to the last. I killed the last thing. I was like, oh, I've survived that one. And then it like triggered the ending. I was like, oh, I've done it. Like, it wasn't like I was...
Right, yeah,
Whereas before, it was like you had to go through a checklist and be like, right, I've done 15,
right.
I've got another 15 to go. Whereas this just sort of happened quite naturally.
Oh, nice.
So they've improved it for sure.
I also needed a bit of a confidence boost because of Suicide Squad and my poor little PC not being able to cut it. I put this on and I was like, because it's such an old game, I was like, cool, 4K 60. Yeah. And now I've just seen Middle-earth Shadow of War Definitive Edition on PC, which I don't own. £2.39. Yep. So, because I played Shadow of War on Xbox, would have been the Xbox One X.
Yeah, I did.
But still now locked. There is a frame rate mode and a quality mode, both locked to 30 FPS.
Yeah.
So
I played it on the Scorpio, whatever the One X.
Did you? Yeah.
I remember I sent you a screenshot of it as one of the first games I played.
Right. Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
And
locked to that 30 FPS.
To that filth it was.
So my thing is to play back through that, do all the DLC on that, and then go through Shadow of War Definitive Edition. So that's why that got played. But Suicide Squad,
yeah. How did I do that? What happened there?
Don't know if it was just talking about Steam. I'm playing it on thing. But yeah, played this on PC, but the PC couldn't handle it. It is a bit of a graphical powerhouse, and my old potato can't handle it. It's led me to what now cost me fucking $2,000 to buy this new PC. So that's the power of Suicide Squad. But yeah, good story, incredible graphics in the cutscenes. World's fine.
Would it have been better if we'd played it cooperatively or with a group of 4? Like, could it have saved it? Well, I don't know. Maybe you're going to give it a platinum. I don't know. But I
think it would have made it more enjoyable just because it's a shit game. I think I would have had more fun playing the repetitive missions because we would have had moments and piss takes and it would have been a bit of a laugh.
Is it balanced well for you as a solo player? It's not like too hard where it feels like
it's not hard at all. It's easy as piss. Yeah, it's just... There's no level gain. It's just going around. It's just monotonous. That's the thing with this. It's so repetitive. It's boring. Just shooting mechanics. Same. There's no variety. There's no big set pieces. It's just shoot. Do this thing. You get a couple of boss battles. They're the best bits.
Yeah.
And then it's back to the same shit. The what's it called? The live service stuff, like you drop loot. There's a lot of cosmetic stuff, which is quite good. It's only cosmetic. It doesn't feel like a pay-to-win game, but that is there. You've got the battle pass in the background. They're constantly, offering you points and stuff, and buy this to upgrade your costume and stuff. But there's no pay-to-win element, which is good
like
to
gameplay
see.
boosts. It's all
cosmetic, skins and gun skins and stuff like that, added things. But it's quite an unlikable game. Just in terms of its gameplay, basically, that's the worst part of it is the boring repetitive missions and you like jumping around fucking as a big shark shooting fucking thing. I suppose this does work because you're not the hero here. Like, Batman's big thing is he doesn't kill people. Well, you're going around fucking with bazookas and miniguns shooting everything. And I quite like
the story of this game is to kill the Justice League.
Yeah, it's in the title.
It's there. You're literally going around killing the Justice League. So yeah, like I say, it should work. This game should be a fucking phenomenon. But stories, fine, serviceable. But it's basically a great concept, terrible execution. This game. You know, like the idea of it, I can imagine them going, let's make a fucking Suicide Squad where you kill the Justice League. We'll make it like Guardians, make it R-rated. It's going to be brilliant. All right, well, how's it going to play? Well, think Crackdown with live service. Right.
I think Crackdown could be really fun. But it never quite got there.
Nah. No, it's like a good idea on paper. Remember, a good idea.
It's a good idea forever.
But yeah, no, this is a steaming pile of monkey shit. It's a shame. It's a shame because it really has shit on Rocksteady, and it's
it might end up being the end of them. That's the
could
thing.
be the end of them, and it's a shame because
few weeks,
the Arkham trilogy is possibly the greatest trilogy of all time. It's a very good trilogy, and it's it's the backbone of superhero games. We wouldn't have had Spider-Man without the Arkham games, and this has sort of left a sour taste, but I forced myself to go through this. Unbelievably, there is a bit of me that wants to go through it again on PS5. Just because
I've got it. Oh, maybe I'll jump in.
Exactly. Maybe we could go through together and see
Shark.
what it's like. Yeah, you could do King Shark. I'm happy for that. I played with what's his name? Deathstroke. Is it Deathstroke? Yeah.
I don't know.
Deadeye.
Is that him?
I can't remember now.
Paper keeps saying AEW's DC, but he doesn't know the characters.
Oh, yeah. What's the one that was fucking Will Smith in the film, wasn't it? Deadshot. Deadshot, that was it. Deadshot, that was it. I played as him. He's just jetpack man, so he just fly around and shoot.
Okay.
But yeah, I just want to see what it looks like in 4K glory, basically, because this was 1080p 30. Yeah, poor old potato. There's fucking smoke coming out the back. But yeah, what do I give this game?
Well, yeah, we've got obviously the gallery, we've got the platinum, gold, silver, or bronze, but we do have the self-storage at the back. If you don't want to sully Far Cry 6 and Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Because that's what's the sort of minimum level at bronze. Yeah.
Out you go, you fucking dog shit.
So it is just as well, maybe not as it's as bad as what people are saying. It's worth playing.
I tell you, it's worth playing for £3. That's all I can say.
Well, if you've only got 60 days left on this earth, is it worth committing the time?
No, definitely not.
If you're immortal, this is worth playing.
Yeah, exactly.
If you've got less than 10 years of life left, no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, $2.99 though. I can't. That's why I played through it. People will probably like, "What the fuck's he playing?" But I just wanted to play it just to see how shit it was, and amazingly, I managed to stay.
Is that when people slow down to watch a car accident? Like you just slow down to see the car. Right?
I had that today actually, and I nearly see another car crash because of them watching the car crash. I was like, that must happen a lot.
Mm-hmm. Right in the backside.
Waitrose roundabout, 10 o'clock this morning. I
was back yesterday afternoon from that Donald.
Oh yeah.
Royal Artillery. There was some crash down there.
Three of them all tangled up. There wasn't
actually. I don't know what the people did. It was raining.
What else was there? Wakering doctor went to prison for killing someone down there accidentally. I think he crashed and he accidentally killed someone. Someone tried to cross the road.
In the practice, he injected him with something.
No. He's driving down that towards Waitrose. She crossed the road on that dual carriage bit. He hit her and killed her accidentally. Like she shouldn't have been running across the road. But it turned out he shouldn't have been driving because he had like an eye problem. So then they found that out, even though he's a doctor. He was like, that'd be all right, and then drove, and then ended up having to go to prison for manslaughter because he shouldn't have been driving.
An eye test. Not that I'm planning to run one down, but
thing in the Echo the other day as well. There was like an old boy tried to top to himself down the seafront. He just drove into the fucking sea.
I saw the video of him getting dragged out.
Yeah, they dropped him, didn't they? He goes under the water.
Yeah, he goes under the water.
Yeah, well, I see a comment on there underneath. I don't know, I'm taking it from there. But it's like someone saying, like, oh, yeah, I spoke to him. He was trying to kill himself. I was like, oh, God. But there is no barrier along there, is it? It's just straight
No, you
plunge.
can't get in this. He waited till you must have looked at the tides because they're not always in.
No,
and yet he was foiled by two brave blokes in their pants who went out there to get him.
Go, no, leave me in here.
You've got to do it more privately.
But I saw straight in the comments. It was like,
why
he's
take
too
the car
old.
as well?
I know, that's what I thought. Too cold to get straight in. Put the heating on in the car, in you go.
Poor fucker.
Nah.
Got to deal with that.
No, he got dragged out by two muscle men. Poor fucker. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, self-storage for Suicide Squad.
Straight in the yellow.
Graphical powerhouse, but fucking in the binge you go.
Tekken 8, another graphical powerhouse.
Another fucking
This can't have been played on PC.
This is not. This is a PS5. No PS5 enhancement, I know. PS5 Pro, sorry. No PS5 Pro. I don't know why.
Does it need it? It must run at 60.
It does run at 60 and it looks the fucking titties. Maybe it could do with a resolution bump, I'd say. There's a couple of...
being picky.
If I'm being picky, it could have done... Yeah, mate, I reckon it's running between 1080 and 1440. I reckon it could do with a 4K upgrade, but not taking it. It is stunning. It's nearly 100 gig in size, which is insane for a fucking fighting game. Saying that, Mortal Kombat 1 was over 100 gig. I've got Street Fighter 6, but I've not played it. Yeah.
Is Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken.
Oh, have you seen that tech demo for the new Virtual Fighter?
Yeah, but...
It was at that CS. They said underneath there's not actual gameplay.
It's just...
Yeah.
I saw that in 2002, that same video, and was like...
Yeah, true. This is one thing, this is a big thing of this game, which blew my mind. The gameplay, in this game, it cuts in from cutscene to... in-game looks better than the cutscene.
And does it look... Do you remember the video when they first showed it off?
Yes.
And we was all like, oh my God. Yeah. Does it look close to that?
It looks better than that. It does. It looks better than that.
So it is
this is the first game where... Do you remember... I remember playing PlayStation 2 thinking like, wow, look at this cutscene. Yeah. Imagine when it's going to be... like when we're going to be... This is going to be the real game.
Yeah.
And then it'll go to them polygons. It's now better than that now. The in-game... I remember because it cuts in. Does quite a bit of a shit job in cutting. Like, it does cut in... like the camera angle will pan, but you can tell because it's better. You can tell when the switches happened.
Oh,
so like going through the story mode.
So this 30 FPS X-ray to it that we had with Mortal Kombat.
No, it's not 30 FPS. No, it's 60 FPS cutscenes, but they're pre-rendered and you can feel it loading in. And then when it switches into the next fight, and then it zooms in the character models. Oh my days! And yeah, that. It's really weird because that fucking... I suppose this is a bit of a spoiler, but not a heavy spoiler. That cutscene that you saw, that's the last bit of the game. Just do that.
Yeah, I think I read that somewhere.
That video of like where you watching, you're like, fucking hell, this is Tekken 7. Yeah, that's like the last bit of the game.
Stage, yeah.
And yeah, it's like, wow, that whole segment is just insane. But again, this... story mode, I loved 7. I've loved every fucking Tekken. Tekken is my number one of all of the big three. And this is possibly the best Tekken. The campaign's incredible again. I remember 7 was really good. This is on par with 7, I'd say. Doesn't pip it, doesn't beat it, but it's on par. It's almost a sort of like, it reminds me a bit of like The Force Awakens when the Star Wars film came out, and then everyone's like, oh, this is just the first film remade. They've just kept the same story. That's essentially what this is. It's the same story as 7, but with different characters. But it's just where it's a graphical powerhouse. It just makes it that, and it's that they just make it that. Anime, it's got that anime Japanese feel to it. Reminds me a bit of Revengeance, that sort of coolness to it, where it's just like Japanese drum and bass mixed over like lightning and rain and fucking particle effects going everywhere and fire and all these crazy moves. And yeah, it just plays really nice. Then I played through the campaign. They do the character arcade where you play 5 fights with each character and at the end you get a movie. I did that with all 20 or 30 characters. That took quite a while. There's a not bowling, Tekkan ball where you play with a beach ball and the aim of the game is to kick the ball at each of them. Then it has this weird sort of like Avatar game mode where it's like I think Street Fighter 6 did this, where you play as like an avatar and you go into like an arcade and then you can play against people.
Okay.
Remember that? So
it's got that. And, like, sit down at the actual cabinet.
That's it.
And, yeah.
And it's got like these ghost battles. It's called Super Ghost Battles, where the AI learns how you play and you can play against yourself.
I heard about this.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's just another added sort of story mode. But yeah, you go through and then you just play different, and then you can lean that into online. I played it online a bit because there's a few online trophies. I managed to actually hold my own. I couldn't believe it. I got my ass whooped twice, but I think I played I won. There was one for winning 5 matches. So I won more than I lost. I think I'm a Tekkan king.
Did you get the platinum then?
Yeah, I got the platinum on it, yeah. Yeah, it was pretty easy. It was just like going through the story mode. It's like an epilogue as well. They added that since launch, because it's been a little while. So there's another little bit of deals. Like it's actually really good. Actually, I forgot to mention that. So they've done these. It comes with these fighter passes.
Yeah.
But they've released a DLC, a free DLC, which is an epilogue to the story, but you sample all of the DLC characters. And it's a story, an introduction of them free. So it's quite good because you think like, I wonder what they play at. Well, this gives you
have a little go at them,
and then decide if you want to buy it from there. But yeah, it's more Tekken, more stuff, like unlockables. The only thing there was a treasure mode in 7, which was really fun. You just played through just like endless fights. And then, you'd unlock little bits where you could customize the character. They got rid of that, but then they tried to include the treasure mode into this ghost battling, but it didn't really work. That fell flat a bit. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. These story modes are fucking brilliant. I think the Tekkens are the best story modes in all fighting games. Characters are brilliant. They had like old characters. King's still there, the wrestler, brilliant. A few new characters. Few different variations in characters. Like I say, the fighter passes there. I've not delved into them. I might wait and see if they do like a big ultimate package or if it goes on sale, I'll get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, got this as a Christmas present. Smashed it out over about 3 or 4 days. Platinumed it. I've had my feel of it now, but I do still sort of feel like I will go back to it, like in a couple of weeks or something, or when the next DLC comes out, and then see if they've added any more stuff and have a little play still. I've kept it installed.
Yeah. I remember you liking Tekken 7 a lot, especially the story.
Yeah, 7 compared to 6 was that massive cinematic experience, like that story mode. A bit like a Call of Duty story, you know, like where they're normally just bolted on and they're 5 hours of meh. Yeah. And then there was like one where it was like Modern Warfare when they rebooted, and everyone's like, no, this is like a very good thing. Well, that's essentially what this has been. 4, 5, and almost 6 were fine. 7 and 8 are very good stories and worth playing.
I'll just look at the history of Tekken. So we're Tekken in 1994.
Yep.
PlayStation, lovely.
Their day one, I loved it.
Tekken 2 95, so a year later.
Yeah.
Lovely job.
Tekken 3 was a couple of years after, wasn't it?
97 on the PlayStation. Then we had Tag Tournament in 99.
Tag, that's the first game I got on PS2. I remember Mum and Dad won the lottery. Not massive, they won like a couple of grand. I think they didn't do too bad. It was back then. What year did that come out?
Tekken
Tag. That's when they won the lottery. They won, can't remember how much, probably only like a grand back then, but back then everyone was like, oh. Yeah. And they bought us me and my 4 brothers, they bought us a PS2 with Tekken Tag as a reward for winning the lottery, and I loved it. I bought that. Then what was next? 4?
4, yeah, 2001.
Yeah. 4.
PS2.
5 I didn't buy. 5 I got on PSP like years later.
Oh yeah, it's got a PSP port.
Yeah, 5. Then 6 I did buy on 360. But there was there a Tekken Tag 2 as well?
Yeah, 2011. That come to PS3, Xbox 360, Wii U.
I got on a Game Pass. So there's a couple of years I fell out of Tekken. I claim I'm the biggest fan.
Is Tag Tournament part of the story? Like,
no, they're sort of spin-offs.
Yeah.
There's bits and pieces, but yeah, the tag ones aren't.
There's one here, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection.
That's the one that I bought on PS5.
Okay, so
PSP, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and then so 2011 was Tag Tournament 2.
That's it.
2015 was 7, and then 2024 is 8. That is a huge gap.
That's a huge
9
gap.
years.
Because they always release them in arcades first, and then do a console version.
Namco
I think
System
7 was
369, Namco System ES3.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, with 7, I think because of the big gap is because they did that. This is when they started doing the fighter packs. That's the first one. Yeah, 6 didn't have fighter packs, so 7 was the first one where they did fighter packs. Then they released a complete version. But what they did do is they just kept it like sustained in all the fucking Evos and all that, even though that's dead now, isn't it, Evo? Or no, PlayStation owns it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's. Yeah, I don't know.
But 7, and there's so much so that they now have their own fucking. There's like the World Tekken Tags tournament now, and it's like a massive, great big thing in America or in Japan. And they have their own Evo.
The arcade boards are all developed by Nvidia and Namco.
Ooh.
So it's all tangled up. Interesting.
All taken out. So yeah, so it was a big gap, but yeah, I loved Tekken 8. Very good.
So could I jump into 8 and enjoy the story? If I got
how
far back?
No,
you need to 1.
It goes to 1. Yeah,
right, okay.
This is the Mishima story conclusion.
I don't
That's
mind
what's
that,
7.
but they need to make Tekken
To be
available.
Fair, they do, but they also do have
The videos.
You can unlock videos that go through all 7 games, so it catches you up. But yeah, I'd say jump on 7 because 7 did a better job. 7, you play like the story integrates the old games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is why I love it so much. Is because I've been there day one, and as much as like you watch that original ending of Kazuya, fucking like throwing his dad off the cliff, and that's what started on. It's like a 2-second clip that looks so bad now.
Yeah, now.
But to where we've come to there, and it is sort of like the journey. It's a bit like them fucking watching that Endgame and that. If you ain't watched all the other films and got that thing, you can watch it and still enjoy it. But if you got that 10
that's
years,
what I say about AEW. If you ain't been there since 2019, all the backstory.
That's why I came in when Punk came and I left when Punk came. No. Reboot.
New era.
New era, baby. I didn't install that. No chance of watching that tonight. That's gone.
No. Not worth going after.
Yeah.
Where are we putting Tekken 8?
Tekken 8. I will go...
Self-storage I've got highlighted here.
Self-storage. No chance. Gold. Yeah, I'll go gold. I enjoyed it a lot.
What could they have done?
Difficult, really, because they did. They did add another mode. Like Tekken 6. Street Fighter 6 is really good apparently because it's a competent fighting game. But then they also added that fucking mode, didn't they? That world mode where you go through as like an avatar and you fight people.
Like Yakuza a bit.
Yeah, basically, like you could. They have done that in the past. They've done like a sort of Streets of Rage beat 'em up mode. So they could do that, and then there's bowling fucking things. They do crazy shit. Like I say, the campaign was brilliant, so they've done a great job there. They had the arcade mode, the treasure battle. Like I say, they took that away, but then implemented it in this new ghost feature. There's not really a lot you can do really with these fighting games. It is difficult to get into that fucking 10 out of 10 platinum. That's why you never really see fighting games ever up for Game of the Year award. it's going to take something special to get that, and I can only see it's these big three that are going to do it. Maybe Virtual Fighter, who knows?
Well, if it's as good as the tech demo, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, I mean, this is probably the best. Like I say, I've not played 6 yet, but I know it is. I think it's regarded higher than Tekken 8. I think reviews were higher. Didn't that come to like 93 or something?
Yeah.
Tekken 6, Street Fighter 6, sorry. So I will give that a play soon because I've had that sitting here. I've got that last year for about 15 quid, but it's just sat here. Lurking Steelbook edition as well, randomly. But yeah, so I will report back on that. But Tekken 8 is the best fighting game I've played for a long while, since Tekken 7.
There you go.
Job done.
No skin of anyone's nose. Now,
I think we've done them.
We've done them all. We've caught up.
Wow.
Now, I had a one night stand with
ECW.
With the PlayStation Portal.
Did you?
I ordered a PlayStation Portal.
Oh.
I let it arrive. I played it for one night and then I sent it back the very next day.
Wow, bomb shocker. I did not know this information.
No.
What happened? Tell me through the experience.
Well,
from initial thoughts to purchase.
I'd heard so many good things about it, like that it's flawless.
I heard today it doesn't have Bluetooth. Is that true? Apparently it doesn't have Bluetooth, which baffles me.
You know what? I didn't play it. I think it does because you can put like the
control,
the Sony earphones in and stuff. But anyway,
I digress.
I didn't get enough time with it.
Where did this initial thought go? I want. What made you want?
It's been like 3 months,
right?
And basically, sometimes when I'm sitting in like the lounge and the dog's in there, it's just me and him, and I'm like, I could be just playing something, or if I've got like football on or something, I'm like, I could play like a little...
in that room.
Well, it's just a bit out of the way in here.
Yeah,
like
true,
you're a bit secluded. Like he doesn't.
I suppose it can get hot in there with all that.
Does get hot, yeah.
PC, yeah.
Like, but I could just sit in there and like again, if I want to watch like football match or one that I'm not interested in, but in the background, it'd be nice to have like something to play. So I was like, you know what? I've heard nothing but like good things about this. Like the PlayStation Portal, the idea of it, I was laughing at. I was like, that's a real bag of shit. No one's going to want that. But apparently very popular, and then those that have had it have been very impressed with it. So I was like, you know what? I've got to just give this a go. And so I did.
Cool.
And
ordered
from Amazon. Had a £50 voucher to soften the blow, so it's £150.
That's £150. That's not too bad.
And I got it, charged it up, held it. Actually, holding it, I was like, it looks stupid. It looks like a split DualSense with a screen. That's what it is. But it actually, when you hold it, it feels quite natural.
More comfortable than the Switch, you're saying?
It's heavier.
Heavier?
It's a bit heavier, yeah.
Not OLED, that's a concern.
No. The main concern
What's that screen? 1080p, is it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It might even be. It didn't. You could tell, but I weren't playing it on my
really?
what's the name?
Right,
I could tell anyway.
Yeah.
And booted it up. It synced nicely to the PlayStation. Chucked on Death Stranding. I was like I'm going to do one delivery, a drive from one side of the map to the other. I've done my roads.
Yeah.
Nice and simple. Chucked it on. It was a little bit stuttery. And I was a bit
So what is it? Remote play, is it?
It's all remote, yeah. It's all remote and cloud-based. And I was like, oh, okay. Maybe it'll settle down. And then it just didn't.
Is this internet dependent?
Yeah. But it's Wi-Fi dependent.
Of course.
So your PlayStation...
shit.
My PlayStation is plugged into the Ethernet cable, which they say you kind of need to do to give that the most juice. But then the rest of it's Wi-Fi.
Right.
So even if you've got full fibre, I don't know if it'll make much of a difference. But it was just a bit jittery. Like, it was pretty good. I would say it's about 80% there.
Right. Did you feel input lag?
There you could, yeah.
Latency.
And I just thought, no.
No, the heart weren't there.
I just can't deal with that nonsense. Like, it has to be perfect.
He's done well to fucking... Because you bought Stadia as well, didn't you?
Yeah. To be honest, Stadia was probably better.
Better,
anyway.
was it? Was
it? I only played Destiny for about 15 minutes on it, but I was like, this didn't feel much different.
No.
But also the other thing I realised, I hate handhelds. Like, I was getting like neck. I don't know what you fucks are doing to not get neck ache and back ache. I was holding it up, I was laying down, I was like, oh, it's just not comfortable. I couldn't get comfortable.
Yeah. The Steam Deck's a bit like that because it's a fucking monster.
The Hulk,
like that, I never get neck ache, but it does make my eyes blurry. That's something handhelds do. If I play it for more than like 2 hours, I get blurry vision. That's the user problem though. But
I think there's something here though. Still, I think people should just case by case basis. If you like the idea of it and you think your internet or your connection or your Wi-Fi is going to hold up, it will do the job. Like I said, it connected flawlessly. Just access the dashboard of the PlayStation, boot the game. There was a little bit of input lag, so I guess don't play Tekkan. That's not a good game to play for this.
Yeah, COD.
Don't play Call of Duty online. But like if you're playing like a Metroidvania or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
But I just realised how sensitive I was to just things not being responsive or not being completely smooth. I was like, I can't tolerate this. Honestly, it's about an hour, and I was like, I can't.
That's it, and that was it. Put it back
in the box, and I was.
Oh, he took that Biff mentality.
Chucked it back.
To be fair, you do need that because something like that, I could imagine myself doing that, but then not having the art to send it back and just going and just letting it rot, and it will sit there and rot, and it's just a fucking pointless. I should have done what you did.
I just think the better solution will be, there's rumours going around that Xbox and PlayStation are both working on some sort of handheld.
Right. So
I think that would be more, I mean, it'd be double the price minimum.
Yeah.
But I think that would be the way to do it for me because I was just a little bit too, I couldn't handle the lag and the stuttering and like it just wasn't, wasn't flawless. So when people say, oh, it's flawless, you won't notice.
Yeah, they're lying.
You will. But if you can tolerate it, I mean, most people are probably normal and be like, oh, this is actually really cool. But maybe a lower taxing game might have a better result. But Death Stranding Director's Cut, I nearly fell off the fucking road. I was like, right, this is annoying. But I'll tell you what, the haptics all worked. Like that, you can feel the vibration. It's a good size. Like they've got something there. And
really interested to put Astro Bot in it. Fuck them challenge levels.
Well, I think if you're playing a certain type, like a turn-based game.
Right, so something like that probably work well.
Perfect, like a sim game.
What about Persona? Would Persona be alright with turn-based?
Because there's no real time limit to that. Yes, it'll be a bit stuttery, but maybe Death Stranding wasn't the correct one because it's a third person. It's not an action game out and right, but you need to be quite responsive. But playing,
if you're buying that for the purpose of being able to play anything in the other room, then it sort of defeats the object, doesn't it? Yeah. If you're limited to Metroidvanias and turn-based games, you made the right decision. Wow.
But again, depends how sensitive people are. But if you see people saying it's flawless, it's pretty good, but you can still tell it's not native. And
so is your anticipation and day one purchase of the Switch 2 detrimented?
No, because it's local. It's all the gubbins, isn't it? It's not cloud back. I think that's what
that's true.
I could tell it was running through the cloud. There's just a disconnect slightly. The Switch 2 though, still, I'm like,
have you ever been tempted by a Steam Deck or one of them? Any of those?
The neck ache still. I don't know what. I don't know how people are getting around that. Like,
I suppose I do. Sit like that. Hold it there.
Yeah, mate, I just don't think I'm handheld.
That's probably why I ain't got one. It's just.
Well, I haven't got one anyway. I'd be doing that. Head on shoulders. But yeah, I just don't like handhelds. I think that's one thing I've done. Unless I'm desperate. Like if you're travelling or.
Gotta say, I don't play mine enough. Like my Switch, I've dread to look at that year in review because I hardly play. I played. Was Zelda last year? 24.
23.
Oh, so I didn't play that. I think I hardly played anything last year.
I didn't. I went to the thing and it wouldn't even sign me in because it was like, you've got no activity.
Yeah. Steam Deck, I played a bit because I played it on holiday. And because it was new, I played it as the first year, so I was playing new Switch. I bought a load of PC Steam games, like little short games that would run perfect on it. But again, I don't commute for my job, so I don't have time to. I never take it with me to commute anywhere. I never take it. Like the point of having a handheld is so you can take it wherever you go. It doesn't leave me house. It's like a fucking home console. I've took it upstairs a couple of times if I'm having a turnout, and you think, I can carry that on. That's quite fun. But then I get nagged at for sitting in the toilet for too long, and the kids need to go to the toilet.
Tick away, doesn't it?
And then get told of not helping out and hiding. and yeah, so it really is just for holidays, basically. Holidays and the odd playing around the house where you think, I might as well plug it in and get a better resolution. So, yeah, the handheld, I know the old Asians, they bloody love it, don't they? I think they play more than home consoles in Japan.
Yeah.
I think that's why the Monster Hunter franchise
That's
was
why
so
you're
good.
also seeing like games being ported to mobile, like full fat. Like Resident Evil did it. And
Biff was telling me the other day, he's like, I bought that game you were talking about the other day. I was like, what game's that? He's like, Vampire Survivors. I went,
yeah.
What did you buy that on? He's like, my phone. I was like,
Yeah.
Bloody hell. I didn't even know they did it on your phone.
yeah.
So,
There's definitely a market for it. I'm just not that market.
Definitely is. Yeah. Well, it's good that you tested it out and gave it a shot.
Well, that's the great thing about Amazon is that they're not going to give any grief if you want to return something. So
Nah. I beat the sister. Did I tell you about that?
Yes, Final Fantasy.
I'm admitting it live on air. A broken disc. That's the second, and unbelievably, that's the second game in the last couple of years that's happened to it. And both games are Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16.
What Square
and then
Enix doing with those
Rebirth.
discs?
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. I should just keep them fucking installed and then it won't be a problem. But when every fucking game that comes out is 150 plus, you're like, cool.
Wow.
Sick now. Wow, and there you go.
That's that.
The PSP. What's it? No, it's
PlayStation
not,
Portal.
Portal. That's it.
I'd say if you can, give it a go.
And what was a PSP called?
PlayStation.
Oh.
Portable?
That's right. Is it Portable? And this is the PlayStation Portal.
Portal, yeah. PlayStation Portal, yeah. PSP.
And then PS. This is the
Vita.
PlayStation Portal.
Yeah.
Fucking hell,
the last time I had a handheld properly was the Game Boy Color, and it's like,
right.
I never wanted a Vita, I never wanted a PSP.
No, I never got
3DS. I remember I played Ocarina of Time on it. Adcock lent it to me.
God, yeah.
And that done my fucking head in for the week I played that. I was getting annoyed at that. So I need a telly, I think.
Of Odyssey and Breath of the Wild, was that you played that mostly home console?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
not handheld. Very rare. I think I might have tested it out, and then I was like,
you took one on. Did you when you
went
scan
to
up to
holiday,
London?
and that's when I played Smash Brothers and
That's right.
Sonic
yeah,
and a few other shitters.
Did you used to take it up to the city with you?
I think I might have took it once, and then I was like, even this is giving me fucking back. I just want to have a nap on the train.
Yeah. And you're just waiting for someone to go yoink.
Oh, yeah.
Pissed up on the last train home.
They can have that. That fucking Skip, that old dirty bastard. Well, we've done it. We cleared Adkins' backlog, so we're up straight.
We've done a lot. That's it. I need to play.
So what's the preview? Game. What's going on now? What's being played? So Shadow of Mordor, we've heard about.
Shadow of Mordor has been started. I've also started Kiwami 2 on Steam.
Done Kiwami 1, the OG.
Done Kiwami 1.
And that's 60
0.
FPS.
Yes, that's 60 FPS. Weird. I don't know. Oh, it's the engine, wasn't it? Of course it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just seems so weird because them consoles now are more than capable of playing that 60 FPS, but they
just it for us.
They can be fucked. So yeah, them. What else? I need to go back to. I've done so many games where I start them and then just stop, and then I do go back to them and finish them. But that's what I need to do this year: is just focus on one game, get it done, move to the next, and stop playing bits of games, going to another one, going back,
Rebirth,
starting another one, Rebirth, and Star Wars. I'm halfway through.
Outlaws.
I'm not even Outlaws. I'm about halfway through Outlaws, and I'm only about. I've only played 16 hours of Rebirth, so a long way to go.
Well, if you want to do it all, yeah. But
I will.
If you mainline it, you can get through it in like 40.
Yeah.
But I always worry that you'll be unleveled and struggle. It's an action game as well. Like you can skill at it, but
the way I've been playing it is just doing everything
down.
I can until I can then get to the next story beat. So I'll try that. So yeah, those are the two on the pipeline. I got Stellar Blade and Alan Wake 2 for Christmas, but again, I don't want to start them until I've got time to just do them. I want to get these ones done. And that's it, basically. I mean, there's games on here that I started, like Demon Souls, I'd like to go back to, but Bloodborne, again, I started playing that again a little bit last year and got a bit further. I feel like I will eventually get them done, but it'll be 2030,
just as the remake comes out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, just the thing. What else we got here? Yeah, done. Everything else is done. There's nothing on that Xbox at the minute. I want to play Indiana Jones, but I've not even got Game Pass at the minute, so I'd have to buy that for that. And then all of a sudden, 2025 is a big year for games. Stuff's going to get in the way. This is probably the time now. I need to play more games like backlog now, because we haven't really got anything till Feb now, really. Monster Hunter's the first one.
Yeah.
Then we've got Creed, and then it's just going to be banger after banger then. We've got Creed, Avowed.
Yep.
So I'm really interested in that South by Midnight. I don't know why, but I've got a real keen eye on that. PC, and then and the other thing is I've just spent money on a new PC. I'm not going to be able to play it for a while because I've got to wait for a new graphics card now. That's even if I get it.
Can you still get a 40 series? Are they like readily available?
They are. Then that's the trouble. They're going down in price now. I was going to get one the other day for $550, but
what would it have been?
A 4070 Super. But apparently this new 5070 for the exact same price is getting 5090 and even 4090. Sorry, even now 4090s are about $1,000 to buy.
Yeah, so
it's brains. But that I can just see them fucking selling out in seconds. So all the bits of about tomorrow, I'll have a. Oh, I won't actually. My fucking power supply ain't turned up, but everything else. So I was going to build that over the weekend, but so there's 4090s on here for £1,300. Christ. Cool. So you can get that for $550. So I'm gonna have to wait for that, and that's saying February. But then once that new one's there, then my brain's gonna kick in and go, you've just spent all that. Now let's test this. I was gonna buy a Cyberpunk on PC and then either run through that again, which is a long thing, but I wanted to play that DLC.
Well, you can skip the DLC, can't you? Can't you like?
Oh, can you? Can you? I would like to do that. I wouldn't really like to go through the whole game again.
You can do that on Witcher. I don't know if you can do it on the.
It's worth looking at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to play for that. Wukong I was going to buy on PC, and also Warhammer.
Yep.
Space Marine 2. So those are the three on PC. But no, I said to New Year's resolution myself to stop playing segments of games and focus on one and get it done and move to the next, because I'll be honest, mate, you'd have a fucking heart attack if you see my list of games started and not finished. There is hold on, I've got my list here, and there's 30 games in here, but there's a couple I need to go through this because there's a lot of these that it's been so long that I would
restart.
It's been so long just picking out random ones.
Got 2K24 WWE to get through the story.
Yeah, exactly that. Fucking, it goes back to Shovel Knight on Switch. Shovel Knight, fucking Trials Rising. I can't see me ever going back to that and completing that.
That's a pig to complete as well.
Exactly. I think I did most of it, and then you have to go back through the same lot.
Yeah,
you
have to basically get like top banana on to get enough. It was a fucking sham. They ruined the series there.
Crazy ones. If I forgot, fucking Mass Effect 2 remastered, Metroid Prime remastered. I'm about an hour away from the ending. I've done a biff. I should just go back and finish that to just get over the finish line. Mass Effect Andromeda. I haven't played that game since 12 or whenever it come out. That needs a restart. That needs wiping out. Hades, I've done a full run once. I've got to do another 9 times.
Put it on. You can toggle this thing called like God mode.
Oh right.
And basically, you take 20% less damage, and then every time you die, it adds another 5% resistance.
Oh,
so it's made for like it's made to make the game a little bit easier. So
yeah,
that will.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's worth just chucking that on because it's like just a little toggle in there.
Yeah.
Like you've done once you've gone through the run once.
I was gonna say I've done it once. I couldn't believe
you got to do it
like,
9 more times. I thought that was complete horse shit from. Yeah, like, just come on.
Yeah, that does seem stupid to get in credits. Got that, and then another big one which I've been wanting to go back to, but now we'll wait for the new PC is Baldur's Gate 3. I see Hall's just recently bought that and going for it. Yeah,
playing co-op on his own.
I think he's playing co-op with Lappers. I think.
Oh, okay.
Part of that so cheating. But yeah, that was a very good. But again, my computer is struggling to keep up with that. So, but that game, like, as much as very good as it was, it's really not an Adkins game.
Right.
But I did enjoy I did enjoy my time, but it felt like the sort of game I would never normally play.
Yeah.
I just got sucked up into the hype, and now halfway through, I'm 30 hours in. I need to see it off. But yeah, so New Year's resolutions to stick there. That's the pipeline. What's on your horizon currently?
Just Ghost of Tsushima.
See, this is the way.
That's it. That's
One
all
at
I've got to worry about now. I've got Mirage and Jedi Survivor that you've lent me, so they will be factored in. Once Ghost of Tsushima's done...
Well, they're both platinum, so I don't need them back anytime soon.
No. So they'll probably be after Ghost of Tsushima. Like, Monster Hunter Wilds is realistically the next...
Yeah.
Providing it's not a complete shit house.
Yeah, that's
the next
only
one.
concern.
So PS5, I can... But that's like... I can sort of... I think I can play that alongside something else.
Yeah,
like especially in the later game when you're like, fuck me, I just need to be grinding it. Like you don't want to be doing that 12 hours a day. Like it'd be nice to just sort of do that once every few days. So Ghost of Tsushima, I'll do the platinum run on that with any luck, and then
luckily I don't think that, other than GTA, don't think there's going to be anything that's too much of a fucking yeah, that's a guarantee. No, what I was going to say is like a big fucking meteor, bloater. Like,
I don't think there's any Atlas games or Persona games.
No, so you're right.
I've got a year off.
Yeah, so you're right. So if I could, Doom would be perfect. 15, 20 hours. Yeah, give me Doom. I'll be well happy with that.
15 more orders at once.
Monster Hunter does have potential to be that. That could be a bloater.
There's a 30 to 50 hour minimum, I think.
Yeah. That's very true. So that could potentially Creed.
Yeah. Well, Valhalla was 100 when I fucking finished it.
That's true, yeah. So that's potential, but don't know. Hopefully not. But we'll see. But
we'll see how the year goes on. We'll report back on findings. But there we go. We're up to date with you, and we'll be back.
We're all done.
Probably won't have that many games again.
No, we're gonna have to start pulling people in. Seeing what's been completed. Hancock's playing
Silent Hill too.
Silent Hill, yeah. What's Biff playing? He's playing Astro Bot, and he's loading.
He's playing Astro Bot. He also
Spyro.
Was playing Black Myth, but stopped.
Oh yeah, he stopped that, didn't he? And he
played Wolfenstein New Order.
He was playing. Oh, he did 1 and 2, I think, or did he bin 2?
He was playing 2. I think he might have binned it. Yeah. So.
What else was he playing? Something else random. I know he always goes. Oh, he's playing Days Gone, wasn't he?
That's I'm not sure. I messaged him about that, and he was like, "Yeah, it's still shit." And I was like, "What are you doing?"
I was gonna say, I remember him hating it.
Yeah,
it's always like to me, it's like one of those sort of like games I really like, but it just sort of didn't get the love it deserved. And
I've been tempted to go back to that.
I never finished all the side shit. I just done the story, and then
exactly.
It was like 50 hours long.
Yeah,
I've not finished all the fucking hordes or the side missions.
Might have a little look at the platinum for that if it's not something absurd.
Yeah, I think it was achievable.
60 FPS now on the old PS5.
That's true, yeah.
Bugs are all ironed out.
Yeah. I tell you one thing, I do want to go back. That could be a new PC, but again, time is red. I want to go through Red Dead 2 again, but you got to put 100 hours back into that.
If you want to just walk around like I did, walk around the camp,
exactly.
Stew,
I'd love to. I just,
a bit of cards, then heading out.
That comes up on YouTube, and I just get instant. That was so good, that game.
It was.
So maybe that could, but who knows? I'll be 50 games started and stopped by the end of the month.
There's always too much to play. As I like to say. Anyway, that's it. You're off for another month. Enjoy.
Got to try and get some games to get on the next episode.
Oh, there'll be plenty, don't you worry.
Yeah, they'll be there.
We'll see you all on the other side. Here we are then, Mr. Apps, Mr. Logan, back with a couple of game reviews this time. First of all, I'm going to talk through Death Stranding Director's Cut.
Have we already done? We did the review, didn't we, on the original? Way back in 2019-ish, didn't we?
I think me and Adkins did it.
Yeah, I mean the royal we.
Yeah. So it has been done, and it's in the archive. I think it goes on for like 2 hours. I don't know what we were doing.
Well, that's you and Adkins. That is part that we do it at times, so that can't really be criticised, can it?
No, I'm not sure how we can talk about a game for that long without spoiling. Like, if there's a spoiler cast, I'll go, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't think it was. It was just
well, with Adkins, it could always be a spoiler cast.
That's true. That is the problem with him. He will drop bollocks in that sense. But I'm trying to think when Director's Cut actually come out. Was it like, it must have been after 2020, and because it was a PS5 jobby, as I remember. Let's have a look. What we got here? What we got on there? Not telling me. Probably not that big a deal. But I like to know now that I've asked the question. Now, you would have seen this on various websites and chat and other things. What do you know about this, or what do you not know? Because I've obviously fed back that it's road building sim, which is not that's not accurate. But
it's not. No.
I wonder what your understanding of it is. I did send you some trailers, but I didn't realize how fucking long they were. So I was surprised.
They were very long. So I have watched them, and I've watched you play it, and I've got some awareness of the game. But
well, you think you do. That's the trouble.
Yeah. So my brief understanding.
September 2021.
Is that when you?
That's when the Director's Cut came out.
Yeah. Which is actually quite close to when the original come out. Like it's 2019. Yeah.
2 years.
So to do it again just 2 years later is quite short. But anyway, so as I understand it, the Death Stranding is like the 6th mass extinction event or something. And I'm just going to say words here because I don't know how to best articulate it other than these tidbits that I've got. So you've got the Death Stranding, which is
called
the
chaos.
6th. Yeah, that's the 6th extinction. Well, there's some sort of the 6th extinction thing is going on, happened. I don't know where we're at in it, but there's that, and that's called the Death Stranding as far as I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And the world's gone to shit.
Yeah.
And you are tasked with basically getting some stuff back online to restore some sort of connection and get
basically being rolled out.
Basically, yeah. And to do that, you've got to have means of getting back and forth from places, which is where the road building comes in.
You don't need the roads. The roads just make things easy. There's not a quest where it's like you have to build the roads, but
it should be.
That's not far off. So yeah, there has been an event that's ongoing or taken place, and humanity and everything else is, the world has gone to shit. Although we're only privy to America because all communications to other countries have been cut off after this Death Stranding. They actually mentioned a couple of times in the game that we don't know what's going on in Europe. In South America, we haven't got that far, etc., etc. So we don't actually know what's happening to the rest of the world.
Donald's wall must be up.
Well,
he must have succeeded.
I think I'm trying to think now if they even make references to Donald in the notes and stuff. Like when you read the interviews,
Oh, really?
They make references to like 9/11 and whatnot about that because so I don't actually know when the game's set. All I know is that there's a character or prepper in the game at one of the areas, and he talks about I think it's his granddad's granddad that was around during 9/11. It sort of mentioned there's a terrorist attack, and it's clearly inferring that. So I don't know when this is set. Maybe they do say it at some point, but
I kind of assumed it was about 2, 3, 4, like in the future because of the tech that they've got and this whole sort of like weirdness with the baby and stuff. Like it looks like some sort of new tech in a ravaged world, and I kind of thought it looks, but I didn't know whether they would just sort of do this as like, because I was trying to think how many extinction events there have been. Like I'm like, is there been some? Is this not the next one? If that makes sense. Like, do you know what I mean by that? So have we already, like in this real world that you and I are in, have we already had 5?
I think so. Yeah, I think dinosaurs is one of them, and there's 4 others that I'm not really
the Younger Dryas.
Well,
that was the latest one, allegedly. That Younger Dryas was the Ice Age, like 13,000 years ago. That apparently was the last one.
Yeah.
That's when Atlantis got wiped out. Allegedly.
That's nonsense, though, isn't it? It's under the water.
Well, no.
So Atlantis wasn't under the water, but they say it now exists under the water after that event. Is that the...
Well, there's competing theories on it. So I always thought Atlantis was like this mythical thing, but...
Yeah.
I think it's more based in fact. I wouldn't say it's 100% because they think they know where it is.
Right.
They think they know what it was, and there are a record of it. But if you ain't got it there, then nothing's certain, is it?
It's been washed away. It's gone.
But yeah, so that's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, say you and I are now living past the 4th one. Has there been a 5th, and then this is the 6th? Like,
I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know how many in our world they've counted.
How many extinction?
It might be that this is that we're on 5.
How many extinction level events have there been? Yeah, there has been 5.
Fucking Adkins, firing up Yakuza Kiwami. He should be out fucking grafting. What's he up to?
The Younger Dryas wasn't an extinction event. This is the last one was 65.5 million years ago, which wiped out the dinosaurs. So experts now believe we're in the midst of a 6th mass extinction. So, well, okay.
That'll be the environmentalism, won't it?
Kojima.
That's what we look back on. They go, you fucking poisoned that land and it cost everyone. They go, yeah.
Possible.
But you can't, these electric cars ain't going to save it when we've got China blowing out turret. So let's not worry about making things more expensive at that. Let's do something else. But that's another conversation for another day.
Yeah. So
yeah, the kind of gist of it is that the USA has been disconnected from this event. It's created some absolute weirdness. Like there's BTs roaring around, which are like,
what does that stand for? BT,
beached things.
Oh, I thought it'd be something more technical than that.
I think that it's not. It's
is it a spoiler to say what the extinction level event is? Because I think that's relevant.
Well,
to everything else.
It's a bit vague in the game, to be honest, and it's caused a change in the environment. It's caused a disconnection. People have had to go underground, and it's introduced these BTs that will kill people essentially if you get caught by them. So that's the general kind of hazards that are at play now. And what really costs them. And this is all in the law, this is something you learn very early, if a human being is captured by a BT and, I don't know, eaten, devoured, or just taken away, or whatever they're doing, it will cause a void out, which is basically a massive crater just blows up, or there's a big explosion, and it just creates a massive crater. So that's the thing that I think's caused a load of problems. That started happening before people were aware of what it was even going on. People were dying, or people were,
thinking gas mains are getting blown up.
Yeah, well, there's notes in there saying they thought it was like a big terrorist attack going on initially, like in America. There was like all these explosions and and it turns out once they learned what was going on, they're like, okay, dying, a human body now needs to be incinerated to prevent this from happening. I think it's called necrosis, they call it. Yeah. So if someone dies and you don't burn their body within 48 hours or an undetermined amount of time, it's not long, it will cause a void out. So that has happened in several cities. Someone's died and then not been picked up and wiped out everyone on that. And that terrorists started to use it as a ways or a means to cause disruption. So separatists were like, we don't want to be connected up. We don't want the UCA, like the United Cities of America. It's like this new push for government. So we're going to cause problems and just drop bodies off, inside things. We're going to drop bombs off there. So there's all this shit going on as well. And it's quite clever in the fact that you can kill people in the games. There's like human enemies running around, like mules and terrorists. You are given means to not kill them, like rubber bullets and stun sort of electrical tools. But you can kill them. You can just shoot them and kill them. But you have to then deal with the body within a certain time period. So once you've settled down and done it, you've got to go and collect up the body, physically take it to the incinerator. Because my understanding is that if you don't do that, the game sort of ends. There's like a timer once you create a corpse.
Really?
It causes a void out and it wipes off a massive part of in canon. I guess it would just wipe off a massive part of the game, and you wouldn't be able to survive. You wouldn't be able to continue with your task. As I said, you can avoid that completely by just not killing people. You can knock them out fairly easy. And there's no difference between shooting them with a real bullet or a rubber bullet. Really, they'll go down eventually. But I kind of like that little wrinkle that sort of lore piece plays into the game, and there's a reason not to just slaughter people with grenades and make you eat off everything. Actually, to avoid conflict is the way to do it. I guess the interesting thing about your character, Sam Porter Bridges, which is Norman Reedus, or Daryl, looks like Daryl, sounds like Daryl, acts like Daryl in many ways.
He's Daryl. That's why he got recruited.
Yeah. He's what they call a repatriate, which means, and again, I like this, if you die in game, he comes back, and that's contextualizing the game. He's got some fucking power or some fucking gene that allows him to repatriate and come back to life. Now, what that causes, if you're captured by a BT, is that it causes a small void out, but it doesn't wipe the whole map away like it. But it will create a permanent crater of fairly significant size on the map, which then if you get caught and die and whatnot in one of those areas, you can't really traverse that. Like it's sort of locked off, so it can make your life a little bit harder. But I just like the fact that death doesn't mean the end in this game. Whereas most games you respawn, you're like, well, that didn't happen. We're just reverting back to a newer point in time. Where the game can continue in this sense. In most cases, now there are certain orders like deliveries that if you fail, it will end because it's a story mission. Like you're delivering a person, if you fucking drop them in the ocean, they die. The game can't continue because it's got a narrative to fix through. So it will do the checkpointing and whatnot, but death via a BT doesn't mean the end, and it actually gives you a permanent kind of scar on the world that you have then got to sort of work around. But the game, in terms of a narrative, that's the sort of setup anyways, that there's nonsense going on, and you want to reconnect and get everyone on the chiral network, which is basically this full fibre broadband being rolled out, city fibre or OpenReach. Other people doing it apparently as well, but this chiral network's a lot more powerful because it's utilising and leveraging something called the beach, which is essentially when you're dying, that's the in-between place, or once you've died, you go back to the beach and then you stay there for a while and you'll move on to the afterlife. But they found a way over the years and years of studying the BTs and all the other crazy shit that's going on that they can leverage the beach to sort of transfer information like lightning quick, like faster than light speed, that sort of stuff, and transfer items as well. If you're clever enough, they've found a way to harness that. So your task is, world's gone to shit. We're having some problems in the government. President is died, like right at the beginning of the game. She's old and dies. We want you to go out there, reconnect the world, and save your sort of estranged sister who's on the other side of the country, who happens to be the president's daughter as well. So there's a succession plan there. So get out there, reconnect the UCA network, the chiral network, so we could all live in this new unified and connected world. And then whilst you're there, get that fucking daughter back and that sister back, and then you're left to travel the rest of the country. You're off, and there's a
being Royal Mail.
Yeah, Better than Royal Mail, I'd say.
So, explain to me how the Royal Mail element fits into that story. Because I often see, like, and even when you watch the trailers, there's like big backpacks of toot and like you got like you're carrying this stuff in like behind you and stuff, and it follows you. And I'm like, I don't really understand how this and road building and it all kind of knits into the benefit of that overarching story.
Yeah. So to bring some of the facilities online, they might require a fucking generator or something specific, some specific item that has been manufactured but hasn't been given to the new facility. So often what you'll see is, like, from the story perspective, is they'll require some level of item to get them online, as well as your sort of your Cupid, as it's called, to connect you up. So you have to kind of take stuff to the facilities to get them online. And then to support with the chiral network rollout, the big facilities are all on board. They'll join the UCA, no problem. They're in on the the new world. But there's individuals that own smaller sort of almost like cabins or shelters, almost like underground shelters, who don't really want to be connected up, but we as in the UCA need them to join the UCA, or at least come on the network, so we can expand the network and reach our next main facility, because it's in between two facilities. So you kind of has to be webbed and connected. So they will often be like, well, we ain't joining or going on the network, bugger off. But you earn their favour by delivering certain items they want. Like, if someone's got a medical emergency, sometimes you'll find that, and they're like, oh, we need this instrument. You're like, well, I can help you. I'll go back, get it from this doctor that I met and bring them that. So that's the sort of narrative element as why you would be taking parcels back and forth. And your job is to metaphorically connect the world. And by doing that, and by delivering people certain items that are after, it kind of brings up the morale and people's interest in being part of, like, the UCA. And then I guess the sort of the sub objective to that is, every time you deliver something, you kind of rank up your level with the facility. It's done like a star system, so 5 stars. If you connect up a big facility, they'll start on 3.5 stars because they're already in and they're part of it. A smaller individual might only start on 1 star, and usually each extra star you get, whilst you deliver them specific items, it will give you a reward of some sort. It might be a new weapon, it might be an upgraded version of a weapon, it might be materials, it could be anything. So usually you'll get some sort of reward to do it. And, like, your subtask, as they give you to it, is, yes, get the chiral network up and running, but connect as many people as you can to the network and bring some level of positivity back to the country. And by delivering people items they've requested, sometimes it's beer. Right, you'll be like pissheads that are having a party, and they'll be like, well, we need this by a certain amount of time. You can go off and do that. So that's the way that the delivery mechanisms kind of wound in there. In terms of the roads itself, the roads are essentially a way to make the deliveries easier for specific facilities, because some of them are on a road and got a station. So you don't have to do it, as I said, but it will make your life easier. And that's one of the, I guess the game itself is built on this loop of unlocking new structures, unlocking new equipment, unlocking new bits and pieces that make your deliveries and your traversal of the land easier. Roads is one of those, methods that you can use. But the roads, you don't customize and build the roads yourself. They are a set path, so they're actually only going to cover maybe less than half of the facilities you need. So you can use it for those, but for the rest of the stuff, you're going to have to figure out other ways, and you will unlock new bits and pieces as you go through the game that will make that easier. What was a really difficult long walk can become, something very, very easy once you've unlocked the facilities and you've built the structures in such a way that you can use it. And that brings me on to, like, the online piece, because you see other people's structures and helpful things that they've put down that you can use and utilize. And that's like,
sorry to interrupt you, but how do you find that with the kind of lore and the canon of it, though? Because everyone else is playing as Daryl Dixon, and you're Daryl Dixon technically using another structure that's another Daryl Dixon has built.
Yeah. Well, the way in which, and this is just my interpretation of the way in which they rationalise that there's other structures in there is because there are actually other porters out there doing deliveries as well. So the way they kind of position it is that this was another porter who's random that just set up this ladder here or whatever it might be. And actually you see NPC porters walking around as well. So that's how they kind of, I guess, contextualise it. And that's the way I understood it, is that these structures are from other porters that are in the world that you don't see ever because they're other human players, but for the sake of the game, they're there, and another porter has done it and whatnot. So that's how I've understood it. Now the game does break the fourth wall several times in the game. Like when you're in the private room, Daryl Dixon will look at the camera and like point at it and stuff. Like, it's a Kojima game, so they're always fucking about with sort of immersion breaking things. But yeah, that's how the online element is kind of positioned. That it's not said that, oh, there's another version of you, Sam, going out there doing it. It's like, oh, there's other porters out there. Now you've linked up the network, they will appear on your map. So you can't use other people's structures until you've got that region on the map, basically. So you have to, that initial traversal to the facility has to be done off your own back. Then once you've set them up, the structures will appear.
Gotcha.
But it's a nice. It makes the game feel alive and sort of lived in, even though all it is structures being put up. But it makes it feel like it's a well-travelled land, and there's other people out there doing the same sort of job as you. Albeit they might be delivering cider instead of beer. I don't know what they're up to. Other things they've got on their plate. But I think it's really clever to build like a sense of community, because you put something up, you come back to it a few hours later or even tens of hours later, and you check and you're like, oh, it's got a score of 800, which means potentially 800 people have used that since I last, and that's something I put up, and you get like little likes, as they're called. That's sort of like your experience, I guess, how you level up and do bits and pieces like that. It's all to do with your likes. So it's interesting. It's not really anything out there like this.
Well, no, quite. So, conscious that we've already mentioned you did a 2-hour breakdown of Death Stranding with Adkins already. So I don't know where you want to go with this in terms of, do you want to just do it specific to things that they've added over the course, or in this director's cut version, or do you want to do the whole thing again?
I don't really do the whole thing again. I think here's what I picked up on being new. Okay, so I'll do a rundown of that.
Okay.
And this won't be a complete list. This is just the main stuff, I would say. So you've got new combat abilities, so it makes the melee combat in particular a little bit easier. You can do like running knees, and you can do a drop kick now. It's mental, but okay, we'll just drop that in there. There's new combat weapons to fabricate, so there's new weapons for you to do, new structures for you to fabricate. Like one's a catapult, so now you can load up the orders or the delivery items onto a catapult, fire it into the air, and then parachute drop it down 500 meters in front of you. Rather than having to carry it, you can shoot it and sort of make your life just a little bit easier. There's a firing range they've added, so you can now test out all the weapons, and there's little trials for each of the weapons so you can get used to. That's actually quite handy, because the combat in itself is easily the weakest part of the game, and they give you weapons and you're not always sure how they work, and that gives you a safe environment to do it. Because like I said, you don't want to be fucking around out of the BTs and then learn on the fly, because if you get caught and killed, there's a fucking crater being left there for you to deal with. So it's nice to have that, and you can sort of practice and hone your skills a little bit. There's a new vehicle added. They added a racetrack. I don't know why.
Saw that.
Don't know.
I was going to ask you, like, how does that play into?
It's nonsense. There's no story element to it. It's just at the back of one of the facilities, you go out there and build it like you would a road, and then it offers time trials for each of the different vehicle types. And it's like, okay, there's no reason for it to be there. It's actually just completely unnecessary, the racetrack. Not only that, like, the vehicles drive like shit as well. So it's like, it's not overly
even like
enjoyable.
GTA, where you think the cars handle well. Like it's the opposite.
This is no good. There's a new quest line added to it, which is quite interesting. So worth going through. That adds a little bit of extra story and whatnot. It's side quests, so it'll appear in your standard orders, but you can work your way through that. Buddy Bot has been added. So
what's that?
Basically, you can fabricate a buddy bot and have him follow you around. It's just like a little robot with legs and a big basket on top of it, and you can load him up with toot. So now you can carry your stuff, and buddy bot can carry a whole load of other stuff, meaning you can deliver more at once. More at once, yep, more toot. Or you can give buddy bot items and say deliver mode. Like you give them, I don't know, a crate of beer that's supposed to go to Lake, not City. Give that to him, hit deliver mode, he'll go off and deliver it. Next time you're at Lake, not City, it'll be in your private locker just to hand in. So you can get him to do some of the more menial tasks. In particular, the lost cargo, as it's called, is just randomly drop stuff in the world that's got a delivery destination on it. And it's normally low level likes. So it's not really worth your time to go out and get it and then go and deliver it. Whereas if you've got buddy bot of you, what I'll do is I'll take him out with me, and then every time I saw a bit of lost cargo, I'll just load him up with that. And you might have 15 bits of cargo to 15 different areas, but once he was full up, I'll just hit the delivery mode, and he would then go off in real time and deliver all that shit. And then the next time I was there, it was almost like a little boost to my likes, because I'd hand that stuff in without actually having to have done anything. I just naturally would come back to it. Buddy Bot is a good addition, but there's certainly more things they could do with him and add some functionality, which I might get onto as like a little wish list at the end. New cosmetic options, as you'd expect, so you can change the colour of BB, which is the baby's like little carrier, and there's new suit colours and shit like that. And there is actually a new road network that can be built. So rather than it being what was there in the original, there's a different route you can take. I mean, you can build both of them, but I was like, oh, I don't remember this road. And I was like, no, it wasn't here, was it? This wasn't available. So I was like, that's interesting. So I built that road network rather than the OG one, which I didn't finish this time. Still took fucking forever, but it made some of the travel a bit easier. And that's sort of a rundown, I guess, of the bits and pieces that have been added to it.
In terms of, so you would have played the original on the PS4, or did you not?
PlayStation 4. I remember it running pretty. I think it ran at 60 back then. So it wasn't one of those games that ran at 30 FPS slop. I mean, it looks. There's been a boost in resolution and whatnot, here, but they've not really. It looked good before, though. It looked good before, yeah. And it doesn't look bad. But where I noticed it's been lapped by something like Forbidden West, and this is a bit unfair because it's gold standard, but this is what we've seen with like PS5 entries, and I know that was on PS4 as well, but stuff that's sort of been made during this generation is the facial animations and the capture of those. They're not as emotive. And I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima now. It's similar with that, another PS4 game, and the facial kind of animations just a step below. But it looked good. It looks good now, and the environment's well done, and character models are nicely scanned in. Norman looks like Norman. Got Mads Mikkelsen lurking as well, looking like he does in the real world.
Yeah, all the motion capture and stuff is even Leah Seydoux, who is in James Bond's, like that. It really is a star-studded cast in that, and it's weird watching. Even when I watch like that, it's like a 7-minute release trailer or something. I was like, literally like a film. It's really it's all annoyingly heavily edited though. It's like literally about a series of 3 or 4 minute clips, like constantly for about 7 minutes. It's like, but it's really impressive to see it looking back. Like it is impressive, and it's interesting to hear actually what you mentioned around some of it now being lapped. Like that was only really 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Don't take a lot.
It's ridiculous how quickly things feel like they're kind of coming along now. Like especially when you look at like some of the games that come out at the beginning of last year and stuff. Spider-Man and various different things. It is quite impressive. But I'd still thought, at least in those cutscenes, like Norman looks good and Mads looks good. It's like it is, props to it. It was kind of ahead of its time 5 years ago, and it's been lapped in 5 years. Unbelievable, really.
I noticed it actually when I watched the Death Stranding 2 trailer after I'd finished it. And I noticed it immediately. I was like, oh, wow, they've really upped the animation, the facial animation side of things. They're much more emotive. And I was like, interesting that they've been able to improve that on the next iteration.
Do you know what would be interesting is to see something like that in a game that I think does it really well and actually focuses and wants to capture the essence of the actor versus GTA 6. Because you've got to feel like that's the benchmark. Like if you look at Red Dead 2, that feels like a benchmark setter. And it'll be interesting to see, I think, how games over the next couple of years kind of compete with that. Because once it's there, you know, if it's not, like that's just like once that benchmark's been reached and set by another game, it kind of just resets expectations, I think.
The watermark goes up and you're like, well,
yeah, it does, yeah.
Now what's going on?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't expect it depends on the game, though, doesn't it? It's like if you've got a game that's not heavy on narrative for whatever reason, probably not going to notice it because it's not really part of the story. But if you're doing something really story heavy, let's use like The Last of Us, for example, you need to feel that connection.
Yeah,
great. So they have to spend time on that stuff because as soon as it doesn't feel like, even if it's something straightforward like the lip syncing being off, like that sort of stuff from a generation or two ago, you'd just be like, well, that's how it is. Now you're watching, going, hang on.
Yeah.
Your lip didn't move. And it's like, it's ridiculous to say that, but that's what's happened because some of the games have done such a great job of it. And if the expectation is you're going to sit here and listen and be interested in these characters, you need to have that connection with the audience. And that sort of stuff does help, regardless of what people say.
Sure.
So it doesn't matter. I'm like, well, in some games it does matter.
Yeah. There's not many that I kind of, from my perspective, give quite a wide range of acceptability on this.
Oh,
but there was one game years ago that caught me off guard with it. I think it was like a Call of Duty campaign, maybe like 8 years ago or something, where I think they had this is really going to annoy me. I don't know how to say it without being controversial. Who does the name of Knuckles? He's an English actor in the Sonic films.
What, the new films?
Yeah. Bear with.
Who we got?
Because I remember it looked like him, and it had his voice. Idris, yeah. So
lurking in Cyberpunk.
Is he?
Oh yeah. Interestingly, just before I forget this, there is like a Cyberpunk crossover in this game. There's like a quest line that never says the word Cyberpunk, but I recognise the characters and some of the abilities.
To it.
Yeah, and you unlock. And if you continue the quest line, you unlock like little items that you'd see in Cyberpunk. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. I never remembered it from the first one. I don't even know if it was there actually. And there's also a Half-Life crossover quest line as well, which was interesting.
That's an interesting link in to other universes to sort of give a nod to them. Don't see that.
Yeah, it's quite cool actually. I was like, oh, that's really. For some reason, I did not remember it. And it could have been because it was new, but I didn't see it in like the rundown of new stuff. I must have just. The trouble is, when I played it last time, there was a certain stage I got to. I was like, right, get this done. I had this old mentality. I was like, get it off my fucking plate. It's like I'm enjoying it, but there's something else was probably coming out that I didn't want to play but wanted to play, and then blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Whereas now I've changed the way I play games mostly. I was like, well, I've got as much time as I want here. And I was able just to, so I did all that stuff. And I was like, oh, this is, why did I not do this last time? Like, there's some really helpful shit as well you get as well by completing like quest lines and leveling up the facilities. But yeah, anyway, back to Idris and Knuckles. What's he done?
I remember what the point.
It's controversial. More racism.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
So yeah, my point was just that it sometimes catches me off guard, like the leaps of improvement, because I remember watching a Call of Duty game where I'm sure he was in it and he's like had that capture, and his mouth movement and everything, and I was like, cool. And that for me reset my expectation.
Kevin
or the
Spacey
level.
lurking.
It might have been that Kevin Spacey one. It might have been that one because he was obviously captured in it as well.
Yeah.
I wish games would do that more as a side note, but I think it's a really cool thing to do.
I was going to ask you this actually, because for the most part, the likenesses in Death Stranding are the actors' likenesses.
Yeah.
They might change a few little bits here and there, but you recognise the actors if you know them from outside. And you look. Some people, I've seen the notion put forward that people who are playing video games don't like that because it kind of breaks the immersion. Because like I've been describing him, I'm seeing Daryl or Norman Reedus rather than Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah.
Whereas if they created Sam from scratch and he would looked different but had Norman's voice, that attachment's not there. I mean, I say it in jest, really, but I do wonder what people's perspective is generally about likenesses in video games, because you can't get away from it in film and TV.
Yeah,
like it is.
Yeah,
it
but
is
that's
what it
why I
is.
think it's that statement is a nonsense, because you don't watch. I mean, sometimes look, if you watch Daniel Radcliffe playing, like, act in any film, you always go, well, that's Harry Potter, but you don't then just go, well, that's Harry Potter. Like, why is Harry Potter? Like, you recognise they're an actor, and if they're a good actor, they play a convincing role. Like, that is their job. So I don't fundamentally understand the position that it breaks the immersion, because, you know, games to all intents and purposes are playable films, right? You're playing a story.
Usually, yeah.
Like, so I don't get that. I don't think it breaks it for me. I actually think it's...
I'll tell you what does break the immersion in Death Stranding. When you go back to your private room and take a shit, which you can do, because your fecal matter can be used to create a grenade that wards off the BT. So more on that.
Of course it does.
If people want to know about that. And you can piss and do that. Your shower water as well. Anything that... Sam, because he's a repatriate, I think that's how he's pronounced it. I'll look it up in a second. His blood essentially makes the fucking BTs, they get harmed by it. So it's one of the few things, and so his body itself, whether it's shit, piss, or water coming off his fucking skin, can be used against them in various different severities. So his blood's like the main thing that can kill them, but you can scare them off with the piss or the shit and things like that. Anyway, so you go and take a shit in the fucking in the private room, and it shows you him going to the shower room. It's an all-in-one. It's got a shower and a shitter in there. It's actually I quite like the look of that. I might get one. And then this like screen comes across. You see him sort of sit down. You see his head, and then the lower half is covered by this screen. And then the screen has got an advertisement on it for AMC's Ride, starring Norman Reedus, and it's him on a motorbike just sitting there in the Ride TV show.
What? Mad.
Yes, it is mad. So
I mean,
that's the least of your worries, seeing Norman Reedus running around Death Stranding when you've got that in your face. The original game had Monster Energy drinks in it, so you can drink these like drinks that increase your stamina. They had Monster Energy brands on it, so despite this fucking annihilation going on, Monster Energy was still in business somehow, making super energy drinks rather than getting food and water to people. That seemed like a priority for them. But I guess that license ran out because they eventually patched it out. There must have been like a certain time period. But AMC's Ride is still advertised in the game when you take a shit every time.
Incredible. I mean, when you said about breaking fourth walls, I mean, that's right up there.
Yep.
Okay. So...
What have I done there?
I don't know, Jeff. Where should we take this next then? So you've gone through a list of additions. What do you want to talk about? Where do you want to go with this? I don't think graphically it's pretty much the same. Space story, obviously the same. Nice little things added on top. Playing it on a PS5. How much time did you spend on it this time?
Well, I got the platinum. That was
Christ.
done. 120 hours.
I mean,
so
that is an investment.
I lost 15 hours. This is a problem with the platinum, not the game. Although you could argue they're one and the same. I don't like to do that because if you're going for a platinum, you're going to have to go through some shit usually. That's the way these games are set out. They're not there to... Unless you're Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, they ain't just going to fucking hand them out. So you'll always have to do some nonsense. What I didn't like about this one is because I like to play the game, finish the main story, then look at the roadmap afterwards and think... One, do I have to play the game again? If I do, usually I'm like, I ain't doing it. So we'll just forget about it and go home. If I don't have to play the game again, you can mop it up in the end game. I'm like, okay, let's have a look at it. Is it reasonable? Is there any online stuff? Is there any stuff that I don't think I'll be able to do because of servers or me not being able to win 5 games in a row, whatever it might be. I don't know. I've seen online
playthroughs like that before.
Is it doable? Really? Do I want to do it? Well, sometimes you don't want to do it, but you think I've come this far. I might as well just clean up this last 15 or whatever it is. Yeah. The stinker for this one is there's a trophy in there for getting S ranks. No, Legend of Legend S ranks for 80 deliveries split across 4 categories. So 20 in each category. So 20, 40,
80.
60. 80 in total is what you need to do. If you're really min-maxing it, that's all you need to do. You can only get Legend of Legends rankings if you put the game on hard, which you can do at any point in the game. But I didn't know this when I started the game, because in actual fact, by the time you finish the game and by the time you level up a lot of the facilities, you would naturally just get that. Because unless you're really bad at it, unless you're not getting the S ranks, but I was getting S ranks quite easily, but you'd naturally just get that through natural playing of the game, or you'd be very close to it. I wasn't, because I'd been playing on normal, so I essentially had to go through another 80 orders, put it on hard and do those 80 orders and like pick them out. And when you're trying to find specific order types, not every facility has, you know, a delivery time based one, for example. You know, I need to do 5 more of these. I'm like, I can't fucking find any of them. So that was a bit of a pain, trophy wise, and that lost me a good 10 hours, I reckon, because had I just had it on hard from the beginning, I reckon it would have been 2 or 3 deliveries tops that I'd have had to do. But I had to do 80.
That's a lot. That sounds a lot. I'd ruled that out in my mind.
Well, yeah, but there were still facilities like to 5-star, so I had to do deliveries anyway for that. But by the time I finished the 5-star, I still was short, and that's when I was like, okay, now this is a pain, because I'm kind of redoing stuff, or it feels like I am. And some of the delivery time ones, they're not impossible because they're there, but I've seen them done. But you need to have a very almost perfect infrastructure set up for you to get it done, like, especially those mountain areas. Like you get 3 minutes.
There's some where you get to a certain point in it and you go, right, I ain't doing this, I have to restart it.
No, yeah. The thing is, to get the S rank, sometimes you'd do that, but I thought I'll just finish the order. There's a couple I took on and realised they were in like terrorist camps. I was like, I just cancelled the order. I was like, I ain't dealing with that. And it's like, it'll disappear for 6 hours. Like, yeah, good riddance. I ain't dealing with those fucks. Like, they're too annoying at times, because the combat, which we'll get onto, is the letdown, really.
Yeah.
So anyway, the platinum trophy is what I went for and got, and that's where the 120 hours. But I think I lost. Let's say we lost 10 hours of road building again. Unnecessary, not needed. You can, in fact, there are more efficient ways to traverse the landscape than using the roads. But I just like the idea of having the network of the 3 sort of big facilities on a road, so that I can, go back and forth if I need to.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not the quickest way, and you can find other ways to do it. And then maybe 5, maybe more hours lost on having to put it on hard and go back through those orders and find them. So you could knock maybe 15, 20 hours and say it's a 100-hour sort of experience, but you live and you learn. I refuse to look at these fucking trophy lists before I start.
I've watched you start thinking about them whilst you're playing it, and then you get stressed out about it, and you're not actually playing the game, you're just trying to play it for the trophies. Yeah, I agree.
If there's missable trophies and I've missed it, so be it. I just walk away from it. And I
agree.
Not happy with it. So I'm not... But it's one of these ones that I knew I could do it if I just put the time in. So I was like, let's just do it. It's not hard. It's time consuming. And it was nice to max out all the facilities, because actually little character and story bits you get for maxing them out. They send you emails and stuff. And you learn a bit more about them. And like I said, you unlock newer weapons and other structures I'd never had before. I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know this is in the fucking game.
Yeah.
So that was nice. I do just like the narrative theme of the game. I was watching a documentary on Disney. I think it's called Connected World. It's about 50 minutes, 55 minutes long. And it's about the game. It's Kojima talking about the game and whatnot. The game started like production in 2016 and came out in 2019. So it's a very short, by today's comparison. You expect 4 to 5 years minimum. This was done in like 3 and a bit. And they had to spin up a new studio, hire all the people, and they were working on a new engine, which was Decima engine, which Guerrilla make for Horizon games. They had to learn the tool set for that. Don't know how they got this game out so quickly, but the sequel's, 6 years it's going to be if it comes out this year. So they clearly... Yeah. Well, you lost 2 years at COVID, really, didn't they? No one was doing anything during that period. I always forget that if you were developing a game from 2020, you lost time fucking about trying to deal with that. because it
is. Everyone's erased it. It's just a non-existent time for most organisations and everything.
So it started in 2016. Is that when Donald was put in? Was that his first year in charge?
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
Because it's interesting. They kind of referenced that in the documentary, but he's talking about he wanted to create a game that because he felt like the world was becoming very fractured because of ideology, politics, things like that. Yeah. And so that's what sort of sparked the initial kind of idea of like, how can we make a game where you connect things like figuratively and actually in the game. So that's how that's sort of how the idea ingested, and it's very much like that. And actually now, with Donald back in, it'll be a similar. There'll be people not happy with each other again. So it's relevant again.
He's already going after Greenland, Canada, wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, like you name it. It's fucking on steroids this time. So
so it's going to cause hassles for people. They ain't going to be happy. So again, it's relevant. Again, it's come back round. But what's more interesting is this came out months before that China flew it, where we literally were cut off from. There was real life disconnections, and it's like, how has he even like? He's not predicted it, but how has he even come up with a concept that's actually borne out in that everyone can relate to now? It's interesting. He did the same with Metal Gear Solid 2. There's a moment in that game which almost to a word describes what the internet is now with algorithms and information. I think I sent you in paper the speech of it as a codec conversation. Like that was in 2002, 2001.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to tip hat to him in some ways. Like he is a mad bastard, Kojima, but the stuff he cooks up is obviously things that he can see in some form. Like it's quite impressive.
It's an acquired taste, though. Like the games, the way in which he delivers the messages are batshit crazy. And one of the, I guess, the negatives of the game are sort of borne out in that the story itself, you always feel like you're a step behind. And that's almost by design, I think. Because you come into the game, you're like, what's this what are these BTs? What is all this shit?
What's going on?
Yeah, but slowly but surely, if you immerse yourself in the game and listen, you pick it up and you then go and try and describe it to someone who's not playing the game and they just stare blankly at you and you're like, well, I know what's going on because I've played the game. Fair enough. But it does have that element to it that you have to sort of be in the game to understand what's going on. So you're always a bit of a step behind, but you get used to it and you're like, okay, it's actually interesting learning the next thing. But like, I feel like at one point they had the game story narrative-wise where it's like, this is a nice, let's say like a steak sandwich, maybe a bit of cheese on it. We understand what it is. It is what it is, and I've got a good grasp of what this is going to taste like. And for some reason, throughout the game, he's like, well, let's just put some pickles on there. Let's put some onions in there. Let's put some blue cheese in there. Mayonnaise. Mustard, tomatoes. Let's put some chicken in there as well whilst we're at it. Let's go from beef and chicken in there. Let's wrap it up in ham and have that as a thing. And let's deep fry it as well. Like, he just completely overcomplicated what was a simple premise. Well, not a simple premise, but a premise that you could grapple on with. But there are parts of the game where it's like, well, now we're just going to overcomplicate things, I feel like unnecessarily. Like, it just goes off the rails to a certain extent, becomes hard. You think you understand it. You're like, I've just got to this point where I'm here. And then he's like, there's all this you've got to learn now. And you're like, well, I don't think I'm ever going to get there. So I think the themes of the game are good, but the narrative, when it's all said and done, your head scratching. You think, well, I'm not sure why you just had to go to that level. There didn't need to be that many layers to it. We're
too clever for his own good.
I'm happy with the floating fucking ghosts or whatever they are, right? I can get my head around what's going on there, but then you start adding more and more to it. It becomes difficult to track. So that's becomes a bit of a negative as the game rolls on. The combat is weak. Like, these are easily the worst moments of the game. And for some reason, there are times when you're doing the story, they will string combat encounters almost back to back, like together, and you're like, this is like the worst part of the game that you're just compounding and putting here. There's games at its best when you've got like a main quest to do, but you're free to do whatever. You can go and do just some standard deliveries or level up a facility or go and do the fucking roads or whatever you want to do. And you're well equipped to do that. You've got all your tools, you understand the game, etc., etc. For some reason, there are parts of the game where they take away key tools that you use, and you can only get them back by doing main missions. And you can still do the side stuff if you want to, but you're out without some of your key tools. It's a fool's errand. And I don't know why they did that. I don't mind it for like one mission, but it's like a multi-hour parts of the game where they'll take something away from you. You have the freedom to do other stuff, but really you don't, because you're sort of soft locked, I would say, into finishing this arc to get back whatever your tool is. And it's long. And I was like, I don't know why have you done that? Like, I was happy. I get you want to put the player in peril, or just like, I don't think you want to put a rocket up arse and say, right, you ain't that easy. You ain't just going to have it your own way here, which is fine, but it breaks the momentum of the game. And all you want to do at that point is just get to the next bit, get to the next bit, get to the next bit to unlock and get back all your shit. So that's not great either. But yeah, I mean, that's really I would say the main criticisms of it. I still like the fact that it will punish you for being cocky and ill-prepared. Like, you need to be... The more and more confident you get in the game, the more you run the risk of losing shit. And as I found out the hard way, I lost about 3,000 materials of like ceramics and metals that I was going to build one of the road segments out of. Tried to carry way too much, tried to go across a river, got swept up in it, lost all that shit. And, I could have easily avoided that if I'd just done it in 2 trips. But I was like, oh no, I know what I'm doing. I can do this in 1 trip. And throughout the game, this happened even towards the end of the game, in the post game, the more and more cocky you get, you're running the risk of getting caught out. But I like that element to it, because it keeps you honest. And you think you got it all sussed, and then it's like, no, don't get careless.
I find that there's a good balance there, though, sometimes, because I've had it before in games where you kind of feel like you're in a bit of a role, and then all of a sudden it does something. You go, why are you all of a sudden doing this to me? Like, where's this come from? So it has to be introduced in the right way, I think.
Yeah. And that's Crufts for it.
Sorry. Close the door, please.
He's going to start a button.
It always happens. I text her going, don't let him wander up here. Literally immediately opens the door and then sticks his head in. And I'm like, right, what are we doing? So what's the saying? See, I like the way that it's introduced in the right way, because if it doesn't do that, it can easily really grate on me, where you're kind of in a role and you kind of get the game, or you think that you know it, and then all of a sudden it will do something and go, well, why? Yeah. Where's that come from? Like, why all of a sudden it will be some random mechanic, it will be something that happens, and I go, well, this is completely out of nowhere and not in keeping with the game. So why are we all of a sudden doing this? Like, I think introducing those sort of things that just remind you not to get cocky are a good thing, as long as they're not just randomly introduced out of nowhere.
And the times that happened wasn't anything new. It was just me thinking I could do more than I could. Yeah. Like, I thought, well, I've got this sussed. And I didn't have it close to being sussed. It wasn't like they added a new fucking enemy or suddenly something happened. I was like, oh, I've just overcommitted. I'm stuck. I'm halfway between where I was and where I need to go. We can either go back, or we can try and battle through this. And I was like, I ain't going back. That feels like I've lost progress. So we went for it, and we lost all of our materials down the fucking river for some other player to pick up and find. So I was fuming, but I was like, that's a good lesson to learn. But
you text me when that happened.
Yeah.
Genuine, like, not that you can tell the sound of heartbreak, but it's like the way that you were positioning it. I was like, I can tell he's heartbroken here.
Crestfallen.
So, yeah. Yeah.
That was an idea.
So where else do you want to... Is there anything else you wanted to talk to on this?
I don't think so. Not about this. I think we do the grade, and then I'll do a little wish list for Death Stranding 2, which is primed to come out in 2025, but who knows whether it will. But I'm happy to do the formalities, if you will.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. So let's head into the gallery. And one assumes that it's always going into the gallery. It's not going into that fucking bargain basement bin, whatever we call it now, self-storage.
No self-storage. It was completed, so it doesn't need to go in the botchling bin. Death Stranding Director's Cut on PS5, because it's actually available everywhere now other than Switch. Is it on Switch? I don't think
Surely
it is.
not.
No, well, Switch 2, who knows? But played it on PS5 because I had that, still got that fucking PlayStation Plus Extra and it's on there. And I was like, well, I haven't even got to pay the... It was only I think it's £15 for the Director's Cut upgrade from the original, but I was like, well, I haven't got to pay anything, I won't, because it's already lurking. So yeah, the PS5 was there, but if you've got Xbox, you can play it now. So it is there for people. The original, I look back on the old grading history, grabbed itself a gold. So does the Director's Cut do enough to put it up into the platinum? The short answer is no. It stays of its gold. Still very good, but those... The narrative, just Kojima being Kojima to a certain extent, and probably jumping the shark several times, is a coster, but not enough, I would think, to knock it down. But really, combat being not up to snuff, and then forcing you to do combat encounters, sometimes back to back, coupled with those stretches where items are removed or you're handicapped in some way. Can you say that? I don't know if you can. You are. Yeah. Can you?
Well, they're using golf still, so I'll allow it.
You're put at a disadvantage in some way, and the only way to rectify it is to go through a long stretch of story missions, removing your freedom to do what you wanted to do. Is just... I have a problem with a lot of games. The pacing of games, I find, are just off for me. There's always a moment in the game where I'm like, what are you doing? I was happy in your little loop. You didn't need to fuck about and change it up. Metaphor had a similar thing. There's pacing problems in that. I was like, what? I just don't get this. They should have someone play it from start to finish and say, what have you done there?
I think they just get caught up in their own bollocks. One thing that really annoys me in games these days, right, is this need to introduce something like a change of pace, they call it, of some sort, right? So you'll be playing your game and then all of a sudden you've got to do something like random just to make a bit of a change. And I'm like, why do you need to do this? Like, if I've got this far into your game, it's because I'm enjoying the pace of it. Yeah. Like, I don't need a change of pace all the time because I'm fucking quite happy with the pace. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got here. So what are we doing?
Yeah,
I find it a bit bizarre.
2 fucking suddenly wheeling out new enemies for you to brutes or whatever to deal with, and like the game is the game, and you know, it's just the games are long these days. A lot of them that I end up playing, and there's always gonna be a moment where you're like, it's a little bit fucking long in the tooth. But I find more than anything, they just, like you said, get up their own arse about length and certain scenarios that they want to build into the game. It's like, I just don't agree with that. I
think sometimes they're worried about it. Like,
well, I think that's what the combat is here. I think there's a vision of this game where there's no combat, and to me that's a better game. But we have to have guns in it. You have to be able to shoot things in it, otherwise the mainstream or the audience will reject it, because you've got to have combat in every fucking game, it seems.
I think that'd be really interesting based on what I've seen of this game. Yeah. I kind of actually feel like it should be non-combat.
I agree. That's
just based on what I've seen.
There's a better version of the game, not only because the mechanics are weak, but avoidance of combat and the ability to evade rather than attack would be interesting. And to be honest, most of the game, that's what I was doing. But there are just scenarios, again, where it's like, well, no, you have to face this foe. There's no choices here. You just got to deal with it. And it's like, all right, and I've got to deal with this dog shit mechanic. So it's just, again, it compounds it. It's like, one, I prefer the vision of it being, avoidance, and two, the way in which you're allowing me to deal with this is not up to snuff. So it needs to be improved. Did have 2 crashes as well.
Cool. I don't see that nowadays.
No, you know what? I think I was playing Spider-Man Remastered. I don't know if I told you. I'm pretty sure I did. I brought it up that I had like multiple crashes during a certain section of the game, and I basically forced myself to get through that story element to sort of change the world state a little bit, because the crashes happened in the same region, I would say, of each other. I was like traveling around like a certain region where there's a mule camp, and it happened like in quick succession, like within 20 minutes, and I was like, actually, I'm just going to go away from this region and go and do something else, and then come back. And then it never happened again. So I don't know again if it was like the world at that point in that location didn't like something that's going on. But again, that would have not voided it from getting a platinum, but would have put a strong case against it. So there's enough there. The director's cut doesn't do enough to make the game, doesn't change the game, you know, materially for it to be moved up anyway. I did wonder coming back to this, because I had this same thing with Control. I went back and played that, didn't I, and platinumed it, and I was like, I remember I said I was geared up to like, oh, this is going to be like a platinum when I go back to it and play it properly. But then there were things in the game that I remembered as I've played through. I was like, oh yeah, you're too spongy, and I was like, oh no, this isn't. My brain had already made up a story where it was better, and it was me not giving it a fair shake before, or for some reason my perspective has changed. I was like, no, these games do just at times crap themselves, and they have to be just called out on it. So yeah, similar situation here. We had the two crashes, and you know, story bits and the pacing being off, and then the combat as well just drops it. But still, a game that I really do love. Don't know who I could recommend it to in good faith though, because it is so fucking weird. I think people just have to play it and commit to it and get past the first sort of area, I would say, and then once it opens up a bit more, and then you'll know if you can deal with it or not. Because even just traversing from one place to the other on foot, you've got your boxes stacked up high, you've got to balance portal bridges as you're walking, got to watch your stamina, boots will lose durability, you've got to change those, fabricate, you've got all this stuff that I haven't even mentioned, that every trip you have to consider before going out, and then whilst you're there. And those are the best moments, is sort of exploring uncharted territory for the first time. And it's a good journey. But gold for director's cut of Death Stranding on PS5. Here's the quick wish list.
Yeah.
Improve Buddy Bot. So allow Buddy Bot to go and find materials for me.
Is this for on the beach one?
This is Death Stranding 2 on the beach. So Kojima, probably a bit late in your development cycle, but if you haven't done this, I'll be annoyed. Make Buddy Bot a bit more useful. Because he's a good companion to have, but have him be able to like drop him in an area and say, search for materials here, and then you can't use him for 20 minutes of real time, but he might bring back 1,000 metal or something like that. So I want that added. Buddy Bot should also be able to deliver materials to structures or auto pavers, like the road building things, so I haven't got to fucking go there and do it myself. He should be able to deliver it and then set it up. I want him to be able to deliver materials to facilities. If we're going to have the combat in there, which I think we are, because I watched the trailer and there was Portal Bridges fucking shooting a robot, and I was like, well, it seems like it's more than what we had in the first one. So combat is going to be there. They need to be improved, the combat mechanics, in some way, or just reduce it. But as I said, I'm concerned, having seen what I've seen, that it's going to be a bigger focus. New location, I'm pretty sure that is going to be the case. So a new location rather than doing the USA. What else can we do? Do we get an understanding of what's happening in the rest of the world off of the North and South continent? Do we go to Europe? Who knows? Some diversity in terms of locations there, and weather and mountains, and you know, all that good stuff. More stories, more like sub stories for the non-main facilities, the non-critical path facilities, like. To level them up, in my eyes, I shouldn't have to just deliver them 50 packages or whatever it is, and then just level up. You should get to a stage where they want a specific favour done. You go and do the favour because it's something they wanted or something they needed or something. There's some motivation for them to do that. So then when you bring it back, they're grateful and they're like, oh, we're buddies or whatever now. Whereas this was just like, yeah, I know if I deliver you 15 packages over the course of this game, you will 5-star. And you might get a little narrative tidbit about their mindset, but I want it to be integrated into the game. Like, I need this from you. Like, I need you to do this, and you do it, and it's like a favour almost. So, yeah, there is little sprinklings of that in the game, but I think every single facility that you go to should have some sort of arc for it. And that's the wish list for Death Stranding 2.
It's not too extensive. I mean, the combat one might be the tricky one.
Well, the thing is, like Metal Gear Solid 5, which was the game before this that Kojima did, they had decent enough combat when it all kicked off. It's never really been a proper strength, though, of the Metal Gear games. Like, when it does kick off, it's always a little bit clumsy. But there you go.
That is the common thing that's kicked at it, is clumsy combat. So Maybe he does that. Does he do that deliberately to try and make you sort of avoid it though? Like, is that we're going to make this sub pass? You don't want to do it.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right way to do it though. Just take it out your fucking game if you don't want people to do it.
Yeah.
Make it so you can avoid it and there's no force stuff. That would be my way of doing it. But each to their own, I would say.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, we've got Spyro Reignited Trilogy here. Xbox Series X, was it?
Yes.
Okay, what are we doing here? This is what you've been playing. It feels like you've been playing it for 3 months, so something's gone wrong. Is why I'd analyse that. What's happened? These games
Nothing's
are short,
gone wrong.
Well,
yeah, well, they're about 5. I think the time to beat's about 20 hours or something. I mean,
this was
I
Game
actually
Pass, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a Game Pass job, but yeah, it's something that I've kind of always wanted to go back to, but it's never made it to the top of the list. I saw it come onto Game Pass, and I was like, you know what? After playing through Astro's Playroom, I was quite up for another sort of 3D platformer, and this I expected to. I never actually completed this when I was a kid. Like, it was too hard. Like, it was not something I could cope with at 10 years old, to be honest. So I was like, and I ended up binning it. I don't know. I can't remember how far I got on it, even, to be honest. Like, I don't think it was very far.
Also, if I remember correctly, some of the games back then didn't even tell you what you had to do.
No, I mean,
there's no map or anything to help you.
There was no map, no.
Yeah, there's none of that going on. And I tried the demo of this. That's the only, I played the demo about 100 times, but not the full game. Of the first one, that was. I never
So I had the full first one. I never got the 2 after. But so I was like, oh, that would be quite nice, like something to sort of play in the background sort of thing. I knew that they're relatively basic and they reviewed well when they come out. So I was like, this is something that's definitely worth picking up. But it did. It's a weird combo. It's a weird game. Like, when you go back and play it, especially like that first one, Spyro the Dragon, is just so basic in a lot of different forms. And then seeing how it kind of tries to progress and stuff, it was interesting to do, but yeah, it was just one that just cropped up at the right time for me. I'm sort of going through a bit of a spate of enjoying these sort of open world 3D platformers, I think. Bit of a renaissance for me.
Well, Spyro was done by Insomniac back in the day.
Yes.
So it's interesting to see that history.
It's kind of a weird genesis, I feel, through their games. I never played what was that one on Xbox with the zombies?
Oh, not Hi-Fi Rush, Sunset Overdrive.
Yes, Sunset Overdrive. So they kind of did that. They've always seemed to have done well with these open world games, and you can kind of see their level design a bit. I mean, I'd say the strongest part about Spyro that I don't really feel like I've seen in, I'd say, many games, like, really, is the way that they utilize like multi-level elements of the game and the mechanics of Spyro.
Some verticality.
Yeah, it's done really well. So the levels aren't like huge in of themselves, but there'll be certain things that you need to do to get up to another level.
Yeah.
And it basically will unlock a whole series of events from there, which is quite cool. So you find yourself going around these maps, or like each little level, sort of trying to find the verticality of it, or little things, or sometimes it'll be something that's underground. And that's probably one of the things that I enjoyed actually doing, was exploring. Because there isn't, I think the main thing that you do on this now is that there's a lot of collecting and a lot of focus on collecting in this game.
Just collect to unlock the next stage. Is it one of those games where you have to get a certain amount of fucking dragon drops or whatever?
Yeah, so in the first, it's different. It's the same principle, but different things. So in the first one, in Spyro, you're going and freeing all these dragons, right? Everyone knows that. So yeah, you're kind of going through freeing the dragons, and you need to get X amount of eggs to go to the next world, if you like, to unlock some more. And that's kind of the loop that you go through. But in the first one, you're also collecting these gems. So in each level, there's X amount of gems. And obviously, a lot of people enjoy just going around the levels and finding the gems. The enemies aren't that challenging at all, really. It's really quite basic from an enemy perspective.
Yeah.
So you're really just sort of going around exploring and collecting, really, is what the game kind of boils down to. I would say jumping puzzles in the very loosest sort of term of the word, because I wouldn't call them puzzles specifically, but sort of utilizing those basic mechanics to navigate the map and collect everything essentially is what you're doing, and then moving on to the next. It's clear down.
Yeah,
that's what you're doing with no real purpose for those gems, at least in the first one. But you referenced the fact that I was kind of stuck on it for a bit, and it's because it kind of chucks in these. You sort of do a world, and it will chuck in a mini boss, and really throughout it, the difficulty and the way that you defeat them changes like quite dramatically. The first one in Spyro is very much focused around like maneuvering the world, but then in the sort of later ones, they try and introduce different things. It just becomes a bit of a frustrating experience, I would say. Yeah. So I'm aware I'm jumping around here, and I'm kind of jumping around my thoughts a little bit, but the thing that this kind of is grappling with is remastering and remaking a game that's 20 years old, right? So there's this kind of fine line that I think they're called something toys or something. I don't know what they've done, these people that have remade it before, but they've largely done a really good job.
Right.
But what they do or trying to skirt is sort of keeping on the
Toys
side
for
of
Bob.
That's it, Toys for Bob.
And just for those that don't, well, this will jog your memory, I think. So they've done this, obviously, but they did the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. So a similar job. And then the newest Crash Bandicoot 4, it's about time they did that as like a new sort of entry into there. There's some other things in there. There's a Tony Hawk's. They do that. Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam. That's a Wii only. There's a lot of Skylanders was the other big thing. That's it. I don't know if you remember Skylanders. They had those little figures, like a toy that would come into the. I think it was like when they had those NSC things that where you tap the toy on your controller on like the Wii or whatever. They would bring them up in game. It was one of those type of things. But they've been crapped on them. They've been helping out with Call of Duty for a few years as well, so they're sort of sucked into that world. Although there is an unannounced Xbox Game Studios title that they're working on, because they've actually split off from Active Blizz and Xbox. They're on their own, but they've got a partnership with Xbox directly. So
gotcha.
Crash Team Rumble as well. They did, which wasn't that great from what I had a little go at that little multiplayer fighting game. Yeah. Anyway, that's Toys for Bob.
So. Yeah, they're skirting this ode to the original or essence of the original versus looking and playing.
What's acceptable in 2024 and 2025? What are you up
to? That's what they're grappling with. So I guess largely they've done a nice job of doing that. I mean, it very much feels to me like the original. They've not, to my knowledge, added anything like mechanically. They've just sort of spruced up the graphics, the audio, like the music.
Yeah.
They've added different camera modes, so you got passive and active camera. So in the original, one of the bugbears of people was that you couldn't move the camera. It was just basically you had left and right bumper where you could sort of move it around,
right, and swing it.
There was but you had to stop, and it only kind of recentered and stuff. Like it was really basic. Whereas in this one, apparently you can have active camera, which is like you're controlling it with the analog sticks. Because if you remember back when this came out,
didn't have analog sticks on the.
There was no such thing, right? Yeah, so that's what you were grappling with all those years ago, which is another reason why it made it so bloody difficult.
Yeah. Even like GoldenEye from like the N64, which had an analog stick, you actually used the bumpers to turn.
Yeah, it's still grappling with this back then. Like, what's the way to do it?
And put it all together.
So, they added some camera modes, and I believe you can also play or have the original music in the background if you want.
Where's first person mode?
So you can look, so you can still stop and look. Yes, that's still there.
I want to play the game in first person though, through Spyro's eyes.
No, you can't. You wouldn't want to. Honestly, you'd feel sick. So they've added these and it makes it a bit more usable. And I mean, it is very playable. You do notice sometimes that it's not happy with this camera. And especially like in boss battles,
the new camera, you mean?
Yeah.
Right,
Well, the new camera, like you'll find that it's not moving quite as smoothly
it's
or
sort
around
of
you.
trapped or something in like a weird invisible wall or something. That
You're sort of moving it, and it's sort of like I don't want to do that. Like, so it does grapple with itself sometimes, which becomes a bit of a frustration because it's kind of weird because the camera locks on the boss, and you're running around like. It's like normally all the boss battles are in one circular arena. The boss is in the middle, and you're sort of like skirting around the edge, trying to get stuff, avoid stuff, and throw it back or whatever.
Yeah.
There's all this shit going on, and you're trying to like avoid stuff. You can't see what's behind you, and it won't let you swivel the camera. So you'll like move or go back there, and there'll be an enemy, and you'll like lose basically like a bit of life for it. And I'm like, well. What are we doing here? So there's some things that were like really frustrating. And yeah, like there were the first like boss battle on it. I mean, it's not spoilers. It's 20 years later, right? Like this is nonsense. It came out in 1998. Like so,
2000 for the third one. So that's only 25 years.
Is it? No, it might. When was 1998? Was it 1990? Yeah. So it's nearly 20 years. Yeah. So yeah, you're chasing
27 years.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Nearly 30.
Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? But yeah, you're kind of chasing this boss around the map, and there's a lot of focus on the first one of chasing these little rapid fuckers that have got things.
Yeah.
And in this first boss fight, you have to chase one first to get a key, and then you have to chase another one around the map to get another key before you can even start the boss, right?
Right.
And chasing these little fuckers around is like the most infuriating and inconsistent thing ever. Because you basically have to do 2 laps before it will even let you get near them. Like like in like racing games where you have catch up.
Yeah.
It basically then sticks that in, and you can, if you've stayed close enough to them, it will let you get them.
Scripted in a way.
It's scripted basically. So you have to go through that rigmarole the first time. And then you're obviously chasing this boss in the like last bit, and then you'll get to a bit that you haven't done before, and you'll be off the map or you'll die, and then you're back to square one chasing these little fucks again. And it really just grates on you in this age that it doesn't checkpoint at certain points in the boss fight. Like it really, really pissed me off because I was like, I've just got to go. There's no shortcut now. It's not like I can go, I know how to do this. It's going to take less time.
You have to do the laps. Then you
have to do the laps. Yeah. And then start again. And I found it. And there's some bullshit that goes on as well with it, by the way. I found it about 5 times, and I was like, my blood is fucking boiling here just at the thought of having to do it all again. So I had to keep putting it down periodically. And in the end, I had to watch like a YouTube video of how it's done, so I could go, right, okay, now I've realised what I'm not doing right. Like, because I'm getting to a point at sort of near the end where I'm like, and it was also just to check, because I thought, I don't want to get past the bit I'm stuck on, and
then
fuck that up, and then have to do it all again, because I was like, it's just going to be heartbreaking. So anyway, I got it done, and then from then on, it was pretty much smooth sailing. But that boss fight right at the end of Spyro was really starting to grate on me.
Yeah.
But like generally, it's really interesting going back and playing stuff like that, because it's a very basic game. Like you got 2 mechanics really, or you got 3: jump, glide, and fire.
Spit some fire out.
The enemies are really basic. Like you either charge them or you fire them. As I say, generally the levels are really well designed, and it's just nice actually to go back and explore it and play it now that you kind of can, if that makes sense. Because and I'd ask everyone who's listening to this to go and just watch a 1-minute video that IGN did, and I'll send it to you, just doing a comparison of those graphics. The graphical upgrade is phenomenal, and the art style looks really good.
Or not? No, it's not. No. So that's the good thing about the Master Chief.
It is Master Chief.
Yeah, you can switch. I think it's the first game, and maybe the second one. You can switch back to the OG. But then back then it wasn't even using widescreen, so how would it work? Because it'd be old aspect ratio, wouldn't it, for Spyro 98?
It does. It is interesting playing these remade games from so long ago, because my brain, when I booted this game up, went, "Oh, this looks just like I remember."
Yeah.
Like, and it's just nonsense. Like, you kind of remember it as this sort of like picture of something in your head, and you play it again, you go, "Yeah, this is just," and it couldn't be further from how it used to be. Like,
No.
they've kept the core of it, but they're almost unrecognisable graphically in a lot of ways. I mean, it's just a pixelated mess, the original one. So they've done a great job on that front. It is just sort of grappling between that. It looks kind of like a new game, but with old mechanics, and that's kind of the hard bit. But they are straddling that line, because if they'd have done too much with it, they'd have been kicked for not keeping it close enough to the original. So it's like, what do you do?
Yeah. Interesting.
So yeah, we kind of played that through, and then as you get through the game in the second one, like as I alluded to in the first, you kind of go around collecting gems.
Yeah.
And then the second one, they kind of add in a way to use them. So there's someone called Moneybags that makes you pay gems for certain doors or upgrades.
Okay.
So certain things you can do, and you will need gems basically to pay him off. So that kind of adds an incentive.
From fucking Animal Crossing. Wants fucking Nook dollars to. He upsets you up with a mortgage and stuff and asks you to pay. Now, what's going on here? Fucking Animal
Real life
Crossing.
simulator.
Honestly, he's a crook. Tom Nook is a fucking crook. Said it.
Tom Nook. Yeah.
Come at me.
I only started that game. I never got far, but I remember him being Tom Nook.
Because that fuck was there, fucking asking for money every 5 minutes. You're trapped on an island, and he's saying, "Well, figure it out and get me my fucking money."
Whatever you say, the bank's always there.
Yeah, exactly. Swindling
Wherever
bastard.
you are. So yeah, you kind of have an incentive to go around and actually collect the gems now, because you think, I'll need this to pay this fucking crook off later on. And yeah, they had a couple of mechanics in, like you can start actually swimming, and there's an underground element, like an underwater element, which I have to say is fucking shite. Like, I just fundamentally hate the controls underwater. It just doesn't. It just feels loose and crap. Like, I just don't. Every time there was an underwater level, I was like, "Fuck me."
Yeah.
And on top of that, you can't invert the controls, right? So I was constantly grappling with these fucking controls that were inverted. So I'm having to go down to go up and up to go down. It's just.
Is that only when
for
you
me,
fly?
Fly and underwater.
And underwater, yeah.
Yeah.
Strange that it's not an option to change. You checked it. Well, I assume.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's got invert view, but not invert for like actual like mechanics, if that makes sense.
Right, I see.
Which is weird. So if I was looking around the map and I went into that like first person, I can have that inverted if I want or not.
But not the actual.
But not swimming or gliding. Yeah, it's weird, and I hated it. So yeah, trying to deal with that is a bit of a problem. But yeah, they climb in. So there's some areas that you'll see in like the first levels that need climbing, and you don't unlock it till later.
Yeah.
So there's an element of you have to go back to get certain things done. And I would say they kind of expand on the story, but it's not really a story. I mean, in that first one, you're unlocking dragons, and then in the second one, you get basically portaled to this random world, and you have to collect orbs off this fucker called Ripto to go back to your world. Yeah. So that's all about that. It's very, very loose. And you've got other characters, and I'm like, there's literally zero benefit to them being there. Like, I'm like, literally, like, what are you doing here? It's such a loose story. It's unbelievable. So yeah, you kind of play through that. And again, it's the same sort of format. You're going through worlds, collecting gems, collecting orbs, to then have these boss fights and kill Ripto, and then go back to the main world. And then the third one is basically
Year of the Dragon.
Yeah, it's basically someone stealing dragon eggs, and you have to get the dragon eggs back. Like, it's really just the same old shit with a different sticker slapped on top of it in a lot of ways. Like, there is very little difference between any of the games.
It was Year of the Dragon in 2000 as well when the game came out, according to
Very
Chinese
clever.
Zodiac. So lucky the game wasn't delayed, or they have to wait until 2012. So once every 12 years they could have done that.
2024 was ripe for the picking.
Yeah, it was there lurking.
So yeah, and then the third one, they do add in this kind of extra thing where you can go through these portals and you become a different character with different abilities. So you could become a rabbit that can jump, and you've got this little monkey that shoots lasers, and like from the characters in the
Spyro
world.
the dragon. I want to play as the dragon, not as a fucking
Exactly. So this is where I had a frustration in that game, is because it's like, I'm here to play Spyro. Like, why all of a sudden am I learning to shoot a laser? And there's one level with the bunny where it's a side scroller. Like, and I'm like, this is fucking awful. Like, it's so bad because you can't see enough of what's coming to know how high you need to jump. Like, you can jump into nothing. It was just so badly executed. And I'm like, why are we doing this? Oh, and there's a mountain troll that you are as well, like a snow like troll that like bashes stuff. And there's one like level where you have to go around bashing things on the head. Honestly, it's just like, I'm playing Spyro. Why am I not playing as Spyro? It's a bit bizarre. But they tried something different. They tried to add something into it. Bullshit on, as I always say. Kind of feel like they missed the mark on some of that. But the games are about 5 or 6 hours each, 4, 5, 6 hours, depending on how much you want to collect and how much you want to worry about it. If you're really, really that desperate, you can go all the way to 100% and collect everything. But I was just like, why would I subject myself to sort of doing that? There's no additional benefit to it. Might be some achievements or something, but I was like, you need a certain amount of like orbs or eggs or dragons to unlock the next area. And I'm like, as soon as I've done that, I'm like, well, we'll go and we'll move on. Because otherwise, you honestly, I think in the final one, I think there's 150 eggs that you need to rescue, and you need 100 of them to do the main boss. And I think by the end of it, I'd got 102. And I was like, where am I finding these other 48 eggs? Like, I've scoured a lot of this map, like, and a lot of the worlds. Like, I couldn't even tell you. Like, there must be in like the most convoluted areas of the maps. It goes to show you, like, I wasn't just speed running it. No, I only got 2/3 of the eggs. So there's a lot. Saying
here, completionist run for all 3 games is like 33 hours.
Too much.
You want to collect it all, so that's what people
I'm telling you
up against if they want to do it.
It's too much. I think there's a level you need that's nice to explore, and there's a level that's just going to be a bit unnecessary. But if you love it, crack on and do it. But I had no intention of doing that. I was like, I'll do.
Wash hands of it and walk away.
I think each of them were like 70 to 80% complete.
Yeah, that's all right. That's pretty
Which
good.
I kind of agree with.
Looking stuff up as well and just finding them. That's another. Because you ain't going to find it by searching. You'll have to get a map out.
No. Yeah.
At that point,
one thing that they did do, they introduced a guidebook. So you can see what you've got on each level and what's there and what's to be collected and stuff like that. So they've added that in.
That's quite good. You know where to focus rather than it's like, where do I even start with this nonsense?
Yeah, exactly that. So it tells you for each overworld and for each like inner world, like where, like what you've got left outstanding to find and stuff. But like I'd say there's like mini games in each world. There's probably 2 mini games in each world. And some of those are a real fucking ball ache. Like really, really over. There's some where you have to play ice hockey. There's some where you have to play hovercraft and shoot stuff. Like there's one where it's like whack-a-mole. There's all these different things, and some of them work and some of them don't.
Yeah.
And I decided pretty quickly, like some of them were just too infuriating to bother with. Yeah. Somewhere I thought, this is fun, or I can do it, I'll do it. But there's a lot of them in there that are a bit of a slog as well. And trying to contend with old mechanics and doing some of the bullshit in there is not enjoyable at all, I have to be honest.
It's not ideal. Any other comments on Reignited Trilogy?
I'll just say that really, it's, if you liked this or didn't really get to play it, it's a nice little game to play. Just don't expect anything more than it would have offered 20 years ago. They've tried deliberately, I think, to keep it true to its roots and true to the original, whilst also making it look like and sort of play like a modernish kind of platformer. And it largely hits that, but sometimes you'll feel that age come through on it and you'll go, cool.
That's a struggle.
But yeah, there's nothing else that I think I particularly want to kick it for other than camera angles and inverted bullshit at times were a real problem.
All right. What are we going to do with this Spyro Reignited trilogy then in terms of gaming gallery? It's avoided the botchling bin because it got finished, even though there were problems. There's self-storage lurking, or it can be platinum, gold, silver, or bronze casted in the gallery.
Yeah, so I feel like it would be harsh to do anything other than put it into the gallery. I don't think it deserves self-storage because some of the things that I experienced were largely because it's an old game with old mechanics.
Yeah, right.
So, and some of that translates well, but I think they've kept it the way it is for a reason. I kind of respect it, even if at the time it was fucking me royally off. So I'm going to stick it in bronze.
Yep.
I think because technically I had no technical problems. It ran lovely.
Yeah.
You could also play this on the Switch, by the way, and it looks pretty decent and runs pretty well on there. But yeah, it ran well. No technical issues. Just some frustration with the bosses at sometimes. But I think games used to be hard, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that people actually moaned about Spyro now is that some of the jumps that used to be difficult because you didn't have an analog stick are now not as difficult.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like, that's a really interesting thing to fucking moan about.
Yeah.
But I think they've skirted the line really well between originality and updating it. And it was largely in kind of a relaxing and enjoyable experience.
Wow. Excellent. Yeah. Spyro Reignited trilogy earns itself a bronze. So happy days for the guys at Toys for Bob. We'll be interested to see what their next project is. Something unique, maybe. Any interest in going back to something like Crash Insane Trilogy to experience that old trilogy? And then obviously there's a newer version of Crash which plays much more modern, but is there...
I've toyed at the idea of doing that, but I used to find that fucking infuriating when I was a kid, and I think harder. I don't know.
Much harder, yeah.
And I just don't know. It wasn't. It's not my sort of game typically, and it was kind of like, was it behind and sort of side scrolling in certain modes?
Yeah, it changed level to level. Sometimes you were running towards the camera.
Yeah, I fucking hated those. Yeah, they're the worst.
There was I think there was limited. Well, there would have been limited lives in Crash, but on Crash 4, like the new one or the newish one, they've done away with I think you can switch it on if you want, but there's no upper limit to the amount of times you can die. It just logs every death, but you can keep trying rather than having to start again or lose progress. So I think that's a good way of modernising those sort of games where you still. You got a visual of how bad you're doing, but you're not having to redo chunks of the game that you'd already
done. Game over.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's just such an old arcade way to do things, so that people put money in. It just early console games just copied it, but it was a money spinner. Yeah. That's what it was there for, is to put money back in. It has no place, I say, in modern games. So
so
anyone trying that, knock it off.
I haven't seen that for a long time. There is lives in Spyro.
Yeah, right. What does that mean, though?
Quite generous, I would say, in the volume of lives that it gives you. I think I finished the first one with 25 lives left.
Right.
It's a little bit less generous as you go through it. I think I still finished in double figures.
Get extra lives as you go? Or
yeah. Can
you grind for them? Could you if you got down to 5, you're oh shit, I want to get 20 lives.
Well, it usually puts it puts them in kind of hidden areas, extra lives.
And then,
and as you go through, you kind of realise. I think they realised in the first one that they probably gave them away like candy.
Wow.
And they kind of cut back a bit in the second and third. But I actually think you probably would have needed them. Some of those jumps are a real pain in the arse to navigate to, and trying to do that on a D-pad fucking infuriating.
Shit D-pads back then as well. I hadn't figured that out even on the controller. They were just like hardly responsive. And
they were like, you had to really kind of press at times.
Yeah.
So not intrusive, but it was interesting that they left it in anyway.
Yeah. Yep. All right. That'll do for this segment. And we've got ourselves Death Stranding Director's Cut getting itself a gold, and Spyro Reignited Trilogy on itself a bronze, courtesy of myself, Mr. Apps, and Mr. Logan. As we always say, we'll see you on the other side. The games of February 2025. Well, it could be considered gaming's most wanted in February 2025. Going to talk through what's coming out in the month of February. Shorter month.
Thank fuck after the longest month of my life.
Yeah.
And I made it worse by not having a takeaway for the whole month.
Fuck me. How did you manage that?
I don't know. I've struggled on a daily basis.
That is incredible.
Giving up blow, I'll tell you that. It's day 31 tomorrow, and
after that though, is that it? Is it
no,
free,
I'll go. Yeah, I'll probably
all?
go back. I'll go for. I'll go try to have one a week, but that's the struggle for me. I was on at least 3, I think.
Did you carry on keeping that log that you started? I remember.
I know. I only did it for a full year. It was one every 3 days.
Yeah, I remember. I'm sure 1 January you had like almost like one a day.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it was ridiculous. So this was, instead of doing dry January, I detracted and done hungry January.
Hungry January. What's the first? What's going to be the one that breaks?
I don't know.
I
drove past KFC the other day, yesterday, and I was like, "Cool." So either that or Four Seasons kebab.
Can't go
It's
wrong
a banker, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what else. That chippens and you know.
Yeah, the ribs. Get them all. Get a bit of everything.
I could just go fucking mental and do the lot.
Go on a little drive round and go, right, I'll pick up a little bit here, a little bit there.
The one that's changed is I used to eat Donald's at least once or twice a week, and I don't really crave that, to be honest. But it just does a job, doesn't it? It's like convenient.
Double quarter pounder's the one.
Yeah.
But even like the nuggets, I haven't, but I actually think they've gone. Like I said, they changed them a few times to make them healthier.
Yeah.
They're definitely not as
great.
Not as good as they used to be, but
I like your view on selects. If you want them selects, go KFC.
they're just not close. It's what are we doing? Having chicken.
Did we get that brekkie?
What what one?
Like the McMuffins and it.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, I was going to say that is the title.
Double sausage and egg. Either 2 of those. You need
I normally double up.
Or the I think it's like a mighty McMuffin, which has got bacon, ketchup, and one of the sausage slices. That's quite good. Years ago, I used to have those fucking breakfast wraps all the time.
Oh yeah, I've never had one of them. I used to get them bacon and cheese flatbread.
I used to get that. I used to get them. Yeah, wrap, the flatbread chaser, and the double and sausage egg. So I'd have those that trifecta. Then over COVID, I think they stopped doing the breakfast wraps.
Oh, did they?
And for years they were gone, and then they've brought them back in the last sort of 6 months. I remember I had one half a year ago, probably the weekend it came back, and I was like, doesn't taste like I remember.
They've changed. You definitely can taste the differences when they make these little incremental changes. You go, oi, pack it in.
They need to knock it off, really.
No. But also, what we have just found out today is our 10-year anniversary.
Oh, as we record this, yeah.
As we record this from our little-known number called Death Stranding.
No, Stranded Deep.
Oh, yeah. Death Stranding back in 2014.
Predicted it before Kojima even had it in his head.
Before it even came out.
Yeah.
Of course it was Stranding. Apparently they're making a second one.
Did you ever go back to that?
I did, not long ago.
Because it was in early access, wasn't it? Back then it was. Like
it was. What they call Beam Team Games. Wasn't it? It was early access. Yeah, booted it up. When did I boot it up? I swear it was last year. Just tried to play. It's like it's like a full game now, but it's just, yeah. I would like to give it a proper go, but it's like a proper survival.
Yeah.
The
sharks
go back and give it the full.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 10 years of that. Was it 10 years? Stop. Right, so the NVIDIA broadcast, since I've done this update, keeps coming up and fucking about. I've turned off all notifications from NVIDIA broadcast. Keeps saying, hi, GPU load. I'm like, well, it wasn't before the update, so I don't know what's changed. Stupid bastards. So that little noise should go away. But yeah, 10 years and we're still doing this shit.
Still going, baby.
Gone from 12
I've moved from there to here. I'm back again.
Well, you said you might keep the old PC just for the.
I was gonna have to. It's just because of this. Unless I just get like an extender, it's the headphones that's the pain. The headphones jacks on like there, and I can't get it to go to the seat. It's not, the lead's not long enough.
No,
so I need like an extender, and then I can just sit down there again. And although this is so much better for the webcam because it's like it just looks so weird on the sofa
sitting there.
So I mean, this is old hat now. Bless it. It's done. Well, it's done both of us a fucking treat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done well.
It could go for a third. Maybe I'll give it to Albert. He won't know.
No, he won't know any different. That's for sure.
But it's now the podcast PC.
PC podcast. The games of February 2025. This is from Games Rant. So I went on some other websites and they had reams of shit.
Yeah,
like fucking mobile games. Eurogamer had about.
Mate, they do a lot.
Oh, Eurogamer had about 50 games. And I was like, well, no. Look, someone needs to have done some level of triage on this because we ain't here. We might have missed something, fine, but I'd rather do that than go through just unbridled shit.
Give me them games on YouTube.
Yeah.
Those fucking 8-bit things.
Well, it was like the fucking Steam store, one of the pages I went on. I was like, what is all this crap? Like, knock it off.
To be 4 seconds.
Fucking stupid. So what we're looking for is whether it's a sniffer or bollard tickler. Don't know if it's going to be many, but we'll see. We'll go through it. I'll just start on this again. Game. If any of this is wrong or stuff's missing, it's Games Rant. All right, blame them. Sponsored. It's not sponsored. But probably go under soon. Then I'll lose this tool. But that's the way of these fucking websites. They all just seem to die off. But February 4th.
Cool. Tuesday, day of the 5080.
Yeah, day this goes out. So today, as people listen to this 18-hour edition of Idle Game Chat, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 coming to PS5, PC, Xbox Series X and S. A thrilling, story-driven action RPG in a rich open world set in 15th century medieval Europe. Experience the ultimate medieval adventure through the eyes of young Henry as you embark on a journey of epic proportions. Now, this is obviously a sequel to Kingdom Come Deliverance, the original War
Did you ever play that?
Yes, so I did actually get through that about 2 years ago now.
Cool.
So this is lined up as a sniffer, but not a bollard.
It's not a Game Passer, is it?
No, they don't play that game. They're not interested. So
sick of it.
I think I'd put this on the sniff pile because the bollard ticklers like drop everything are definitely going to commit. Yeah. This definitely has the potential to. The reviews I think will be out as this drops, so the audience will know more than we do. But I just have the feeling, just like the first one, it will come out and then be a bit messy.
Right, yeah. I think I remember that being a bit.
And it might need a few months worth of patches.
What did you play it on?
Now, that's a very good question. I actually can't remember. So I put it on the PC for a while and it kept restarting.
Cool.
Kept melting the PC down. That's when the PSU run out of power or something. Something had gone wrong there. But I think by the time I got it fixed, I then started playing it on Game Pass on Xbox. And I carried on doing it on that. So it ran even back then. This was years after it had come out. It still wasn't.
Because it's a powerhouse, wasn't it? It's like a graphical.
It was not well optimized. It was a bit of a heavy game. But this one, from the previews at least, they're suggesting at least on like an optimization front, it's pretty good. I just worry there's going to be other like weird stuff like quest breaking bugs and shit like that might ruin it. So it's on the sniff list for sure, but reviews pending. don't think it'll get promoted up through the ranks because
No,
I'm not going to drop what I'm playing at the moment for it. They need to go in the queue. So, but
Right.
got my eye on it for sure. I suppose for you, it can't. We can put it on a sniff list, but you'll be wanting to play that first one. To be honest, it's quite story heavy, so I'd recommend people to do that, even if there is a catch up in the game.
If there is, no, I couldn't go. Very rarely do I go straight gunning in on the second.
What's he going to do about Silent Hill?
Well, that's the trouble, yeah. Go back and play that fucking dusty ass original on the PS1.
I think there's a remastered collection on PS3. I mean, it's meant to be awful, but you could probably get the first one on there.
Get that one.
But they're not linked. They're like Final Fantasy. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know if that's a lie people have been telling themselves. I'll be looking that up after I've finished it. But
oh, bloody hell. But no, this did always sort of... I did have one eye on this because, I like the setting.
Yeah,
and
no dragons and shit. It
was after Witcher
stuff.
3, wasn't it? It was like a first-person Witcher 3. They sort of, tried to sell it as.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember it being sort of like a PC game, like the way it was. I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
So, what are they? Are they Czech, are they?
Can't remember whether. I think they are. Is it Warhorse Studio?
Warhorse Prague, Czech video game. So there you go. Those bloody Eastern Europeans love it, didn't they, with them Polish...
Well, this is the one that struck a load of controversy, the original, because they said they weren't going to have any people of colour in it because it's not historically accurate.
Well,
I wouldn't live back then. But
that's it. I mean, it's a very touchy subject, but I would agree with that statement. I think
if you got Musk here doing salutes and all sorts.
He's going ref. I think if you want to tell a story, you don't have to include everybody for that story. That works.
What a black samurai in Japan? That'll roll people
Well, this
up.
is the thing as well. We're listening to a podcast today, and they were going, "Why is every film The Last Samurai? You've got Tom Cruise, white bloke. Last of the Mohicans. What was his name? Costner, was it? White bloke." The Last Airbender, he was white. The last of everyone, they're all whites.
Too many of them.
There's too many whites.
5 mile away, the place would be full of them.
Exactly. So yeah, I do get that. For the purpose of the story, but yeah, I can see where the backlash would come from that.
It seems like it's not here for this one. I don't know if they've even. I don't know if people just moved on to the next sort of controversy or whether they've adjusted it. I don't actually know, but there's not really been an issue that's come up. There's some. I think there's someone saying there's gay couples in this, and they weren't happy with that.
They would have been bumming back then in the old medieval days. Don't you worry about that.
Take what you can get.
Apparently, that's what they used to do in like the old Greek before, the old 300 film. Before they used to go to war, they'd all give each other a go.
What's that out of? There's a specific piece of media I was consuming, and no, it's not you porn or Pornhub or whatever it is. It was a film or a TV show, and that was like that came up as a reason for someone being that way. They were like comparing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think if you like this in Rome as well, there's quite a lot of that going on. But they used to bugger them so they could
bugger them bastards.
Did
you watch that new Gladiator film?
I haven't, no. But it's on. I think it's on Prime now, so no excuse not to.
No excuse.
I'd love all telling me there's sharks in it, and I was like, okay.
Oh yeah. Factually,
so they think it's Jaws. I was like, did
they? Jaws in Rome.
Yeah.
He's gone from the Bahamas. He done the Bahamas in full.
SeaWorld.
Went to SeaWorld. Oh yeah. Is that free? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So fucking bad. But no, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is on the sniff list for me.
Yes.
And
February 11th, they're sniffing at. Cool. CryEngine as well. Blimey. That's still going.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're saying. The, what's name? That the optimizations.
Oh, well, because of that.
They've got a good handle on it. Yeah, I don't think the last one.
Well, they used to always use Crysis, didn't they? It was like your fucking bench. Can it run Crysis?
Yeah.
No, it can't.
Run Kingdom
so now
Come
can it run Kingdom Come?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Oh, controversy. Oh, is this the first game? No, this is 2. There is controversy on the second one.
Is it around the gay couples?
Is that what it is? Oh, yeah, same. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Well, it's like a reverse controversy, that is.
Right.
That's the people that don't want anything.
Oh, I see.
They had all the swastikas and the KKK gowns on when they played this last time. Now they're like, gay people? What are you doing, you woke bastards?
Oh, get him playing Dragon Age, that new one.
Yeah, do what you like in that.
Do what you want. There's a mission for non-binaries, apparently.
Oh.
Inclusion inquired.
I do want to get round to that, but I never played Inquisition, so I don't really have had this. Like, it's not like Mass Effect where I played the trilogy.
No,
so
I've never played. I think I own half of them as well. They're normally chucking them all away. Them Origins 1 and 2. Inquisition was good, wasn't it? Really good.
A lot of people hate it, but I thought it was all right. But then I didn't have any context of the first two, so it's not like the original. I was told, and I was like, well.
Nice. No, I've definitely got one eye on this Kingdom Come, but yeah, like you say, I'd have to play the first one first. Maybe don't. I'm playing old games now, so it's
quite unforgiving. Like the combat's a bit weird. Like it will just kick your ass as well. It's not afraid to just kill you. Very grand. Very lots of like small RPG elements in it.
Yeah.
Like if you like when you start.
What's the combat like? Sword and shield.
Yeah, that is. Once you learn sort of the basics, you can get around it. But initially, you think, "What the fuck does it want me to do?"
Is it no third person at all? It's not like Cyberpunk.
Nothing. All first person. If you don't have a bath in a while, you start stinking, and people are like, "Oh, you dirty bastard."
What's the voices? Is it British voices?
Yeah, I think I said this. Like Henry sounds like a bit of a goon. Like I think Finchie's in this.
It's got to be. If you've got a medieval British cast, if Finchie ain't in it, then that's a travesty.
Yeah, I'm almost certain he's lurking in this. But yeah, I'll have a look. I'll be interested to see how it's put together and how it's held together and whether it's up to snuff. But we will see, I guess. Yeah. Next one, Rift of the Necrodancer.
Ooh.
The Necrodancer's back in an all-new rhythm game. Dragged into a strange world, Cadence must engage in musical combat with monsters surging through the rift, face pulse-pounding rhythm riffs where every beat is a battle. All to an original soundtrack by Danny Baranowski and friends. Now, never played any of these games. I see them.
Was there a Zelda version?
There was either a Zelda version or I just saw the character and it looked like Zelda and I couldn't remember which way around it was.
I can't remember.
But yeah, I this is not on my list for sniffing the toys. It's not going to...
So it's the one that...
PC.
Adcock binned in his thing. And...
Yeah, he had it last year and then I think he took it out and then left it off this year and put in Tears of the Kingdom DLC, which I don't think has ever been announced, even in passing. So... Anyway, it might be all laughing. He might have a Switch 2 might launch with Tears of the Kingdom DLC.
Absolute daddy.
We'll see. I'm assuming this is not on your sniff list.
Nah, not at all, to be honest. Get in the fucking bin.
Go in the fucking bins. Civilization 7. PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, February the 11th. The award-winning strategy game returns with a revolutionary new chapter. Civ 7 empowers you to build the greatest empire the world has ever known. Have you ever played one of these games?
Age of Empire.
Okay.
Played that years ago. I remember who was in your year, I think? Darren Ullman. He was in my year. What was his brother? Luke Ullman? Was he in your year or was he in Pee-wee's year?
Probably Pee-wee's. Say Pee.
I don't think he was in my year. I think he was in Pee-wee's year. Anyway, I went round his house and he used to always play Age of Empires 1 and 2. And I used to play... It's one of those things, a bit like Command and Conquer Red Alert. It's like one of those games you used to play, but never actually like completed it or anything. I just used to play bits of it. I've got to say, I've never really been a big strategy guy. But yeah, I think if any of them, these Civ games do seem to be the ones... I suppose you played those Jurassic World games, didn't you?
Yeah, I do like a strategy game.
Yeah.
But I've played Civ 5.
Oh, with you?
Yeah.
So what you doing? You're just literally building a civilization.
Yeah, but it's more, it's more
like
about
war and stuff?
the building and whatnot. It's kind of, the combat's not real time,
Right.
if that makes sense. So like Command and Conquer, obviously you build like a little base and go out
That's
and attack
it.
and what. This is like,
I seem to play that a lot. Command and Conquer, Red Alert, and stuff.
this is like turn based. So you decide what you're gonna do that turn. You're like, I'll build the church this turn, then I'll move my troops here. And you get certain number of things you can do each turn.
Very strategic.
Yeah, it's quite. I don't think it's that complicated, but you need to just take the time to start with, just to sit down and understand it. And I never did that. This is sort of on a low sniff list, but the chance of me ever sitting down and playing this is quite slim. At least initially, it's one of those things. If it's like a few quid somewhere, I'll pick it up later on.
Yeah.
But they just make these games so much better as the years go on. They add all the expansions, it adds all these like new gameplay elements. So you're almost, in my opinion, unless you're like hardcore, just encouraged to wait.
Yeah.
And I think on the Epic Store, I've been given Civ 5 and 6, and
right.
they're
Freebie Nation.
yeah, but very popular franchise.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's coming to Switch now. That'll be interesting to see.
Well,
but
mind you, because they've got those. Oh, we'll talk about that later.
they got the little mouse thing. Yeah, what we think is going to be a mouse.
I think about
But
it.
it could be a
Has
Steam
anyone
Deck.
in the Dimp realm play Civ?
I think Salmon's the only one who would consider it. I'm just
Right.
thinking through like the others. I don't
Hall,
think would. Hall, actually, you could probably
imagine him.
convince Hall to play one, but he would need someone to play with, and then that's when it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just kind of like a bit of a blind spot on the strategy side of things, because I do like the old, like you said, the Jurassic Worlds and like building ones where you're building like a park or whatever it might be.
Yeah, see, I used to like those games, like Theme Park and Theme Hospital. They were always good fun.
This is building a fucking empire.
Cool.
Genghis Khan as a
hell.
playable character. Like you got all the like,
What
historical...
was that fucking? There was a Lord of the Rings one that I was really sniffing at, but never actually got into. Is it like War of the? No, what was it called?
War of the Worlds.
Middle
Shadow of
Earth?
Mordor he's gone back to.
It's gone back that way. Give me Fat Lazy Creed right before the new one.
Got fucking Ghost of Tsushima filling that hole.
Cool.
Much better.
What are those fucking games called? Age of Mordor or something? Oh,
Okay.
I can't remember. There was two of them. I think one was like an Xbox exclusive for a little while. Anyway, but yeah, they were shows. But no, I've got to say, strategy's never really been my thing. I'm not a huge mouse and keyboard, although the likes of Diablo and stuff, I do feels better on a mouse and
Yeah,
keyboard.
to be honest, I think they've I think it would be good. It's like Diablo, in fact. Like you can play it on a controller, and it's pretty.
Yeah, you
pretty
can.
good
And
now.
it's
I think
pretty,
I think it's just
yeah.
they've sussed it. I think a lot of
Right,
these
yeah.
games have figured out a way for it to not be awful like it used to be. So I remember playing Command and Conquer on a PS1 around Dan Turner's house, and you didn't have analog sticks even back then, and you'd move the cursor with the fucking D-pad.
D-pad. Fuck, man.
And it'd move like 3 inches at a time, so you could never get any fucking.
No precision.
No, it was none of that. I was just like, this is fucking cack. I had it on
Did you make
PC
it-
at home, Red Alert 2. I was like, get me back there. Ran at like 3 frames per second. I was like, good God. Yeah.
Deary
That's
me.
when I first realised there's a gap in certain games to play on PC rather than the consoles. But there we go for Civ 7. Next one, I never even heard of this, but it's on here. Date everything. PC, PS5, Xbox, and Switch. February 14th. They've done the dates correctly, doing it on Valentine's Day. Date everything is a sandbox dating simulator set in the comfort of your own home, featuring over 100 fully voice-acted, dateable as well, I'd imagine, characters.
Oh.
Let the romance flow between your bed, smoke alarm, and overwhelming sense of existential dread. Are you ready to date everything?
Is it got
That's what it
tits
means.
in
You can date like fucking things in your house, I think.
Oh,
Dirty gets.
dirty gets. Give me that lampshade.
Yeah.
It's anime.
I will say this ain't on my sniff list.
No. Have you seen the developer's name?
I did look it up earlier. But
Have a look. Best name for a studio ever. Sassy Chap Games.
wow, yeah, Sassy
That
Chat
is
Games. Interesting.
Sassy chat. Have they done? They have. It's linked more
Indiana
games
Jones.
like Sims 4, A Date with Death, Crush, and Undertale.
They've been lurking then.
Interesting. Is that team? Is that the publisher team 17?
Yeah,
Do they do them?
that's it.
Yeah. Cool. I
Interesting.
overcooked as well. Nor sniff, nor bot. Although if it's got titties in it, could be a bollock tickler. Controllers.
Have to see, won't we? What they decide to put in there. Another one, we've got a few on the February the 14th. Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2, PC, PS4, PC.
Oh, I've just seen what they've done.
Yeah.
Date everything on February the 14th.
Yeah, that's it.
Valentine's Day.
Clever. When does it fall this year? It falls on a Friday.
Oh, straight from work, bang.
Pants down, hoping for the best. So we've got Trails Through Daybreak 2, Return to the Calva Republic, and unravel the mystery of the Crimson Beast. One day, a shocking series of murders sets wheels of fate in motion once again. Chaos loom on the horizon. The Spriggan Van Arcade receives an unexpected visit. Who is behind the murders and what is their goal? This is a long-standing JRPG series that you can't just jump into these. So
Give me the last one, I'll have a go.
It's a no for me, but I wouldn't mind having a go at starting from the beginning on these, but I don't think there's a sensible way of doing it on one platform just yet. They're sort of scattered all over the place, so they need to pull their fingers out their asses. So not on the sniff list for me, and I'm assuming not on the sniff list for Yo's.
No chance.
Last one for February 14th. There's 3 on Valentine's Day. Real busy day. Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6 remastered. PC, PS4, PS5, Switch, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S. Her legacy lives on. Play the next series of Tomb Raider's adventures in this remastered collection of the Darkness trilogy. Wasn't even aware they were split into trilogies, but this is like the second part of these fucking old school ones.
Well, I'll tell you, I've got the first 3, like the first collection, wishlisted.
Oh,
remaster. Yeah. I nearly bought it as well, actually, because I do own. I think when I first bought a PC and was on Steam, I literally bought like a Tomb Raider collection. So I own all the OGs.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did complete a few of them on the PlayStation. But then there was like a gap, I think like 1, 2 and 3. But then the rest of them, in between them, I didn't really play any of them. 4, 5. Like I was just thinking, there isn't 4. I remember there was 4. Is there 4? And then it starts to go to like Underworld and all that weirdness. And it weren't until obviously the good reboot, that I picked it back up again. But yeah, when this is, I think it's only like 15 quid or something. So yeah, this is on the sniff-ometer, this one. I'll give it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've played the second one.
That one
when
in
it came
Venice.
out not when it came out. It was on PC. So I don't know how we had it, but that's the one I would play, and I'd only go around the fucking mansion because I didn't really.
I was gonna say, I remember. I think I read online somewhere.
Locking that old boy in the freezer.
Lock the old boy in the freezer, and then if you did a swan dive in a pool over the candle, she'd get her tits out.
Did she?
I spent about. I think it was a ruse.
Now, someone said to me, if you complete the game, there's a shower scene at the end, and she's nude. So I found a cheat that you could like cheat code through, and nope, another lie. Jack Cooper, the liar this time. So never forget that.
That's amazing. It is wishlisted. Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered, $13.99.
There you go.
They even say Tomb Raider remastered, starring Lara Croft.
There you go.
With those big triangle titties.
Yeah, I don't know if they smoothed them out for this one.
Oh, did they? They probably have. That dinosaur as well.
Yes, everyone remembers the
one,
dinosaur. I don't think I even play it. I didn't play it, but I just remember seeing the videos. People talking about it.
I like your opinion on going back to Metal Gear. Will it be that? Like my memories are fond of that game. You go back now and you go, fuck it now. It's just what we played.
That will. I can't trust it. I think they've added modern controls for this one, or these ones.
Oh, have they? Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, it was very tanky.
As modern as they can, but you still have to like line up the jumps and time. And there's actually quite a lot of the platforming is actually the main.
Yeah, platforming's fucking well hard.
Yeah, Because if you
Gotta do that,
fall, you just
Nathan
die.
Joy.
It's like insta like
Yeah,
fall
amount of
death. and-
times. There were some good animations as well, where she just crumbled up into a ball.
Yeah. You could swan dive as well off like a high thing and just land on her neck.
I used to
It just
love
absolutely
doing that.
snap her in half. You sick bastards. Not on my sniff list, but lurking on Adkins, so
Yeah.
won't get bollard status, but will certainly be a lurking.
bollards.
Lost Records Bloom and Rage, Don't Nod, February 18th, PC,
Ooh,
PS5,
now you got
Xbox Series X and S. Embark on a new narrative journey by the creators of Life is Strange. Film your summer of 1995 and create memories of a lifetime with your new friends. 27 years later, confront the dark secrets that made you all promise never to speak about that fateful summer again. So that sounds interesting to me. I do like these games, so it's on the sniff list because usually they're short. They can be a nice little palate cleanser.
Yeah,
They have lost their luster, these sort of narrative games, for me and many others. You find that there's more that come out that are average or below than good or great nowadays. It seems like everyone's kind of we've seen this before. You need to be something really special to like get people's attention, and this is set in. They've split it out into 2 episodes or tapes, as they're called. So tape 1 and tape 2. So I don't know if tape 1's going to be doing this sort of 1995 piece where you film that stuff.
I remember this being on like a
showcase
or
of
whatever.
sort.
Yeah, showcase. Is this not an Game Pass jobby?
I don't know, actually.
I've got a feeling it might be. If it's the game I'm thinking of,
Let's have a look.
maybe it's not. The other one I'm thinking of, there was like a similar sort of vibe, but then when they're like dinosaur, like some of the characters were like dinosaurs and stuff. It was a bit weird.
Oh, that's that fucking Volcano High.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that, and that was an 8 Game Pass jobby, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're no core 12 hours, it reckons.
Oh,
That's only 2 episodes though. And I don't think it's on Game Pass, but yeah, let's have a look. Let's go into the peer. How much are you charging? Let's have a look at that. That's a giveaway. Add to wish list. You dirty bastards! You can't even see the fucking price. of it.
Price.
No price the day of, but I'll have a look at it. I'll keep an eye on it. But like I said, there's a few of these that have, like even the latest Life is Strange didn't get the best reviews. I will go and play it one day, but that's going to have to be dropped in price. But so sniff list for me. I don't think you like these games.
No,
anymore.
not for me.
Sick of
No,
them.
I played the first season of Life is Strange. I did. I really enjoyed that, but I've never gone back to any of the others. To be fair.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So no, not for me.
They are what they are. February 18th also. Oh, this is on Game Pass, excuse me. Avowed. PC and the series consoles. Avowed is a first-person fantasy RPG from Obsidian Entertainment. That's all it said on Steam in the little box on the top right-hand corner. This has been a long time coming, it feels like.
Yep.
We saw it and was like, cool, new Skyrim. And it's not quite Skyrim, but it still looks pretty good in some aspects.
Yeah.
So it's... Go on.
Purchased a 3-month membership of Game Pass last week, and my intention was, because a little game dropped that I wanted to play, which I'm currently going to be playing, and also because this is coming out as well, and I thought, oh well, that will coincide as well.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, it could be on the. It's not bollard tickler as of yet.
It's review dependent.
It's review dependent. If the reviews come out and there's a gap, and I think, oh, actually, fuck it, no, we'll give that a little go now.
Yeah.
But what I am trying to do this year, which is tough, is play one game at a time and finish it. Wow. Or if like I'm halfway through one, which most of my fucking games are, get back into it and finish it, rather than do bits of bits and bits and bits. So potentially there could be. So it's 1.5 sniff on it.
Yeah, I'm in that
in between.
I'm in that area as well.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to do pretty well, but you never know.
Is it No, it's not Obsidian, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Obsidian.
Yeah, another one from them.
Cool.
They release like 2 games every year somehow.
Cool.
And they've got Outer Worlds 2 as well. It's coming this year, they reckon. So. Yeah, I've still got my Game Pass until June, I think, or July, when it eventually runs out after that multi-year top-up years ago, and I probably will let it lapse then. But this doesn't look like it's got any DLC or expansions at least announced, so I may use it for this, providing again it's not a complete shit show, which I don't expect it to be. Obsidian do good work, so it's there scratching the bollards but not tickling them. It's sort of trying to grab at them.
Yeah, I hope it's a shorter experience and not like a fucking 100-hour master.
I think
prefer like an Outer Worlds 30 hours. That'd be lovely.
That's the feeling I've been getting.
Yeah.
So it sort of slots in nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm interested in this next one to hear where this is, because it's balls to the walls crazy. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series consoles, February 2021, RGG Studio seem to crap out games every fucking 6 months.
They fucking do, don't they?
And they're doing Virtua Fighter. What are they doing? Embark on an over-the-top modern-day pirate adventure with an ex-Yakuza, now pirate captain and his crew. Engage in exhilarating combat on land and sea in the hunt for lost memories and treasure. So this is essentially the Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag sequel we never got, it looks like. But they've turned the craziness up to like 10. Go for it. What's your thoughts?
It's a not bollard tickener, but definite sniffer. But it's not going to get played anytime soon because I am working my way through the series.
Yep.
I am now done 0, 1, and 2, so I'm on to 3.
Have you started 3?
Not yet. No.
Okay.
So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6.
Then
the bloke that left. No. Then Like a Dragon. Then
Raised.
The bloke that was raised. Then Infinite Wealth. Then there's like the bloody
spin-off.
2 spin-off.
Yep.
So it could get played, but most likely in 2030. In a decade, basically.
I'm the same. I don't want to work through this series, but I've only done 0, so I'm behind. So I've still got to do 1 and do all that shit. So I do want to plan at least get 1 and start doing the Kiwami ones. I did hear a rumour that they're going to Kiwami like 3 and maybe 4, 5. So that sort of.
That's costing. Yeah.
Well,
I was about to pull the plug. I've got them lined up, ready to go. Not even installed, actually.
You can fucking get burnout on these fucking games.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Yeah, well, 3, 4, and 5 are pretty much the same thing. Just different story. Whereas at least 1 and 2, they shook it up a bit.
Yeah, so it's kind of like all rumour, so... Isn't it?
I don't know, they churn out games, though, didn't they?
Yeah, it's true.
They got them Judgment fuckers as well.
Yeah.
2 of them bastards to deal with. Not that, they are a separate thing, but if you like those games, they fucking love it.
Sniffless,
so, yeah,
it's a decade
that'll
away.
Be a Game Pass job as well, because they all seem to be on there.
They do drop on there eventually, don't they? Cool, he's lost his camera.
Oh, what's happened here?
He's absolutely crap the bed. This is for the audio listeners. Adkins' camera's gone. He's back again. Yeah.
What fucking happened there? Me touching things. Because that's it still.
Well, this is definitely bollard tickler territory now.
Yes.
PGA Tour 22K25, PS5, PC, Series consoles. Early access starts in February 21st, but for all the scrubs, it's February 28th. HB Studios. The master of golf sims is back. Tee off of the world's top golfers on the most storied courses on golf's biggest stages. I'd rate your interest at 0.1% in this.
It's a banker. It's day one for me. Oh no! I tell you,
Premium early access edition at £100.
Oh, apparently they've spent a load of money over Garens, and they've enhanced their driving range.
Oh,
it's got like cameras now, which like tracks the ball and it tells you how you hit it and stuff. And I really want to go over there. I did go through a little stage of like going over there just before COVID. I was like trying to get the confidence to actually play a full round of golf.
It's tough. It takes fucking forever as well.
Well, someone said to me, it's like, if you start off like with a shit game, then you're just chasing the game the old time. So like, I think Biff and Johnson go over there a couple of times, didn't they? And they were like, yeah, just come over us once. But no, I did play. I think it must have been then when I was on Xbox. When that stage when I was getting into golf, so to speak. I did play a little game on Game Pass, or was it like Games for Gold?
Everybody's
Wasn't
golf.
PGA. It was
like Rory McIlroy's.
No, I think it was like a little tutorial. I'll try and find it whilst you. Wouldn't have been long. Here we go. It was called
Golf Pals.
Golf with Your
What about Golf
Friend.
Story? Did you
I did play that. Yeah, I did play it. I never finished it. It was called...
fucking well long, that game.
I know, it's massively long. Yeah, there's a new one now, isn't there? There was the Golf Club 2019.
Oh,
featuring
yes.
PGA Tour.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was like the that was like an upstart one. It started getting like the licenses after the game came out. And they started adding to it. Yeah, that was... Yeah, because they went away, the golf games. I mean, I remember back in the day on the PS... One.
Yeah, I think I played
Tiger Woods
on PS2. Yeah,
Johnson's and fucking play that for hours. But eventually, I think I got one maybe close to 10 years ago now and played a little bit.
Do you ever watch it?
I'll watch it when the Masters, like when the Big Four are on. But they've increasingly started to fuck around the times in America and doesn't finish till 3 a.m. sometimes. And I can't do that. I can stay up till like 12.
Yeah.
But they sometimes have it on the East Coast, I guess. It starts later and ends later over here. So a couple of them I've had to miss. But yeah, I watch it and sometimes have a little bet on it. But
oh, yeah, nice.
or the Ryder Cup, I definitely.
Oh, cool.
Make a habit to watch that. But yeah, I would. There's always, again, there's too much to play. So saying this is absolute exposes the lie. But I do always like the idea of having a golf game. But
yeah,
the thought of sitting down and playing it over something else is just not a realistic proposition. So that's your lot, PGA Tour 2K. They don't need to be annualised either. That's definitely a sport that doesn't need to be annualised. It's not transfers or rosters. Rory McIlroy's changed the colour of his fleece. Let's put that in there. It's like, okay. Let's knock it off. Although half the cunts keep leaving for that fucking live golf, so they have to keep taking people out of the roster.
Saudi,
yeah,
they love that.
What a fucking mess. This is the true unifier, though. The last one as well, February 28th. Monster Hunter Wilds. The unbridled force of nature runs wild and relentless with environments transforming drastically from one moment to the next. This is a story of monsters and humans and their struggles to live in harmony in a world of duality. So annoyingly, there's actually a showcase of this that Capcom are doing as this launches. So there's more information that people have. But... this is as close to a bollard tickler as it gets. The only question is what platform for me. And
where do we go?
And is there cross-play? I don't know if those questions have been answered yet. How does it run? Like PC seems like the safest bet for this sort of junk, but sometimes Crapcom can appear on those PC ports and they're not there on the console. So that's the only thing really. But other than that, I mean, there is part of me that thinks, I'll just wait a year.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to jump in for the next one, day one, and be there from the start, keep up with the content as best you can.
I'll tell you what would be good doing day one as well, is there'll be fucking loads of fucks online.
They'll
that's the thing I've been playing recently, that fucking old Sunbreak. And some of the missions, I'll be like, help, and no cunts playing it, because they're all playing Worlds.
Yeah.
Actually, they're all playing Worlds in prep for this.
Yeah.
So no fuckers playing Rise except for me on me Todd. So I got no Japanese bloke to come in and wipe the floor with them and go, I'll take the glory. So that would be good. My other thing as well was the PS Plus thing. I do have PS Plus at the minute, just the cheap one,
but
so
you
can play games online. But I've got to keep it to play it, I promised myself any online required games will be on PC, and I've just spent a fucking fortune on a new PC. So that would be the ticker. But having played that PS5 version of that demo, it was fucking diabolical.
Oh, yeah.
Technically. Yeah. In performance-wise. I mean, looked great and stuff. Very cinematic, very... Like there was a lot of new stuff, even like there was like a big thing that no one even mentioned is the fact that you can carry 2 weapons at a time.
Oh yeah.
So,
That's
like,
sort
I
of
was
flying
like,
the
"Fucking
radar.
no one's talking about this. This is like the biggest change in
Yeah.
Monster Hunter history, and
Yeah.
no one's even batted an eyelid. You just press a button, you switch out.
I'll
you got
carry
fucking...
2 guns now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's unbelievable. So yeah, I think the game's going to be good. It's just I do worry about that performance. I'm sort of gonna feel like I might have to wait for the old DF boys to give me the lowdown.
Yeah.
Tell me what to buy it on.
Have you played a Monster Hunter game on PC? Did you play Rise or?
I'm currently playing Rise on PC. That runs flawlessly. I did also. It's an old PC though, but I did also boot when Salmon was doing all that library sharing. I clicked onto his and I installed his Monster Hunter Worlds because I just wanted to see how that ran, and I was amazed at how that ran. To be honest, so it was very good. So
I'm leaning towards a PC jobby just because.
Yeah, I think it would.
I mean, I get annoyed with the PC fucking about, but this isn't a tweaker, is it? I don't feel like you've got to tinker too much this one because I'm not looking for fidelity or.
No, you
can't
stick it on there. Fucking mole monsters.
Yeah. Saying that, you'll see me. I go, I've got it on PS5. They said it gets 58 FPS on the Pro. 320p upscale, pisser.
This is the fucker as well. They probably will say, be like that fucking Rebirth. They're saying that's better on that PS5.
I don't believe it, but
I can't believe that. Salmon's fucking livid. He's not having it.
Don't like it.
He's got it on his Steam Deck running at 70 FPS. So
you can play it on the fucking Steam Deck.
Yeah,
having a shit. You go have a quick hunt.
Shit. Well, this is if it's what's it called, cross progression. That'd be brilliant. None of them have, I don't think. It's that Cashcom, the dirty fuckers. I'm sure there's no.
Is there cross play even? Like
cross play? Let me fucking Google.
I don't think there was in World, but I mean, it's been how long has it been since World? That's 2018. That was 7 years.
Yeah.
When did they fucking drop Rise? Because the only reason I didn't get
Rise,
21
or 22.
Yeah, cause it's Switch exclusive, wasn't it?
Yes.
For a while, and I was like, I ain't playing that fucking Monster Hunter Lite. That's what I had in my head. I don't know if that was true, but probably not. Plus, I'll just finish Monster Hunter World, the expansion. I was like, I can't do another one of these. Like, straight up my fucking jacksie. So, had a nice rest and happy to jump in on the hunt. Because the good thing about Monster Hunter, you can sort of play it solo or with a team. It's like...
Oh fuck yeah, it was. This new one is open crossplay.
Oh, okay.
Is it cross progression?
Yeah, I would be... I mean, if they've got any... That's the way things are going, but...
Yeah, it needs to be these days. But yeah, it definitely is crossplay. Because I remember it comes up with what console they're playing on.
Do you get any like hackers or anything in like the PC?
I don't know.
Any trouble with
installed a game the other day, and
I suppose it's PvE, so it's not really a botherance.
No.
Is it? Well, I remember even on like Helldivers, there were hackers that used to get into that and access the new drops before they would be out. So I remember seeing like a mech on the map before they dropped the mechs, and some PC player. Or there was like what are those little fucking things we used to all go around collecting.
Them fucking
what's the fucking word?
What are they called? Samples.
Yeah. People would like got like millions of like samples. They'd drop them on the map, and
that's it.
But there's always a way around it. I wouldn't mind someone coming in and giving me the fucking shit or armor. And
fucking daddy. Monster Hunter Wilds will support cross play, but will not support cross save.
Cross save, yeah. Seems like that might be a bit of a faux pas. I mean,
what you could do, see how it runs. Like what I did, I bought it on that Switch Rise, played it for 50 hours, then bought it on the PC. Again. By that time, you get that fucking Defender outfit, so you can wallop through.
So you can get
about 20 hours ago. Yeah, I'm back to where I was.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just going with the PC seems like an option, like unless there's some horrible optimization or it's somehow worse, then in which case there's probably problems on the consoles anyway. So
Yeah.
I do have a little bit of concern that it's a bit too ambitious in some ways, and that we might
say it did feel very cinematic, like the fucking. You didn't play the open beta? Did
No,
you?
I didn't. Well, I think because you said it runs like donkey shit. I was like, I don't
fucking was. I think I played it in 30 FPS because the 60 just made it look like mud as well.
Yeah, like
that was
Rebirth.
before this PS5 Pro, though, I believe.
Yeah,
or was it? I think it was. I think so.
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
We had him anyway. When did we get him launched? Can't remember now. We had a couple of days after.
Yeah, we had a day after. Yeah, did the same as what we did with. What I did with the One X.
Yeah.
You got it on launch, and I went nah, and then the day after, I went, "Oh, go on then." Disaster. Did I do that? No, I think I did that with the PS4 Pro.
Okay.
I think I was day one with the One X. So I got it with because it came out the same day as like Wolfenstein 2. I think I got that.
Okay.
Yeah, the One X. The PS4 Pro. I was like, nah. And then I see them like videos of like Final Fantasy 14. I was like, well, go on then.
Yeah, I got the one. I got the Scorpio edition.
That's right. Yeah,
Project
I never got
Scorpio
that.
edition. It looked nice, but I'm going to. I mean, we and Biff went into town and got it
that's
from
right.
game. And like Biff having an Xbox seems so foreign now.
Yeah,
Like, he wouldn't touch a barge pole nowadays.
Lately, wanted to play the Gears games.
Yeah, well, he might have to now. They might be coming over to PlayStation anyway if they're going to start.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Did he
forward.
ever get a PS4 Pro? I vaguely remember. It might have been the Scorpio that I remember him saying that he bought it, and he's like, "Well, I didn't even notice a difference."
Yeah, no, I think that's. Yeah, I don't know if he got the PS4 Pro. I think at that time he was, for some reason, wanted the Xbox. Then a year later, the series consoles were pretty much out. So
get him a PC. I'd love to see him on a PC trying to fucking tinker, getting anti-A-list in his game. What's this thing?
God, you'll see the difference then when he's fucking about with all that.
Christ.
You'll have to.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hunter Wilds or Monster Hunter Wilds, definitely the bollard tickler.
Yeah, the bollard.
Do have some concerns.
The only concern.
Any game can come out and be shit though. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Like it's the thing. It's not like if
only...
it comes out and they've crapped on it for reasons of bad technical things. It's like, well, that's a weight jobby.
The only annoying thing for me is my bollards are being fucking tickled and sucked upon for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
When's that? March now.
That's 2 weeks after Wilds.
Yeah, but then you'll see me on Monster Hunter getting that armor, and you'll be like, "No, don't leave me behind."
Be like, bloody hell.
So, they go, how many hours you got into it? Like, I haven't really got it. I was lying. You go, I've just bought your CD keys, no refunds.
Bloody hell. Oh, yeah, shit.
That's a good thing, actually. On Steam, you could just get the 2-hour jobby.
That is true, yeah.
Go for it there.
That does that.
If you can name your little pig thing.
Oh, yeah. Got a fucking Velociraptor in this one. Don't know what it is. Fucking thing, but yeah, so that's the only because I mean, I could juggle 2 games at once. Don't you worry about that.
You just said to me you're going to complete one. Then
have to complete it in 2 weeks, 100 hours.
I don't mind having something like Monster Hunter on the because what will happen is Monster Hunter will come out and for 2 weeks we'll be fucking addicted to it.
Yes,
and then we'll be less addicted. Then eventually it'll become less. And you can play something else, and this can be like a little pickup game.
Always done a good job. I remember playing with similar same with the old Powers Persola and all that, and they would always like play it on their own and stuff, and then like the next time we get together and it'd be like 20 levels ahead. Yeah, but it always does a good job as it scales it for you, so like it doesn't really matter. The only thing is like the story stuff, but yeah, they do a good job.
Didn't they in Rise like separate the story stuff from?
Yes, they did. They're 2 different versions. So I wonder if they will with this, to be honest. Yeah, they had, you had like village quests and then hub quests or something. And one was single player and one was multiplayer.
I remember trying to fuck about in World with us trying to go through the story. It was something where it's like join the same like hub world. Right. Then one of us had to go into the it wasn't. It was shit, wasn't it? It wasn't. It didn't work very well. So no, I think they made a few strides with that.
Get them fucking little fly bug things to go and fucking scout everything, didn't you? Scout flies.
That's it.
Go
Yeah.
and you can walk, like going back now, fucking walking everywhere. After Rise, you got them wire bugs and the fucking dog you can ride. Now you got a Velociraptor.
Yeah.
They're fucking yomping across the fucking
Need those
terrain.
fucking mounts.
Yeah. Get me an horse.
Get me that bloody horse. Well, that's the games of February.
February, wow.
So that's what people got to look forward to. There's definitely a handful in there that Avowed for sure, looking at.
Yeah, Avowed, the big two Avowed and what's it called?
They are.
They're
I think the other ones are
it.
Dream Worlds. Like fucking
kinda
Kingdom Come,
sniffers.
I'm like, that's
Well,
a fucking dream,
if I become unemployed, I'll just give it up and go, nah, that's it. I'm just going to live on benefits now. And then I'm just going to become a Twitch streamer. Then there you go. I can get everything done.
Stream Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Set up a community. But yeah, it's good. I'm pleased.
Yeah,
I'm pleased there's not loads of shit and too much.
Nah.
March will be a different kettle of fish. We'll get to March in the next
March.
edition because there's going to be a couple of tough ones. But yeah, Vowed and that Monster Hunter Wilds, that'll be a nice one. Like I said, I got a good eye on that Kingdom Come Deliverance too. Just feel like it will need a few months and whatnot.
Yeah,
worth jumping in then. They're doing DLC. They've got a roadmap out, so even that, I sometimes look at the end of that and think maybe that's a good time to go in and get it all. So, but the rest of it,
Game Pass,
go in the fucking bins. Maybe
in your fucking bins, boys.
Well, we got between this and the last edition, this Nintendo Switch 2 was finally revealed. So it's not called the Super Switch, which some of us wanted.
I quite like that. Yeah.
Yeah, crapped on it. We got a little 2-minute sort of first look trailer. They called it. Sitting on 19 million views, at least on Nintendo's site as it is. Releasing in 2025.
What's the like to dislike ratio?
Oh, I haven't got that thing installed. It's got 1 million likes though.
Cool.
So I don't know. I don't know why they turn that off.
Yeah,
by default, you have to put a browser extension in to see it. But what are your thoughts on this? Some people, Logan, not happy, saying it's underwhelming. They didn't show enough. And I kind of understand that, but
yeah, I've got to say, I was a bit underwhelmed by it. To be honest, I think because it's been talked about
that's the
for
thing,
so long, and there's so much expecting. And basically, it was just like an announcement trailer, wasn't it? Because we didn't see anything. It showed a few little snippets.
All those leaks in the weeks leading up to it as well.
Exactly.
I've already seen the fuck. It wasn't. Some of that's not their fault, but I think because I was expecting to be in a position now where we'd have the release date and pre-orders would be in, and it would have been this first look trailer would have been shown back end of last year.
That's it, yeah.
But that's not how they've been doing it. So I think my expectations were like scuppered slightly. But now this is the start of the marketing cycle. So summer, I'd imagine this will maybe arrive if I had to guess, and we're going to get more in-depth trailers. It is just another Switch, which is fine. I mean, that's the functionality of it, I think, is clearly successful. I just want to know more about the gubbins of it now.
That's definitely
95% of this is going to be played in docked mode for me. So I want to know what's in there, what can be done, what the games look like, and how they run, etc., etc. That's the main thing. Backwards compatible is confirmed. For like 99% of the games, and there's a few.
I see a few videos saying like stuff like Labo won't be able to play because of the way the Joy-Cons are bigger now, so they won't be able to go in. Same with that Ring Fit, is it?
That makes sense.
Those sort of games, the 1-2 Switch, because it hasn't got an AR thing or something like that. So hopefully most will. Might give them an excuse to bump off a few of the old licensed ones as well. Go, oh no,
crap myself.
But you'd expect the big boys all to be there.
Yeah, they've got hands-on events running through April, so it's not going to be out before then.
I did see that. So... it's like one at the Excel, isn't there?
That's it. Yeah. But we don't have an exact date on what's gonna appear.
No, when's that? It's fucking ages away. That April 20th, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah.
April 20th. The next thing. But yes, the Sprogs, Albert has my old Switch, but that is a bag of shit now. Like that is, I'm surprised it's still breathing. It's really on its last legs. Look, Switch. I'll show you. I can prove it. You don't even need to press a button. They just come off like that.
Well, they've changed that, haven't they? Because I think that's a common issue after a certain amount of time.
That is a common
issue. The
issue.
Joy-Cons don't click back in or stay clipped in.
They've lost the back of it. I'll tell you what,
yeah.
Fuck, it's on death's door, the poor thing. So what was going to be happening was I'll get the Switch 2.
Nice kickstand now.
Nice new kickstand. I'll get the Switch 2. Cool, he's cut himself open on the Switch. I'll get the Switch 2. Albert will have the OLED, and Babby will get the get that
the one that's cutting your hands open.
Just
get the razor blade version. That tiny kid.
What was that? Oh fucking hell! It's broke. That's why. I'll tell you what. They're fucking idiots. Those kids fucking got me. I'm bleeding on camera. It's got me. I've got to say, after seeing it, like all those fucking rumours and all the stuff, and seeing it, like it's good to see it, and like I think it does look quite good. Like,
I like the look of it. I like they've rounded the edges. I like they've done away with those soppy neon colours and they're a bit more subtle.
Yep, that's it.
I like it's obviously a bigger screen. I do like the look of it, but
I want to know what's in it.
I need to know more. I mean, it's just fine. This is the first look trailer. It's just that all of the rumour mill's been going so long. We feel like we've been waiting ages that I think people just want to see more now. We've seen there's going to be what seems to be a new Mario Kart game. But there's a lot more to know about this, and really it's going to come down to for me, the horsepower on how it's going to start running those games. The mouse. Go on.
Oh yeah, go on. No, I was just going to say, I always forget that that's people's like only console they use. So like when they're saying like one of the big things, they might release like Red Dead 2 on it.
Yeah.
It's like Christ. But yeah, you think cool. Imagine that being on a Switch 2.
It could be done.
But yeah. The things that intrigue me, like you say, this potential mouse thing. You got
because I think they're going to have more third-party support. Like there's games. I was thinking like use cases for this, and like even if they like got Civ 7 for example was slated for Switch. Like if you could then use the mouse to play, or the whatever this conversion is to play that will make a lot of difference. Like you could, it will almost imitate the PC style of it potentially. I mean, those sort of strategy games might find a new sort of home on the Switch. You can do it, but whether the mouse conversion even functions as a mouse, we don't know. Whether it's any good, I guess this is up to be seen. But I'm interested in that, and just to see how and what they do. But I'm wondering about price, what they're going to do with that.
Yeah, I've seen leaks. 500, they reckon.
Well, then bring some heavy artillery then for me.
Exactly, yeah. That's
get all those old shitters of Zelda running at 60. Oh, we've got to charge you for the remaster like PlayStation. I go, you dirty gets. Although, to be fair, a lot of those games, I don't know if you remember, they got a PS5 patch for free.
Yes,
like
that's
Last of Us
true,
Part 2 did, Ghost of Tsushima did.
Yep.
He said loads of them. God of War.
God of War did, yep.
Now they did.
Days Gone.
Yeah. So they did unlock the power of it without, and then they did remaster nearly all of them.
Yeah.
But so I'd like to see something like that. That would be I'd be like, okay, it's a definite purchase.
Yeah.
And also, I'll be honest, if Mario Kart's the launch game, that's the only slate they've got. That ain't enough for me. I mean, I'm not a big Mario Kart. It's okay.
Yeah. But I mean, last time it's
pants down watching playing that.
Breath of the Wild, wasn't it, that came out?
I want a new Mario. I think that would be, again, if you look at what's been released, what hasn't been released, that's something to potentially expect. But if it's just Mario Kart, it's going to sell bundles because that game sold like fucking tens of millions of copies, the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But me personally, that wouldn't be enough for me to shell out for it, I don't think.
Nah.
I'd
I've
have
got
to
to say,
wait.
last year was I think that was the least I played it. I mean, that
Didn't even turn it on.
even yeah. Did you not?
Didn't log a
Literally.
single minute on that thing.
Oh really? Crikey. No, I played very minimal. Same as that Xbox. I mean, I'm half contemplating flogging that now that the old PC's here.
Yeah. I mean, there's no need.
It's literally no need, isn't it? Yeah, even I've got
Even
Game
PC
Pass.
Game Pass is cheaper. If
Well,
you...
that's it, exactly. Yeah, Game Pass. I just got it recently, and I was like, even looking at that Indiana Jones, I was like, oh, I could play that on Xbox. Actually, I might as well just play on my new PC.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it really is. And I think, yeah, the Switch is just becoming out. It's sort of run out of legs now. I think for the gamers like us that have access to other stuff, kids and stuff that literally that's all they play.
Yeah.
Switch games, then yeah, that's fine. They'll still get years and years out of it, but no, I can't. I probably will end up buying it day one anyway, just because of the kids situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, after seeing that, it really did feel. Even like seeing that Switch, even seeing that Mario Kart. I was watching like streamers and like people doing videos, and even they were like, "Is it a new Mario Kart, or is that just another track on the old one?" Like, it's really hard. It is almost like a sort of Switch 1.5. It's not a full thing, Like, they're playing it safe because of how good they burnt their fucking ass with going from the Wii to the Wii U.
Yeah, I mean, I think the keeping the same, like the fact it's a hybrid is the smart choice. I've said this before. I do wonder whether it will be the same mainstream success, because I look at like Dan, like they've got Switches for their couple of their kids. I'm like, do they need it? Like,
exactly.
If new Mario Kart's only on, this is the thing. How do they leverage the software to do it? That's the only. I'm interested to see whether the new Mario Kart is out on the old Switch or not, because Zelda was out on the Wii U, but no one had a fucking Wii U. Everyone's got a Switch already. So how do you even coax people over? There'll be the nerds like us that are like sniffing around it just because it's the new thing. But most people that have got these have got 2 or 3 of them, and they're for kids. The kids don't need them unless the games start disappearing.
And I mean, you look at that Black Friday now, you can pick Switches up for about 200 quid.
Yeah.
Is Dan going to shell out 500 each for both kids?
Yeah, just want to drop it and break it.
Exactly, and fucking make you cut your finger. The little fuckers. I can't believe they've done that. I'm really angry. It is, they fucking dropped it and it's broke one of the fucking...
You can buy mine off me now, a nice non-razor blade one.
I was going to message you about that not long ago, actually.
It's still there.
It's still there, ready. OG.
Dusted. But yeah, I'm wondering about...
Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but now, I really do.
Everyone's got a Switch. Exactly,
and why would, like, the kids... Unless they're following it as well, I can't imagine Seb and all that be like, you're probably at school they're talking about it, but
maybe.
But like you say, is Dan and that going to shed out? And that's for most people, most parents. I think because Switch is so accessible and cheaper now, and like you say, when that first come out, it was that big like fucking hell, we can do this. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's sort of it's a bit old hat. Yeah. And
maybe over time it would just be a slower burn. It would just be out for another 7-8 years, or however long this one's been out for, and it will just creep up. People will just slowly transition off it, but there'll be like a big rush initially, and then it's like after that, how did you cut off the 100 million install base from Mario Kart 9? And knowing that you can only really ship probably 10 million in the first year because of just making them to the maximum, do you financially take that risk, or do you chuck it on the old one as well and say don't have to upgrade, and then people won't?
To a certain extent. That's it. Yeah,
force their hands at some point. Still got people playing PS4s for fuck's sake, playing Jedi's. What's it called? That's been backported down there, isn't it?
Oh, it's the new fucking
Jedi Survivor.
New WWE game. I see someone talking about that, and they're saying that that's coming out on PS4. I was like, fucking hell. Forgot that's still about.
Still alive.
Yeah, 5 years into the PS5. Fuck me.
Some interesting things to see. I want more detail.
I'm just waiting for that
that next direct, but just seems so far away.
Yeah.
And I see that people were saying that now that it's been announced, that also gives the developers
they can start announcing
they can
projects
start announcing
they're working
games. So then you get a vibe like once they start, no one's fucking has yet. It's only been like little indie fucks on Twitter.
Yeah,
but...
it's been a little while as well. It's been like a few weeks. I thought there'd be like a people ready to go.
A big one,
like,
and then you start to grasp you can sort of guess at how powerful it will be if you see, because loads of people are talking about if Elden Ring, if that's going to be the big one. Something like an Elden Ring or a Red Dead, you think, oh, well, maybe it's, how good that looked on, even though it was on fucking like Xbox One and PS4. But at least then you think, well, if it can run that, then that can run a fucking Zelda at 60. So
if they come out and say, here's Tears of the Kingdom running at 60, then that'll be, and it's Mario Kart 9. I'll be like, all right, I'll do Tears of the Kingdom just for the sake of that, because that then shows me it's got some bollards about it. But
exactly, yeah.
If that's not there, I'll be like, oh, maybe I can wait. But then I'm a component of, if you're going to get the tech, just get it, because every day you don't get it is a day knocked off it.
People still don't know what that screen is. Like people want, there's like some people were saying like after releasing the OLED, surely they can't go back to that LCD, but it could be. It's very, very.
I wonder how many of those switch lights they've shifted.
Yeah,
how many of those are out there? That's just like the ultimate cash. I think that's what Paper had, actually. I think he had a switch light he traded down. So
yeah, I'm gonna fucking have to get that so they can't pop these fuckers off.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why they came out with that, is they kept snapping that. I mean, the new design looks a little bit.
Yeah, I did see a thing about that.
I still think they can break.
So they click in, didn't they? There's a couple of buttons on there.
Yeah.
There's like the new C button that hasn't got a C on it. No one knows what it is. Well, notice there's one on the back as well. I don't know what that does, but yeah, just
has it got DLSS in it? Is that rumor going to come to fruition? That's going to help with the docked version, or to run things nice. I mean, I want it to be able to at least not look awful on the OLED TV. Yeah. You blow up fucking 720p Zelda on there. You're like, fuck me, what am I looking at?
Yeah, that really is. Jaggy Central.
Yeah, you get your. I'll tell you what I did I put on Pokemon Arceus.
Oh, did you?
And just to test it was working, the console it was, and I was like, good lord. I remember us taking the piss out of it at the time. I was like, Jesus, that is a rough looking game. So graphics aren't everything, but I think some level of performance uplift is what I'm looking for. So we'll see. We've got another half a year probably of this marketing cycle, and hands on in April. Going to be a lot of opinions coming out the back of that, a lot of media, I'd imagine. So we'll reconvene and then. So I know what'll happen. I'll say I ain't getting one, and then I'll be like sweating on that Discord, going, I just can't get one
today. Boys, get me one. I'll pay $6.50, not a penny more, to get it tomorrow.
Doubled this budget within an hour.
Was there? I don't remember there bit. There wasn't like a shortage, was there? Wasn't there? I bet we pre-ordered, didn't we? I remember.
What was that? Switches?
Yeah, when they first come out. Did we go ferry with him?
I got mine from Game. I went down there at midnight, I think.
Did you?
Yeah. Did I go in the shop? I must have gone in the shop and done it, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think I did.
That was
I
definitely
got it day one. I think I got it on ferry, I think. Ferry or shop
I remember going to get it and then coming back at midnight and like setting it up. I put Zelda on for about 15 minutes, and then I was like, right, day off tomorrow. I'm just going to go to sleep and then get up and start hammering this.
It came out. It was like a couple of days. When was it released? It was like there was like days before Albert was born. So I remember being like, "Fucking hell, he's really cost me." Really about to get stuck into some fucking. I would have been playing just Zelda. I think you were playing Paper Clips, was it? No,
Snipper Clips. Yeah,
Snipper Clips. That was it. Snipper Clips. And I think I bought that fucking RMX Racing or something.
Yeah.
It's like, look at this.
You buy some toss on launch day, didn't you?
Yeah, just go, fuck it, I'll buy anything.
I wonder if there'll be like another gimmick or a few, like, that 1-2 switch that had all those.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing now. There is gyroscope, I believe.
Yeah.
but no AR. So I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Will we be able to use our Pro controllers for the new one?
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah,
kit?
will it be a new Pro controller?
Yeah.
Potentially. I'm
Lots of
interested
questions
to see.
still.
Is Salmon correct? Is there a GPU inside the dock?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's all lots of stuff still being revealed. So I definitely am not writing it off for sure.
No,
This is a good time. The next sort of few months will be the interesting part. We've seen the fucker. We're gonna slowly but surely get some information. I think April will probably be the next big drop, and then who knows? Could be exciting. Could be like a bit of a shoulder shrug, or it could be
Certainly be interested to see out the Dimp realm who does go day one.
I mean, Paper will.
Everyone's had one now, haven't they? Even Biff's got one now.
Paper will go day one.
Yeah.
That's my prediction. Paper will go day one. You'll be day one. Let's just say, for argument's sake, I'll go day one.
Yeah, done. Whole
day one.
Yeah.
Salmon day one.
Sam will be day one, won't he?
Adcock day one.
Oh yeah, Adcock says
Logan. I could see him turn his nose up at it.
Potentially.
I could see him not getting it. Biff. I don't think Biff will.
Nah. Well, I don't know unless what's his name. But then again, this is I think you're right about that. I don't think.
Yeah, but what's the difference? And we'll be like,
yeah.
Can I get Mario Kart on my Switch? And go, well, we don't know the answer. But say yes. Like, well, don't need it then.
No, exactly. I could see
we're all
that.
playing Astro Bot now. These little tykes. That's what I keep hearing.
That's true.
Going on that.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's the new one. 40. What about Parky? Is he a Switch guy? I don't even know if he plays Switch.
No, but he's got little uns as well, and it's almost like a default position that people fall into.
It really is.
So I could see him, maybe not at launch, but at some point getting one. I think most people will get one, would be my prediction if I had to.
Yeah. It's just like you say though, that's why the Wii sold so well, because fucking even Nana had one.
Yeah, Nana. Well, the Switch has got sold more than the Wii now, so
that's madness. So
this is the new Nana console.
The new Nana, and
that's a lot more people you've got to convince to get something that might not necessarily look new to them. Whereas
this is the thing. Yeah, they say I see a lot of comparisons saying, "Oh, this is just like an iPhone now." And that that is the way it is.
People still buy that shit in droves. So
yeah, exactly. Just do
care.
the fucking Phil Spencer and just go, fuck it. We're gonna be on everything. We're not fuck consoles.
Put it on PC. Mod away, you bastards. Absolutely abuse Princess Peach. Finally, I know you've all been waiting to. And be away for you dirty sods. Anyway, watch this space. When we get some info, we'll be back to talk about it, no doubt. Especially when it comes to the Switch 2. Right. We'll close this edition down. That's the whole of February episode done. This is the end. So, I've decided to just now this is going to be the ending segment. So, we'll do a little run out. They'll get the music going. So, Mr. Adkins, thanks for joining me.
Welcome.
And I'm sure we'll be back. Got a few games that I know you've been finishing off. So, we'll get those in for March. And probably do maybe the games of March as well. There's a little Assassin's Creed Shadows lurking. Unless it's delay news again.
Yeah, it could possibly be. It has been fucking hounded.
We've patched out the Black Samurai thanks to the response from you dirty racists. Oh, God.
I did see so. Split Fiction. That's gone gold.
Yes.
Interesting. It's been delayed. He's
interesting.
Been called fucking children, Joseph. Joseph, or whatever his name is.
Paris.
He's not really fuck kids. He's a funny old character.
Deary me. Right. We'll be back next month. Everyone else, thanks for your time. And ta-da.
This was a Dimp Digital production.